Hello, dear ladies and gentlemen. Welcome on board round two FIDE candidates 2022 in sunny and very hot Madrid, the capital of Spain. Welcomes you, and here we are, the commentator squad, undisputed number one in Germany, woman grandmaster, international master, and I'm wondering you have all of the norms of normal men's grandmaster. Elizabeth Paehtz, welcome, and
Hello.
and it's me, Daniil Yuffa. I'll be trying to bore or entertain you during the whole tournament. So here we are, round two, just about to start, and we've got the little graph of the prize fund and the winner takes it all, and by winning take it by taking it all I mean 48,000 euros and a right to play the world championship match against the current and well last 9 years undisputed number one in the world, Magnus Carlsen. So what are your expectations, Elizabeth? Please share your opinion with the audience.
Honestly, I was very surprised to see Ding Liren losing yesterday because officially he's declared as a favorite in the tournament. At least I was reading it in a couple of on a couple of pages. So, well, if he wants to stay in this role of being a favorite, he has to win at some point, and he should start rather soon. So, well, my predictions, I would say, actually are four draws today.
Well, it's not such a brief prediction in my point of view. I think, well, yesterday, like in my concern, it seemed to me that it's very hot in Madrid. It's very hot in Spain. It's a little bit hard just to show off your best chess because of the circumstances, at least. I would rather expect at least one decisive game. Well, we'll have a pair of draws at least, so I partially agree with you. We will figure out who was right and who was wrong, and yeah. So I think we should remind you the results, the yesterday's results, and we've had a couple of decisive games and a couple of draws. So the most entertaining on the first side game between Duda and Rapport, where Rapport had a very shaky start, ended in a draw. So, but Ding lost to Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Nepomniachtchi winning second in a row. I mean, the second in a row game with black pieces in the first rounds in FIDE candidates. That's quite impressive, and we know how the last tournament has ended for him. Caruana, I think it's a little mistake because Caruana won against Nakamura with white pieces, so don't take in mind. And Rajabov had a very entertaining game against Firuja. I can't say it was ups and downs, but it was quite interesting. And today we have a very important encounter between the leaders of the tournament, Jan Nepomniachtchi having white pieces against Fabiano Caruana. This is a cross table, the current cross table, which doesn't really mean a lot because we have 13 rounds to go. And I would expect at least a very entertaining games in round two. It can be for draws, so I can believe your prediction, but yeah, we'll figure it out. All right, so it's 1 minute to go, and I think it's just a good opportunity to remind you that on the rest day, it would be a very entertaining and a pleasant tournament to play in FIDE Online Arena. You can enjoy chess playing in a variety of levels, and this is a very rare occasion in internet. You can also win money prizes, so you can win it and take it all.
So, Daniel, do you have some predictions on the openings today?
Well, I think it might be some Petrov between Nepomniachtchi and Caruana, Petrov or Rulopis. It might be e4 first move. I think Nepomniachtchi will try to play in a very aggressive way against Caruana because it's a direct encounter. He has whites, and it suits his style, his spirit of play. So I would predict something very exciting between these two lads. And whom else? So we have Nakamura against Rajabov. I think it's gonna be Queen's Gambit. This is my prediction. And Rapport Alireza, it can be almost everything. By the
I
way,
wanted to say yes.
yeah. By the way, Alireza turns 19 today, so happy birthday to the Iranian French prodigy. We wish him to have a good tournament and to fight for the chess crown as soon as possible. So we have uh, Gioco Piano in Nepomniachtchi against Caruana. I think I have it on the board so we can share the current position. So knight f6. Caruana decided to start with knight f6, and this is the first. Well, it can be a crucial moment, the crucial point on move 3, but bishop c5 seems to be more common because a knight f6 allows knight g5, and a lot of peculiar lines may occur after d5, e takes d5, knight a5. There is a very old theory which sometimes happens in the modern games as well.
Yes, but this line is actually also a little bit dangerous for white in terms of taking a lot of risks. And I believe nowadays in this line there are like a couple of choices for black where black is actually fine. I'm not sure I remember these lines, but I guess the most crucial line here is after bishop b5, c6, take, and here bishop d3. And after, now I have to think, it was h6, I suppose. No, it was knight
N-
d5, h4, yes.
This one. Okay, good.
95 h4, and if I'm not mistaken, one line which should be fine for black, but maybe you correct me because you're surely more into theory than me. It's bishop c5 or first h6, and I think bishop c5 it should be, no?
Well, to be honest, I'm not very familiar with Gioco Piano, especially with this line. I think I've been analyzing knight g4 there as well, and some very
Okay.
entertaining positions may occur in this line. Something like that. Maybe I'm mistaken.
Hmm.
But we have completely different stuff on the board. So knight f6, I think d3, bishop c5, c3, d6 was played.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I see.
I also think like actually this move order by Caruana was chosen for maybe avoiding the line, I mean, after bishop c5, for example, this line with c3 and d4. What was the name? Italian gambit? Is it? No, no, c instead of knight f6.
Aha.
Like if you play bishop c5, and here it's c3. It doesn't work, I guess. Bishop c5.
Yeah, strange enough, I have an issue with putting the bishop on c5. So it's a little bit strange. Yeah, can we ask the technicians to help us briefly? I'll just refresh the board because I want to show you. Yeah, I've got what you mean. I just want to
And
show it on the
I
board.
heard, yes, and I heard some rumors that the Russian national team was working on a specific line in the bishop c5 system. And maybe Caruana might have heard this rumor too, and he just wanted to avoid this kind of line in order to learn or to study less.
That's interesting. So he's being scared of the analysis of Russian national team.
Yes, I heard that there was some analysis of exactly the line with c3, d4. And I heard it because, okay, I also have like some Russian good friends, and I know that there was a discussion, and we not long a time discussed it during the Women's League actually with our teammates. And for example, like Alexander Kostyuk is a member of my team.
Mhm.
So that's why I know that this line was discussed among Russian national players. And yeah, maybe with knight f6, he was sure that he would just avoid to learn anything additionally. What, okay, it's not so much to learn, he surely knows, but just to save some time.
Wow, that's peculiar. Yeah, so we're fixing the quite an unpleasant issue with the board. Yeah, we can take a look at the current position. So h6 g5 was played by Caruana. Quite an interesting and modern plan, quite aggressive. Also, it has some drawbacks as well, but it leads to very controversial positions, and literally anything may happen in this game.
I think this line lately became very popular, and like there are many games being played in this variation. In the past, usually they played this h6 g5 if there was h3 included, because then you had a nice hook on g4. The
Hmm.
same way if you reverse colors for white against early h6, and h3 g4 g5 hook would be something similar. But without the hook, actually, the plan could be to maneuver the knight via e7 to g6, or what is the main strategy behind g5?
Yeah, I'm just inserting the moves manually. So rook e1, g5 is the position. Yeah, so once again, sorry for being absent for a while. Now we've got the position, and how white should reply after such an aggressive way of play for black. So we have to push somehow in the center, playing g3, g4, or firstly we have to move out our knight from f3 somehow.
Actually, I have a question. Is g4, knight h4, and knight takes e4 already a threat?
Hmm. So let's make a move. Let's play b4 and figure out what's gonna happen after g4. Just like a hypothesis. Knight h4, knight takes e4.
Because this is probably like what white should wonder about. Otherwise, if
No,
that works for
no
black.
doubts.
Yeah.
Knight takes. I think it seems more or less logical. Queen takes on h4, and like f7, f5 is probably coming.
Maybe I can try d4, and if you play f5, something crazy, but I don't see anything crazy, to be frank.
I know you have a
Mm,
very aggressive style of play, and you're a very good tactical player. So I might expect me being like overcalculated in the analysis. So
no, but here it seems like that actually. I don't see anything special for white, and probably the pawn is too much. So that means b4 is not working, right? And he should try something else. Maybe knight f1 instead of b4
but
could be.
isn't b2 b4 is on the board?
Ah, it's on the board.
Yeah, I think so.
Ah,
We can clarify it, but I do see the board on the right angle. So b4 knight
mm.
g4 in the board. And mm, by the way, this position after f7 f5, I still have some dubs. It might be some compensation for white still, like play knight g3 and maybe b4 b5 is the threat, and then b6. So it looks a bit weird because black's pawn structure looks wonderful, but maybe white still has an initiative playing b5 and just pushing forward. But we have absolutely different position on the board because after b4, knight g4 was played instead of g4. So Caruana decided to press on f2. So
So now my no, now for white actually, like we have two options. We play d4, one option. I'm not sure this is working. The other option, I guess, is rook e2, right?
yeah, so let's check rook e2. I think this is the most common move in these types of positions. How black will proceed? Pushing h5, or it seems to be a little too much in this position, so they have to develop the pieces somehow.
Yes, the queen can get to f6, perhaps. That could be some option, but I'm not sure, like after h3, if you can respond with either taking on f2 and then g4 and stuff like this, or just h5. And well, I suppose Caruana must have analyzed that.
Yeah, no doubts. I think he's been choosing between the lines, and knight g4 rook e2 might have been his analysis.
Hmm. Yeah, we will see. d4 is not an option here. Like d4, you take, and then, well, something I have to come up with, I guess. No,
Not really,
probably.
not really, because d
No, I,
takes c3 is a threat.
yeah. No, I'm just wondering if still you can give the pawn and claim some. For example, like d4 take, I take just back with a pawn, and if you take on d4 with a knight, something like bishop b2.
Wow, that's what I like.
Some dynamics.
Yeah, some dynamics for sure. So I
Mm.
think knight f2 also suits your spirit of play.
Yes, that should be the principal answer.
And after knight f2, I'm a little bit puzzled how white will proceed.
Yes, you're right. I mean, okay, if I take with a king and I just say like I'm brave, like
Yeah, it's like
you can
carte
take on
blanche. We can
f3.
make literally any check, but knight f3 is probably the
Oh,
only one.
but king takes.
King takes, and do we have anything over there?
You don't have a check, and I have a piece up, and I have a rocking solid king on f3.
That's a fair point.
Hmm.
Yeah, so everything is hanging, and well, maybe I still can try h5, but it's too much.
Okay, but even king e2 and knight
Yeah, king
f3
e2.
is solving the issue.
Yeah,
No, but
correct.
that means d4 is a move because I remember a game between Vidit and Dubov
Mhm.
from White Anse. It was, I think, also some line with h6, g5, and then actually, like, Vidit just gave the pawn with d4 at some point. And besides, like, the common, like, rule is, like, if you're attacked on the wing, you should strike back in the center.
Yeah,
For
that's
this
that's what
reason,
I've been taught as well. So after bishop b2, does black have a decent response after? So the knight is pinned, so we can only consider queen f6, knight f2, and knight f3. There is like three moves. I
okay,
don't
there's
I do
c5,
not
but it
consider
looks ugly.
c5. It looks very
Yeah,
ugly. Yeah,
yeah,
indeed.
yeah.
So we can try queen f6. It looks a bit scary as well because we're like putting another piece.
e5.
Wow, e5. And
Yeah.
it looks like black is overloaded. So we just take on d4 in the very next move.
Okay, you can take on f3 the knight first with a check, but even I think if you take back with a it's not it's interesting
Yeah, so we can
probably.
take the queen. Ah, no, it's
No,
check.
yeah, check.
Sorry. Yeah.
We should take with a knight probably on f3. Now you have a check on f2, but that's not important. Not even sure that this is a good move after. Well, even king f1 can be interesting, but maybe it's too much. And if you take on e5 now, which should be
Yeah, well, I think we're making an analysis of evergreen game. So we just
rook takes
sacrifice.
e5
Yeah, rook takes e5 just
should be the move.
should be. Knight takes, bishop takes, we're winning back the rook and we are a piece up. So yeah, and if bishop e6, we just show the simple rook e6 just
Yes,
to
yes.
explain just to simplify the things. So d4 indeed is quite an interesting idea. So I think you're more familiar with these types of positions than me. So I can say I'll blindly follow your recommendations, but I might agree with the move d4. I do like
Mm.
at all. I think it could be an option. But after knight g4, Nepomniachtchi took his time and he's still thinking. So probably
He's
he's
calculating.
recalling the line or just calculating the move. I don't know. But feels like if you play Gioco Piano, you have to know the response against this simple way of trying to checkmate you.
Well, I would be honestly more scared with black after the move d4 than with white, unless, okay, I guess Caruana for sure knows the answer after d4 and rook e2. Otherwise, he wouldn't play in such a
Hmm.
quick way. But yeah.
So rook e2, queen f6 is on the
On the
board. So I think, yeah, I will someday I will definitely ask Jan why he decided to play rook e2 instead of d4, which absolutely suits his spirit of play.
But you have to understand the psychology, you know. Imagine your opponent, and it's Caruana, is blitzing out the moves. And after knight g4, like you have the option of d4, but you know exactly that your opponent knows all the answers after that move. Then you are wondering like how much is a risk to take because d4 is very concrete. And maybe it's better just to answer in a calm way because anyway, your opponent has learned everything at home. So psychology here actually must have a huge impact just in this moment.
I partially agree, but on the other hand, we shouldn't overestimate the human factor. So it can be, well, usually we don't believe that players of the level of Caruana, especially Caruana himself, because he's a famous theoretician. He knows his line very well, and all the time he surprises his opponents with very sharp and sometimes sometimes crazy ideas. So, but still, we are humans. We are not computers, so we can make mistakes. Also, knight g4 can be a bluff. Who knows? Maybe d4 was a very, very principled reaction. But rook e2 is a move as well.
Yes, it's a calm approach, but it's an approach where you don't allow direct or concrete play. And when you are not prepared for the line and your opponent is, then actually the choice to go for the non concrete way is not unlogical. That's basically like what I probably would do as well
Yeah,
in
that's
this
that's
moment.
like you have more wisdom than me. So I just need to. I
But
just
not
I,
in the blitz game.
I just need to learn. Rook e2 is the move. Queen f6 is on the board. And probably we can switch to the other games. Let's decide whom we want to see first. So we have Nakamura against Rajabov, Rapport against Ali Reza. Maybe we can look for the birthday boy.
Yes.
And he has the second game with black in a row. I can say it is quite unpleasant for him. So we will just set it up quickly. Just a second. So we have, yeah, Rapport against Ali Reza, and wow, this is would have
This line
barely expect from both of the players, to be honest.
But this line actually, like, you know, for black became very popular in the past few months
Hmm.
because someone even told me, like, if you're surprised with queen takes d4, just play this because you have a very simple plan knight e7, knight g6, and then, like, at some point pushing f5. And there had been, like, quite some nice games. Not sure it was vivid with black or not. If you don't know everything was white, it can be quite dangerous, even so I'm sure that Rapport must have prepared that too, but it's easy to play for black.
Yeah, strategical wise, it's probably easy to play with black pieces because of, as you mentioned before, black is planning to play knight e7, knight g6, and if I recall, if I do recall correctly, White's main idea is connected with pushing c4, c5, trying to disrupt the center.
Yes, I'm not sure that okay, queen d3 is probably the main move. I remember, you know, like if you go some moves back, that there was a funny move in this moment with not with c4, but with e5 here.
Hmm.
And then I think even f6 was one of the main options, if I'm not mistaken, as an answer.
So e5 and
And now f6 even with black.
aha.
I think I've seen some games with f6 here.
Yeah, I may
And if
agree. It's quite natural. Indeed. So we're trying to fight for the center, and if e takes d6, I wonder there is e5 move.
Probably this is the idea, yes.
Hmm. A fair point. So on the very next move we take on d6, we have a pair of bishops, and I would rather prefer black pieces because we have a nice barrier against the knight on f3. We take on d6, let's say queen a4 or queen c4, maybe queen c4. But queen c4 also allows some queen d6 and bishop e6 with the tempo.
Yes, and here it's an open position, and bishops usually are superior. I mean, white may claim to have a small plus because of the c6 pawn, but central control and activity is clearly on black's side, plus future perspectives with both bishops. Definitely not what white should aim for here.
Agreed. f6 is quite a peculiar idea.
Have you seen it before, or
I
you're not
I I,
playing
I, th- I
Sicilian
think once
or?
this line I think I've been looking at c4 e5 queen d3 knight e7. I don't remember if it might be
He has also
c5
the move
instead of the.
c5. Yes, he has also the move c5.
But does it work? I mean on the spot because of queen a5 check. I wasn't sure. Maybe it's still
But
queen
the
c3.
d6, this d6 actually is also hanging. Like even if I play knight c3 and bishop e3, may but you have queen b4 and queen b8, right? So I don't get the
But
pawn
you know,
back.
like the line is not over yet as well.
This long, long
Like,
castle, knight takes e5. It's getting
yeah, but
fun.
knight g6. Yeah, so probably we're
Yes,
just in time to protect everything. It's
yes.
still it's very. It reminds me yesterday's Rapport's game himself because Duda played c5 on move 7 against him.
Hmm. But I think in this moment he was not very happy with his position
Obviously
because
not.
I think it was already like I think +1. I checked it like in the evening and it looked
Yeah,
very dangerous or very unpleasant, to say the least.
yeah, that's true. So queen d3 knight e7 is played, and what was the move? I'll just check it out. Yeah, knight e7, and Rapport is thinking, deciding where to go. c5 could be an option. I I think we didn't discuss the continuation after queen a5, queen c3,
This way, yes.
which seems to be quite natural.
And actually, like now it's a bit difficult for black because, okay, you don't want to play queen takes c3 and give a tempo of development for white. And besides exchanging queens, and for example, well, you have to play knight g6 because d6, c5 is terrible after knight takes e5.
Mhm.
So this is the obvious answer. Yeah,
Yeah, and white can follow up with bishop e3 or just simply taken on d6. And I've been a little bit surprised with the computer's evaluation because it never gives a lot in favor of white, but still white has a very small but very pleasant edge there.
the computers actually always overrate bishop pair and space advantage. So whenever like space advantage and bishop pair
Hmm.
is involved, the engines tend to be very optimistic. Not very optimistic, but they might give more pluses than objectively it is in the position.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a very nice thing to mention about. So if you are analyzing the games with computer, we should admit that sometimes it does overestimate the value of the bishop pair. So we shouldn't fall in blindly, and we should think critically all the time. And I think, how do you think is it a good advice to play some training games uh, before practicing the positions which what you've learned working with computer in the official tournaments? Is it a good idea to play training games?
Well, I think it's a very good idea because when you analyze a certain opening with the computers, then you only get the best moves always.
Hmm.
And the moment you actually think about the position yourself, you will obviously find moves which are looking very human, but would never be suggested by the engine, and then actually like you're biting in like your teeth in a way that why didn't I check it at home? And since it happened to me in the past, nowadays whenever like I get, for example, like some analyze, or I analyze things with my coach during tournaments, then when he sends me the file, for example, like in the evening, I click it through and I look what I would do if I was my opponent, and then I find some new moves and I just send him back. And that's basically how we work on the tree,
Hmm.
because human moves should be considered. And a lot of people tend to forget it when they prepare. They would look for the engine moves and then they don't get the normal stuff.
Obviously, we should we should agree with a little bit, I think. We, I mean, me and audience and whomever, I don't know, because human moves are the first thing that you should check with computer. And I think it's a good approach to firstly just manually make the moves on the board and then check it with computer, because I think the most common approach is just to open an engine and start analyzing from the very beginning without having a clear and fresh human view. So in my point of view, it's very important to all the time check with hands, I mean without the computer's help, the how do you play this kind of positions, how do you feel them, and is it easy to play for the side you're analyzing with.
And for this reason, actually, also like whenever you have a new opening you want to learn, play training games, find someone of your strengths, and then with the training games, you get a better feeling. You will understand the problems or the structural points of view much better. And I think that's actually the way to learn an opening, just learning everything by heart. And then you're on the middle game and say, like, oops, what's my plan, what I should do. So
Mhm.
in this regard, it's good to find someone of your strengths or stronger even to play some games with.
Yeah, I think what we are talking about is more or less like old style, old school approach, because nowadays I've mentioned a lot of young grandmasters, a lot of players know a lot of principled and just a lot of lines by heart, but they do feel a little bit themselves shaky during the middle game, because when the theory ends, yeah, basically you have to start thinking. But if you've looked through all the position at home, if you've played a couple of at least a couple of training games, you might feel it better. So indeed, I think it's a very good idea to firstly play with somebody of with someone of more or less your level of play, and then try to practice it in the official tournaments.
And then if you find moves which were not in your files or which are like new to you, then you can actually check them with a computer.
Yeah, that's correct.
Do we have any moves here after knight g6, or is Rapport still
I think
thinking?
c5 is played by Rapport immediately.
So yes, so we have the candidate move of queen a5 check, but also like we have the move knight g6,
I
right?
think knight g6 is the first line from the iron. So knight g6, I think white are obliged to take, otherwise also d5 it could be a potential threat for black. So I think we shouldn't leave the d6 pawn not being captured. So we take on d6, um, probably.
Now question, bishop on queen. Should we exchange the queens or should we keep them on the board?
It's a good question. I don't know. What's up to you?
Well, usually I make it always as a kind of rule dependent on the king's safety.
Yeah,
And unfortunately, here in this position, we know that likely both kings will castle at some point, and then both kings are very safe.
true. So the king's position won't be exposed at all. So, but I think the queen trade also depends on how do we evaluate the current position.
Well, the Black has the advantage of the bishop pair. White has the advantage of the structure. And of course, for White in general, like if he manages to exchange the dark-colored bishops, then he will be very happy because this would be positionally speaking
Mm-hmm.
a nice trade and part of White's strategy. I'm sure that Black will voluntarily never allow that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Here, I'm not even sure how I would take. I think it depends pretty much on my opponent. If it was Gunina, I would take with a queen. If it was someone who loves boring positions, probably I would take with a bishop. But I'm not sure. Maybe there is one of these moves which is objectively the stronger one, and then there's not even a choice about that.
Mm-hmm. That's a very funny comparison, by the way, because we all know Valentina Gudina is a fighter, and I think the like let's say draw is a very uncommon result for her. So like she has like like win or
Win
lose.
or
Yeah,
lose,
yeah.
all in. There was a we played a very funny tournament. I mean, funny in a way of her performance. It was the Gibraltar last Grand Prix of the last series
Mm-hmm.
in May 21, and in this tournament, up till round 11, she had zero draws. And even when the game or the position was objectively a draw, and there was such a position she had against Abdul Malik, like where it was a dead draw, but
Mm-hmm.
she pressed so much she couldn't accept it, and the way she pressed was, in my opinion, so risky that of course she got punished, and that's well what happened in the end. But in the last game, actually, she wanted so much to escape the draw, but in the last game she did a draw, and it was somehow spoiling her win-lose performance.
Was she upset?
Well, they were playing 6.5 hours. It was the last game to go, and we had to delay the prize giving because of that particular game.
Yeah, all we know that Valentina is a true fighter on the board.
Yeah.
It's not only about the results, I mean, win or lose, and it's also about the time spent on the board. So, yeah, if you play Valentina, be ready
Change queens quickly.
to
That's what I
yeah,
would
that's
say.
that's that's a good advice. So knight g6 is played, and but I can't
Mm,
understand what is Richard Rapport thinking about. So, is he
yeah, that.
considering castle immediately?
Well, then it means you would give up the pawn, but you can claim. For example, yeah, castle is one option, but actually, like if you play castle and after d takes c5, you don't change the queens, then actually, like I don't need castle. I would prefer to keep my king in the center.
Mhm.
So maybe even knight a3 is interesting. And if you take on c5, then I take on d8 and knight c4 is coming. That could be
Yeah, this is an
maybe
idea.
some idea which
Looks like we are
makes sense.
forcing f6.
Yeah, probably. And then bishop d2
Aha,
and bishop a5. That looks very risky from the
agree.
positional point. Yeah.
The only thing that was bothering me after knight a3 is probably d6, d5
On
move.
d5, yes. That's
Like
actually a good
a
point.
little bit cutting of the knight on a3, so c5 becomes a target. And uh, black has achieved a lot in the opening,
Yes,
particularly in this
actually,
position.
yes. d5 I missed, I must say.
Yeah, so that's why I'm a little bit puzzled why still why Rapper is
He's
still
thinking.
thinking. Yeah.
Okay, maybe knight c3. And then claim, okay, my knight is not so ideal, but after d takes c5, then I take on d8 and play knight a4
Hmm.
and try this.
Was more or less the same idea that you've just proposed.
Yes,
So I
also,
think you're
okay,
aiming
here
to play
now
knight bishop d2 and then bishop
to,
a5.
yes, but you will play a5, you can probably then still answer with It's not as good with the knight like as it was with the knight on c4, but still positionally speaking, after bishop e3, for example, like I'm sure that white is happy. So maybe knight c3 could be the option.
Mhm. Yeah, at least we've got an idea why Rapport
Rapport
takes
is
his
thinking.
time. Yeah.
Yeah. So what games didn't we check yet? It was Duda we didn't look at, right?
Uh,
And Nakamura.
so we haven't looked at Duda and against Ding yet. What is your prediction for the opening?
Okay, Duda against Ding. This will be something very boring positional. So I think some d4, maybe Catalan. Even though I have to be honest, I don't remember what was Duda's main weapon. So I could be totally wrong.
I think e4 is his main weapon, but let's
Yeah.
figure it out. Let's figure it
Mm.
out. We are switching to Duda against Ding.
Hmm.
So this is the current position on the board.
Okay, I was wrong. It's a Spanish. It was a Spanish. No, it was an Italian. It was also like with knight f6.
Yeah, it looks like they've transposed, but Ding decided to play
Normal chess.
normal chess smoothly. Rook e1, a5, h3, h6.
Yes, a5 lately became the more popular move over a6.
Mhm.
It has maybe the advantage at some point to have a4,
Hmm.
gaining some space. Sometimes there are funny ideas like with queen b8
Yeah,
and queen a7.
funny enough that this position I was I think I've been a commentator on the FIDE World Cup 2019 where I've been knocked out in round 3 against Teimour Radjabov, and in round 4 Kirill Alexeyenko played this position against Ding Liren himself, and Ding Liren has shown up with the plan with Queen b8, so it's not a new position for Ding Liren. So we can
Mm,
briefly show how this position appears after knight d2. I think bishop e6, bishop e5 out, but we have it on the board, so it's just the same. Knight f1, so we are still not out of the book. Queen a7, rook e2, a4. I think this is a line. Knight g3, queen a5 looks very natural. Maybe queen, no, but we cannot play queen b6 because of bishop e4. So queen a5, bishop c6, pawn takes bishop d2. That's something new for me.
bishop d2.
Yeah.
Well, the idea is to play c4 and bishop c3.
Yeah, that's what he actually did. But I'm wondering if he haven't got other opportunities. Let's say d3, d4 looks a little bit anti-positional.
Yes, because you open up the position. You open up the position and you play against
The
the
bishop.
bishop pair is a very risky business because also there might be some problems with bishop c4 move
Hmm.
and the rook on e2 doesn't have much squares. I guess here we take, right? Take, take.
Yeah, that's the crucial point because also bishop b6 at once looks doesn't look senseless.
No, it looks also kind of logical. Just I thought like, okay, it depends like how important it is to give the center
Uh-huh.
and
Maybe
or
this
to
one.
keep it static.
Hmm. Yeah, bishop e takes d4, c takes d4 looks more solid indeed.
Hmm.
But should we take with the pawn? Probably yes, because after knight d4, at least.
Bishop c4 comes with a tempo maybe,
Mhm.
but no, I can't take on c6 yet. No, but okay. Rook e1. It's not so bad for white actually.
No, it's not, but I think both of us would rather prefer black pieces.
Yeah,
Also, the b file is
The b2 pawn is
Yeah.
actually an issue because I thought like, okay, white has an easy plan, bishop e3, knight f5, queen f3, and mating attack or something like
Yeah,
that.
I'll just show it with the arrows. I do like it
Maybe
so
I
much.
don't even need bishop e3 for that, just knight f5, queen f3, and trying to bait
Hmm.
because black doesn't have many defenders. But in a blitz game, actually, like probably I even prefer white.
Yeah, because I think the main point because of the pair of knights.
Also, yes, plus of course, like in a blitz game, when you have a vulnerable king, it's much harder to play, and then the objective evaluation of the position is not
Not
so
so
important
important. Yeah,
anymore. Yeah.
fair
So
point.
yeah.
If e takes d4, white can also opt for c takes d4.
Mm-hmm.
Like keeping the center, bishop b6. Well, bishop a7 retreatment I don't like so much. Bishop b6 looks more solid. And I'm a little bit puzzled how white will proceed. Maybe they have a nice plan playing bishop d2 and bishop c3, and then aiming to play d5 somehow.
Yes. So d4 for sure was a move, and maybe it was the old move. I'm not sure. I'm not playing this with either color. But bishop d2 is the more positional approach, actually.
Also, bishop d2 keeps the idea of playing d4, maintains it.
Yes, so it's prophylactically, I think he answered with bishop b6. So now, at least after d4, he has a choice.
Hmm.
And c4 here. No, queen c2 was
Yeah,
played
queen
first,
c2
right?
first, king h7. Mm,
King h7 actually is not so logical in a way to go into the diagonal. The idea of king h7 is what? Do you have an idea?
I mean, like these guys over 2800 sometimes are like they're untouchable
Very
in any
deep.
sense. So I cannot understand the depths of their play of their ideas. But king h7 is something somewhat I cannot understand. Maybe he want well. I had a weird idea of playing rook g8 g5, but it's too much probably, or not. What is the
Well,
idea of king h7?
it
Otherwise, it looks just absolutely senseless.
yes, I mean rook g8 and g5 could be an idea because okay, there's a hook with h3, but on the other hand, like even if you play like g5, g4, your queen is on a5. I mean, it's on the totally other side of the board. And I'm not sure you can start like a decisive attack when your queen is basically busy on the queen side.
Yeah, it's a visible lack of coordination, but on the other hand, black still has a pair of strong bishops. The a2 pawn is an issue, and that's why I think c4 has been played, because otherwise you cannot resist. You cannot move out your rook from a1. So
Mm-hmm.
obviously you will need your rook somewhere on d1 or e1, but first you have to spoil your pawn structure playing c4.
So
Maybe
queen,
for all of a sudden, maybe king h7 just underlines the drawbacks of white's position. Quite a few, but still visible. So there, bishop pair down on a2. So how to protect the a2? He decided to play c4. Queen a7, once again pressing on f2 in some lines, but
yes, queen a7 makes sense because okay, there are not many attractive
you know,
squares.
like if we've been scrolling this game quickly, just this connection of moves, king h7, c4, queen a7 looks so weird. But now analyzing the position, we understand that it is not that senseless at all.
Maybe like king h7 can also just be a move to wait and to see whether you play d4 or c4 and to force white for a decision because apart from moving the c or the d pawn, you don't have any moves left which makes sense in this
Hmm.
position. So king h7 is nothing else and telling you make a choice because there's nothing you can move apart from those two pawns. All
That's
other things don't make sense.
that's true, but I think the only reason for playing c4 and bishop c3 is now I'm wondering if white has a plan to play rook f1, king h2, make a weird symmetrical move with the king, and then retreat with the knight on e1 or h4 or g1, let's say, and push the f pawn. So,
Yes, but in this moment, like g5 will probably happen on the board.
mhm.
I have another question. I mean, like by the principle of playing against the bishop pair instead of bishop c3, how wise it is to play bishop e3 and to claim like, okay, we split the bishop pair in half, the position is closed, we kill the initiative on the diagonal. Likely, it's not something where you can assume that you have great chances to play for win
It's
because the
gonna be a
position is
very long game. And bishop e3 in terms of putting blacks, forcing them to make the decision is quite quite a wise idea. So still, black has a plenty of options, taking on e3 or making just a move like the same that Ding has done in the game, playing knight g8. But after
so
knight
now we
g8, we have c5. I think that was your idea.
yes, now c5 is actually a huge positional threat.
Yeah, maybe just killing. So bishop
Maybe you
e3
should,
strategical wise, I do like your idea.
but maybe I can play bishop c5, but then I never will be able to move my queen. So it's also not like what you want, right?
And white will simply keep the tension. And probably
Yes,
they
and
can
then
try
rook
rook d1.
f1 or rook d1. Okay, then you want to play with d4 and claim that your king on h7 is
Yeah, it can be
not so
quite tough.
wise.
Yeah.
No, bishop e3 is just according to the rules, like playing against the bishop pair, split the bishop pair in half. So I'm a big fan of rules. Okay, I'm German, so
Yeah. Okay, I'm not a German, but I've been taught by Josef Dorfman the same rule. If you play against the bishop pair, you have to split it up. And I think the side that has a bishop pair is aiming for an endgames mostly, and the side who's playing against the bishop pair, they try to receive the, let's say, queen plus knight against the queen plus bishop.
that's a dream. In most cases,
Hmm.
it is a dream because it's super dangerous with queen and bishop against queen and knight. Of course, it depends pretty much on the position, but as a general advice, if such an exchange can happen in your game, think like or be sure that your bishop is not much worse than the knight because then you will suffer like a dog.
And also, we have to admit that none of the pawns was traded, and usually in closed positions, knights are not weaker than bishops mostly.
Yes, yes, this is for sure. And here, of course, the position is quite closed. We have slightly the preferable structure because of the double pawn c6, c5. At least, like white in the ending could make or create a pass pawn on the a file,
Hmm.
which is not possible for black. So this is like some super small edge. I mean, the pawn ending you will win for white likely, but
Hmm.
yes, the bishop pair, of course, has also potential to be annoying. But yeah, bishop c3, of course, is possible. I mean, bishop e3 is the rules. I'm not sure what I would have done. Depends also like against whom you're playing. That's usually always an important factor.
So sometimes you rely on psychology.
I rely not only sometimes on psychology. I'm used to study my opponents. Okay, in women's chess, actually, it's maybe like even more psychology. I'm not sure, but I really like try to play against the strengths of my opponent. So if have a very tactical player, then actually I wouldn't mind to get boring positions and to exchange queens. And otherwise, like even like my openings, I would choose according to the weakness or like
Hmm.
the part of the game where my opponent is weaker. For example, like take Gayashkina, she's rock positionally, she's very good at understanding. In like playing her, I would try something, for example, like King's Indian or Benoni. I mean, just some dynamic position or dynamic opening because, okay, in the level we are playing is 25, 26, you are not getting punished immediately like by choosing an opening, which is not the modern fashion, let's say.
Hmm. I think your words are quite an argument in favor that chess is a sport, because it's
Hmm.
not only the art of making the strongest moves, it's also about the psychology and making the decisions. So I think someday I will use your words if I'll be arguing with somebody and the man will be trying to prove me that chess is not the sport. Beside the fact that a lot of people just lose few kills during the tournament, also with this psychology issues, uh, it's a
It
very strong
depends, you
evidence in
know.
favor of chess being a sport.
Yes, just I mean, like for example, if you play in this tournament, I wouldn't say that there is a player who has a particular like strong side. They are just strong at dynamics, positional understanding, techniques, everything. So here, of course, this kind of strategy is useless because okay, I mean like you cannot claim I play bishop e3 because like Ding Liren is a dynamic player. He's rather a positional player, but he can also be rocking dynamics. So
Hmm.
this psychology doesn't help. But actually, in the tournaments where I play, usually in the most cases you have a player with a strong side or like a superior side, and
Hmm.
then actually this strategy makes sense to not choose the strongest move in the position, but the practically best move, like suiting your opponent's weakness.
Hmm. Yeah,
But
that's
that's
quite
me.
logical. Yeah, that sounds quite logical. Yeah, all of the participants of FIDE candidates are, we have to agree that they do play on more or less the same level, and the main factors that will decide in someone's favor are the current shape, the physical condition, and I think
Nerves.
one there is one very important factor. So the number of games where the player wasn't out of the book early. So if somebody been following his analysis for quite a long, uh, it can be
This saves energy.
in his favor. It can decide in his favor.
Yes, it's energy, as I mean, as well, because such a tournament, how many games they play? 14?
14. So they played two
It's
legs, 7 games each. Yeah.
yeah, it's very, very, very long,
Hmm.
and people may underestimate how long it is. I remember, like when I was commentating the candidates among women, I think 3 years ago, the participants at the end of the tournament even complained they didn't have enough breaks or the tournament is too long. I mean, some said like 14 games is too much. Others said like that there should be more breaks. But okay, like from the physical point of view, men have better physical conditions from the biological point of view. So for women, 14 games might be even tougher. I mean, from the energy level.
Well, in both cases, it means that the best physical condition wins.
Yes, not
So
only, but it's a combination of good physics, of course, and shape, mental strength, nerves, and preparation. Yeah,
in terms of physical conditions, whom do you consider being
the
better than
fittest.
others
I
among
think
the candidates? Duda?
Duda, I think, looks to me, at least when I just look at the participants, like the one who is doing the most sports.
Hmm.
I mean, I can imagine that he had been running a lot or doing other kind of high cardio sports before the tournament. For the others, I'm not sure. Ding Liren, it's hard to judge, but maybe as well. And who else? We have Nakamura. Doesn't look to me like someone who's working out a lot.
I've heard Caruana is doing a lot of sports either.
Yeah, Caruana actually yes, Caruana. I think from the physical level, like if they had to run a marathon, like of 10,000
So
kilometers,
you would bet on Duda or on Caruana?
Caruana. Hmm.
Hmm.
Surely, I would give all in. But yes, these would be the two I would bet on. In a 100 meters race, I'm not sure.
I think in 100 meters race, I would bet on Firuja. He is the
Actually,
youngest.
yes. Actually, Firusha, yes, he's of course also like if it's about physical shape, he has of course the big advantage to be very young. So marathon as well as 100 meters. Yes, he can be. I forgot about him. Yes, he can be also like among the fittest, obviously.
This might be quite an interesting experience if we put top eight uh, chess players, obviously apart from Carlsen. But Carlsen does have the best physical condition, in my point of view,
Yes,
the
but
best
he's
physical
playing a
shape.
lot of football actually. He loves it. So he loves sports. He's swimming a lot. He's doing a lot of football, I think. And yeah.
I remember a very peculiar story when I think I've played Qatar Masters in 2015, and we played in different teams, and I've played quite a lot against Magnus on the like being a left back, and I think I've done quite a few tricks, but the problem was that next day I played him over the board, and he just crushed me in 25. Most probably he's being angry for the football match.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, football for Magnus, actually, I think he was not only a world champion in chess, he also got some title in a different discipline. I just don't remember
Yeah,
what
yeah, I'll
discipline
tell
it
you.
was.
It
Okay.
became more or less popular, I think, a couple years ago. So the name is fantasy football. I can briefly explain what is the sense of the game. So you have 100 million, let's say, no matter dollars or pounds budget, and you have to build up your own team. And according to the real results, let's say if you pick someone like Mohamed Salah and he scores a goal in the real match for Liverpool, you gain 6 points. So uh, consequently, Magnus was had the better intuition. So all the time he was making a better squad for the same amount of money, and he's been leading. I think he won a few weeks among 10,000 participants of this, okay, amongst thousands participants of the fantasy football league. So he's quite good in predicting whom
Okay,
to pick.
intuition,
Yeah.
of course, intuition. We have two questions from the audience. Someone asked, like, what could be here a white's plan, like before, or like just to play rook f1, knight h2, and then trying to push f4.
Hmm.
As before, I think makes no sense because probably like black doesn't even need to react, or what do you think?
After b4, pardon.
Yes, what is like before it doesn't look logical to me to play on this side, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, neither for me. So I think, as you mentioned before, a4 is the drawback of black's position. I thought we can also just fix it playing a2, a3 at some point, but there is no necessity to do it. So white have to decide between playing rook a d1 and pushing d4. So once again, responding to the potential threats on the king side, we're just uh, pushing in the center, or playing king h2 and rook f1, retreating with the knight somewhere and playing f4. So there are two plans. Okay, I'll just erase the arrows because it becomes very messy.
I think also black with the last move knight g8 wants maybe to get knight e7, knight g6 on the board, and then make it a little bit harder for you to get f4 through, right?
Okay, let's try rook d1. That's what I like.
Mm-hmm. So knight e7, let's say.
We play. We cannot play d4 because c4 is hanging. That's the point. Pardon me.
Mm-hmm.
But in this case, it could be a little trouble
Okay, I'm
because I
not.
don't want to play
I,
b3.
yes. I mean, I was not really a fan of this bishop c3 because, okay, bishop c3 has only two purposes. Either like you manage to play f4, then even like if black at this time could react with f6, it looks strange, but maybe not that bad.
Hmm.
But on the other hand, yeah, apart from this and protecting maybe b2, it's not doing too much. And to get f4 on the board is a very long process, especially in the regard of knight e7, knight g6 coming, no?
Still, I do believe it's gonna be a very positional game with a lot of maneuvers. But by the way,
Yeah.
I think Rapport, sorry, we're following Duda's game. Duda opted for Rook D2 instead of Rook D1 or nor
Yes,
Rook
rook
F1.
d2 makes sense. I first of all get a square from my knight on e2. And of course, d4 move might already like be a threat as now c4 is not hanging with a tempo as the rook on e2 moved away.
Hmm.
So that's maybe a very smart idea here. Also, like you get out of tempo moves like knight e7, knight g6, knight f4. So you have a lot of benefits with that move.
I think I could be very, very stubborn and play F7, F6.
Yes, this is like what you should probably do when like white tries to open up his bishop. Just say like I don't care. And that's what I meant. If like the bishop on c3 then would like bite like granite, then it's not much to hope for. Even here after f6, sometimes knight e7, g5 could be an option and to claim like a super powerful structure on the king side. And then it's very hard to even like open the position because if white wants to play for win, he should open it up somehow, no?
Yeah, it's gonna be quite difficult for white to find a clear plan. The black setup looks very, very solid, and bishop c3, I I rather agree with you than with Duda. I would choose bishop e3 instead.
Yeah. We are sticking too much to our rules.
Yeah, maybe that's why we're not playing the FIDE
The candidates.
candidates. But you will play the FIDE candidates as far as I know.
No, I play the FIDE Grand Prix. I'm not qualified for the candidates
But
because
you're the current runner-up of the
no,
Grand
even that
Swiss. Even that doesn't.
the runner up is the first by rating, and this should be Nana Tsaknitsa
Oh,
if someone is out
what a
because
pity.
I was also upset. I was hoping at least like if, for example, like Leitinja, who won the Grand Swiss, wouldn't play for some strange reasons, of course,
Hmm.
I would be the next one to come. But no, it's all by rating. The only thing I'm not sure is if it's a rating of the 1st of January, because this was a crucial day for Maria Mutsishuk to get the rating place, or if it's a current rating, because I'm not sure I saw this in the regulations. But for now, we don't even have a date for the candidates, and not sure that it will be held so soon.
Hmm.
Yeah.
If it will not held so soon, there might be some refusals as well. So still,
Y-
you can have some
Yes,
wild card if it's possible.
yes. I mean, wildcard not, but refusals could. I mean, for now, refusals could only be politically based. So that's why it's very hard to say. I think politically, um, I could imagine this could be a reason. And otherwise, okay, China with this crazy pandemic rules, who knows? But Ding Liren managed it, so I guess this is not a problem.
You know, it's such a such an interesting fact that Ding came to the tournament the first, while he came. No, I think he came only one or couple days before the start of the current candidates tournament, while he came 3 or 2 weeks before the candidates 2020, which was held in Yekaterinburg because of pandemic rules.
Yeah,
Again,
he was forced to do that. This is the thing. He was really forced to do that, and he wasn't really like happy about it because in these 2 weeks, like I mean, I don't know like how people can imagine this, but for example, if I go 2 weeks to China and I have to be used to like Chinese food and totally different lifestyle, totally different mentality, then I might get much more tired because for me it's a kind of stress level to eat totally different food to adapt to totally different mentalities and atmosphere. And I think that's what happened to Ding Liren because he went to Europe and suddenly, like for 2 weeks, additionally to the grant to the candidates, he had to well, adapt to all these kind of differences. And I believe he got tired already by the start of the event, and this must be the reason why he played, well, rather unexpected badly in this tournament.
Yeah, that's a very stressful process, adapting
For
to
the
the new
body, it's very
circumstances.
stressful. Yeah, for the body, it's very stressful to adapt to
But
that.
up to now, both of the starts in his candidates runs turned out to be, well, it's not a disaster yet, but he lost the first game with white pieces, which
Mm.
is very, very uncommon for him. But well, we expect Ding to bounce back someday, and I think Daniil Dubov predicted Ding to be a candidate.
But like what maybe like we have to mention here, before Ding played in this event, he played a marathon
Hmm.
of 28 games, or how many he needed to qualify.
Yeah, he had an absence of, so he had to play a sufficient number of games in order to qualify for the candidates. That's true.
Yes, so he lost a lot of energy, and even if you have 1 month break afterwards, it's still like taking a bit of your body capacity. Plus, usually, like all the other participants had months, maybe even a year to prepare. Ding Liren only learned like by May, no, by April that there is a chance, and then by May it was clear that he would get the place. And this is a totally different pre-start compared to all the other participants, and I think this may take influence as well. I honestly never saw him as the first favorite here to win the candidates because okay, circumstances, different countries, Europe, all these things they matter as well.
Well, we'll see. Still, Ding Liren is considered to be his favorite because he's the top seed in the tournament. And
Hmm.
13 more games is such a distance. So, and
That nothing is decided, of course.
yeah,
Yes, I agree.
so we have like an early leaders, but everything can happen. Like we can have the tables like completely turned. I think I can say we failed to take a look at the other games, but we before the break we it's our responsibility to show the spectators the game between Nakamura and Rajabov.
Hmm.
I think it was the only missing game that we've haven't analyzed at least briefly. So this is the current position, and I'm a bit puzzled how the b5 pawn has got there.
That's a good question.
Knight f6. So Rajabov opted for like proposing Berlin, which Nakamura tried to play himself yesterday, but Caruana refused playing d3, and then he refused it as well, playing d3, bishop c5, knight b d2, this kind of setup. So he allows knight d4. So in yesterday's
Hmm.
game, just to mention, bishop c6, d takes c6, knight b d2 was played by Caruana against Nakamura, and Caruana came with the very fresh and interesting idea, putting his knight on a5 after bishop a6, playing knight a5, bishop d6, I think was in the game, castle queen e7, then knight a5.
Yes, knight a5 is always a bit annoying because you cannot move the b pawn as for the c pawn, and that's why it's very hard to push the knight away. But I think this idea exists already in this kind of positions. Maybe not exactly in this variation, but I have seen it before in this kind of lines where you take on c6 actually.
I'm not very familiar with these anti-Berlin lines, but I've been a little puzzled what was the idea if black would simply castle long, and the computer's decision. So just to play a2, a3, and it turns
And
out
then
that the knight is absolutely untouchable, so you cannot push him back at all. So we play bishop e3, then b4, and we just push on the queen side. That's so funny that you cannot attack the knight on a5.
you can't even like try something like knight bishop d7 and b6 because then I have a perfect square on c4, I
Yeah,
guess, right?
Yeah, it also has some drawbacks. So knight a5, a3, it's a very interesting setup, and it's not senseless at all.
Yeah,
But Nakamura allowed
knight
Rajabov to play
e4.
knight d4, knight d4, bishop d4, c3, bishop b6, d4. So is it a pawn sacrifice? So me being a petzer in this line, I'm waiting for you, Elizabeth, to explain me what would happen after e takes d4.
Good question. E5
Yeah, e5,
would be the principal answer, right?
quite principled.
Mhm.
So Horsey has to jump over there. And
And
Dewey Castle
now,
just giving up the all queen side.
but I think we should keep our opponent a little bit more busy. Maybe queen f3 to start with. You play c6 anyway, or bishop
Or d
c4?
takes c3, so that's the question.
Yes, this is also, of course, an intermediate move you can throw in. Okay, here knight e4.
e4 or c4, maybe knight
E,
e4 closer to
e4,
the
e4,
to the
e4,
king.
and bishop g5 can be super annoying already.
Hmm.
Maybe you take on b2, but okay, then I'm super good developed, and it could be very dangerous.
Yeah, you can also try king f1 even
King,
there,
king f1. I
and then
mean,
play h4. That's a very
this
common
doesn't
stuff.
impress the white's king much.
Like it's a morphy style of play.
Mm. But actually, yes, for Nakamura, this is much more Nakamura than taking on c6. I think Nakamura doesn't like these kind of positions so much because he loves dynamics. He's a very like tactical player.
At least he used to be the player like that. I
Mm,
remember yesterday I was recalling
mm.
his games against it's been late zeros and early tens when he's been playing King's Indian with black pieces, checkmating his opponents. But now I think he got a little bit more. Um, he obtained wisdom, and he started
Well,
to
it's
play in a more
age,
solid way.
Danny. It's called age, not wisdom. It's age.
Well, someday I will discover it as well.
No, the older you get, the more like the fear even develops. I don't know, like if you experience this yet. I experienced it, for example, like you go up 6 stairs and then you look down. When I was your age or even younger, then it was fine. If nowadays I look down, I will feel like very dizzy. So they say that from like the older you get, the more the factor fear actually approaches you because you cherish life more. And that's why you are not ready to take so much risks anymore compared to younger people who, well, have still the spirit of a young one. So that's why actually I can imagine that for a lot of players they become more positional and more quiet by age because they also become like more mature and more calm as a personality.
Well, I'll have to discover it.
Yeah, you wait 10 years and we will talk.
Okay. So yeah, let's get back to the game. C6 was played by Radjabov.
And now I guess he took on e5 and that's how we got what we got, right?
Whom do we like more? Whom would we take to play with?
Well,
White,
uh,
maybe?
I would prefer white because the d5 square is smiling at me. And if I manage to exchange c1 and b6, I would take white even more.
It's gonna we might receive it just a technical position.
Yes.
We will put our knight to d4 square, and
Then
it will
actually
never be, it will never gone. It will never be
it's almost a
disturbed.
lost position if this, I mean, like if you exchange both dark colored bishops and get the knight to d4, it's positionally already like a dead sentence for
Hmm.
black. Of course, this is not happening. It's threatening already because now I think you cannot take on e4 or you can.
That's the good question. So if
Yeah.
rook takes e4,
I know what it's going to be about. You take on e4 and f7. and knight g5 check.
Wow, that's the cute tactical stuff.
I saw only h7 pawn, but then I saw like there's a f7 pawn as well. Even though
I've
I'm
been looking on the back rank, but maybe nothing is paying off at once. So knight takes e4
still not so clear. d5, knight d6 might be already a risky business.
because of bishop
d7,
e6 or d7.
d7 I thought because b5 is hanging, so d7 is forced. And even if you take on b7, it looks suspicious.
It looks a
I
little
mean,
bit
bishop,
suspicious, but I think we are on time to retrieve the knight from b7 as well. But maybe rook e8 is the move, and then rook e2 is threatening.
but maybe we take first rook b8 to get the knight back to d6, where it cannot be like approaching c5 or a5 to return.
Hmm.
And then it's more caged
Yeah,
in a
maybe
way.
you're winning by force, by the
This I
way.
don't know, but it looks, I mean, maybe like instead of taking on b7, it's wiser to start with something like bishop e3, but even then, I'm not sure
Yeah, but then
that this
it
knight.
looks less ambitious.
No, of course, it's less ambitious, but now actually my priority is not to lose my knight, but here at least I have rook f1 and I save the knight in, I would say, most cases. At least I have
Yeah,
a feeling I get
I
out.
might agree. Well, it's
But it's
very,
not like
very,
that
very,
knight
very,
d6
very
is
good
forced.
tactical vision with Queen f7, and I didn't
Mm,
see it. I've only
mm.
looked at the bank
Back
rank,
rank.
yeah, somehow.
And I looked only at the knight
Yeah,
pawn.
you're a more direct player, so you're a very
Yes,
strong
yes.
tactical, and I'm pretending to be a good dynamical, long-term dynamical player. So I would rather play bishop g5 or bishop f4, let's say.
Hmm. Yeah, that's, I mean, bishop f4 didn't even cross my mind.
But then d5, that's what I've missed. Still, maybe
Hmm.
the line is
Knight
not over. We play
g5,
knight
it's not
g5.
super
It's it's
dangerous
not
in a
that
way.
clear, right? Because bishop f2 we have to calculate, but it's a mess.
But
I
even
refuse to.
after bishop f2, if I'm funny, I go something like king h1.
Wow. Or even queen king f1 just to keep the bishop on
King
the
f1, I
rebel.
was queen c4 check. I wasn't sure about that,
Hmm.
but that's by king h1, and you cannot take on e1 because you're mate on f8. Okay,
Hmm.
queen f7, queen f8, and now you cannot take on f4 because you're mate on h8,
Hmm.
and maybe you should do something like queen g6. This is the only move I can. But even here, I don't have a trick. Like I wanted to take on
With the
e4.
knight, yeah.
Yes, but then you take on h5 and knight f6 doesn't work yet. Taking on
Yeah.
f2 is no, it
We can
black
we,
is
c- we, c- we
fine.
can be simple. We just take on g6, being very prosaic. Take
Take
on
on
e4.
e4.
But then
You
bishop
take on
e1
e.
intermediate, right? It's just
Yes, but the bishop has enough.
enough. It has bishop h4, and it might be
Yeah, he
enough for
gets up.
black to equalize somehow.
Okay, maybe then we should not play king g1. Okay, we can also take on g f2, I guess, right?
That's very direct. Rook takes, so that's
Okay.
the only move.
And king g3.
Wow.
Mm.
And so we can
Ah, you
suggest
have
this
rook,
is
no, rook
over.
g4. You have rook g4 check,
Ah.
and then it is not made on the back rank
Hmm.
anymore.
Yeah, the bishop
So
develops.
this dream doesn't come true. King g1 then.
Yeah, what a pity. So we just retreat. Still, black has to solve the black rank station because bishop f5 is not working because of queen f7. So probably no, but
I'm
pardon
not sure
me.
how you.
Is it threatening? So probably h6 is the move because rook e8 is not possible. The queen is capturing the square.
Yes, and I can't distract the queen by miracle. No. Yes, actually, like here in this line, black is
Yeah, and this line, White's dream didn't came true. So
true. Maybe we should go back and look what else. Like, okay, even let's check king f1, luring the queen to c4 because we needed the queen to guard e8, and now we take on f2.
hmm.
Because now after taking on f4, And king g1, you have a check on c5, which may help a little bit, but not enough because rook e8 is still to come. And this could
I think
be,
it's a very decent analysis.
mm,
So basically, there are two threats: the ba- back rank issue, and the queen h7, a
h.
very direct move, and
Yeah,
probably the mate is unavoidable.
I guess I also don't see a defense, to be honest.
Well, so it could be a possible alternative for white playing bishop f4. Initially, I
Because,
thought I had blundered d5, but for all of a sudden, still I have some knight jumps which seem to be quite
and if
useful.
d5 not doesn't work, then actually like bishop f4 is stronger over the other one because here like black is still like occupied with defending in a way, and I'm not sure how he's going to do that.
Yeah, and one of the ideas is just to put the bishop on d6 in a very in a very peculiar way, just to block the pawn, not releasing the queen side to develop.
Yeah. No, I think rook takes e4 is just forbidden. By intuition already, it's forbidden, but I
Yeah,
think bishop f4 is just a game changer. Uh,
can black try to chase down the white's
Queen
queen,
c
playing, yeah, just play queen
queen
c5
c6
or queen
or queen
g6?
c. No, queen c5 maybe you're right is better because like f2 is under attack, and here I can't play knight g5 because that would not end well.
So the principal line is just to take and implement your idea, trading the dark
Bishop
squared
h3.
bishops.
Yeah, still it would be somehow sad with a weak king, but yes, this for sure gives lifetime like not compensation, lifetime advantage for white. And okay, bishop f8 should be played. I mean, you shouldn't change the guy, but still, like it looks
Yeah, bishop f8,
not.
or I was a bit curious of playing d6 or b6. Not b6 because of exchange and rook d1, maybe d6.
Yeah, d6 actually is a
So
good
I'm
point.
trying
Yeah.
to receive somehow a Berlin look
Hmm.
structure. So if you take on c5, so probably I improve my pawn structure a little.
But knight d4 is interesting because even if you go for the opposite colored stuff, it's annoying to play this a bit, I would say.
That's actually a true to the truth.
Mm.
If
Probably you can hold, but you don't want
no,
this.
even nobody wants to suffer, and
Mm.
uh, indeed, it's a very interesting psychological point that you can opt
But
for the
yeah,
continuation, which leads to the better position, but not the winning yet. But it will be quite
rook
unpleasant
takes e.
for opponent to suffer.
Yes, yeah, but rook takes e4 probably works
I
now.
thought your idea was connect with knight b5, so
Yes, but
you're aiming to take on c5, and d6 is weak. So
yeah, yeah, that's also true.
maybe you can develop on f5
Hmm.
or e6, maybe, you know, more solid.
But here I'm winning a pawn in the rook
Ah,
ending. No, I
yeah,
take on
you're right.
c5
You're absolutely right.
and knight c7. Ah, no, wait, I'm not winning anything because you have rook
Rook
e8 at the
d8
end.
or rook d8.
Yeah, anything.
Yeah.
Yes, we will see. Did he move something after knight f3?
You know what d5 was played?
A d5 immediately. That's a good point,
Very, it's
actually.
that's very logical indeed.
Mhm.
Opening the path for the light square bishop. Very energetic
And
move.
yes, and using the fact that e1 is a bit shaky as only the knight on s3 is
Hmm.
protecting it and the bishop on z1 didn't yet move. But let's assume, and okay, if I play bishop f4 now, you just take and play queen g6 and laugh at me.
You mean bishop f4, d takes c4, knight g5.
Yes, I was wondering about that, but
Yeah, that's pity it
doesn't.
doesn't work. But I mean, still, like, I think you can follow up with your previous plan, playing on the dark squares, playing e5 first, no?
Yeah,
Maybe?
e5 is a logical answer, of course.
And then bishop e3 is coming.
Yes, that's what likely we will see.
Then after e5, I would rather opt for the queen's change
Hmm.
because it seems to be more or less unavoidable. Queen h4
Bishop g4
doesn't look so natural in my point of view.
Yeah, also bishop g4 is coming, and you have to. I know. Then it's knight d4.
Yeah, knight d4, but I think we can even take on d4 and play rook c8.
I
So,
wanted to say that. Yes, that should be enough to not suffer.
so in terms of trying to equalize the position, I think Rajabov made the best move because he would he will not suffer at all, or
Hmm.
uh, there is some direct refutation by White. I don't know, so we will figure it out. And I think we can take a look on one of the rest of the games and then lead to the for the short break for 10 minutes. So we briefly take a look at sorry, I think Nepomniachtchi against Caruana. I think this is the game of the day
Mhm.
in this tournament.
Mhm. At least from the theoretical point of view.
Yeah, in any sense. Uh-huh. Here we go. So this is the position on the board between Nepomniachtchi and Caruana, and it's so likely that finally Jan decided to
Push
follow to
t4.
follow your to follow your advice and play d3 d4. Not immediately, he started with rook e2, and we can briefly show you how this position cured. Queen f6, queen e1, queen g7, knight f1. So I don't know if it's gonna be transferred to e3 or to g3 squares. Castle knight g3 then, knight e7 covering up the f5 spot, d4.
Yeah, it seems logical.
There it feels even stronger.
Okay, we don't even have to calculate much. You know that if he takes twice and gives you the bishop, you are happy.
Yeah, we're super happy. But
Mm.
pardon me, can they take on d4? I'm super curious.
He can try it, but the human being wouldn't try. Let's put it this way.
No, like I've only calculated on two moves, and I was a bit puzzled how we protect two pieces. So this is a double attack.
That's actually a good point. I have to be honest, I missed that. That my rook was hanging.
So how do we respond after queen d4? Well, obviously
Maybe
we're
we
not obliged to take on d4 first,
d4. Yeah.
but I'm just super curious.
Mm, yes, it would be nice if you can take the bishop, indeed. But I don't see a trick at all.
Can we try to play for the initiative? Just go absolutely crazy, playing rook c1.
Queen e6, nah.
Yeah, queen e6, and you know, like we follow up with AlphaZero style of play, playing rook c7, just allowing you everything or nothing. I don't know. So queen c3 is probably a potential threat, but you have knight e5, so
Yes, I wanted to say 95 is
you're
closing up your hopes.
yeah, for a moment, that's true. So probably it seems to be more risky for white because black has an easy plan to develop bishop d7, rook c8. So obviously white is not forced to take on d4 at once, but instead maybe we can include knight h5 first, which might be a wiser decision because you're more or less
Yes,
forced to play queen h8. Queen g6 you can do it, but Um,
No, but then there's nothing to worry after knight d4. Even if you take on h5, we have h3 in the worst case. And we play on long-term compensation because of the bishop pair.
yeah. Actually, this is
So, yeah.
the position of dreams for white.
Yeah.
But Caruana, as he called it, as H, he made a wiser decision. I think he no, but he've taken on d4, did he? Once again, I'll refresh the board. That was the position he took on d4, played knight c6, and after rook a3, he took on d4 with the knight, which looks way more solid.
Mm-hmm.
Nepomniachtchi captured the knight, bishop d4, h3. So still white has a very good looking compensation for the sacrificed pawn. Knight e5 was played, bishop a2, and Caruana takes his time, and I'm curious if he can try to offer a bishop trade playing bishop e6. Maybe
Yes.
not aiming to take on a2 by himself, but just keeping the tension, because it feels like bishop e6, f takes e6 is clearly in black's favor, because now
Indeed, yeah.
f5 square is no more weakened, black has just an extra pawn in better position. So bishop e6 forces white to decide where to go. So I would rather opt for knight h5. At least I would calculate some knight jumps.
Queen g6, and then
Uh, yeah, now I'm stuck.
not so easy
Not so easy.
to continue here. Yeah, bishop e6 I like. And I don't see a good one. Maybe knight f5, but
Then,
hard to say.
yeah, but then like this knight on e5 is for life, but still it's very, very controversial because now white's plan is connected with rook g3 and f4. That's what I see.
But I mean, like, I'm lacking alternative moves here, actually. It's not so easy to find a move.
After bishop e6, maybe we can simply retreat to b1, but then black has an extra pawn, so white have
Yeah.
to proceed with some like very, very convincing attacking moves. Let's say king h2 and f4.
Mm. Yeah,
Maybe king h2 is
that's a good
looks a
idea.
little bit weird because feels like we're giving up a tempo, but we
Mm.
are preparing f2 f4 breakthrough.
Yes, this could be a good way of continuation, lacking alternatives.
Yeah. So I think all of us have to take some time and think about the current position, about the old games, and don't forget to play the FIDE Online Arena tournament on the rest day using the promo code Candidates 2022, win prizes, and enjoy chess. We will be back shortly, just 10 minutes. Stay tuned. We're back. This is studio. Here we are, our commentary booth, a little bit Paehtz, and me, Daniil Yuffa, and we are following FIDE candidates Madrid 2022 in a sunny Spain, and we've got very juicy positions on several boards. I think the only missing is Duda against Ding, which I briefly looked for, but it seems to me a little bit boring to say the least. But in the game of the day between Nepomniachtchi and Caruana, we've got the real fight.
And
And
probably the most complicated thing for Flag here to figure out what to do.
so
Ah,
instead of bishop
c5.
e6, c5 was played by Caruana. Nepomniachtchi took on c5, and Caruana is choosing between bishop takes c5 or d takes c5.
There's a structural and there's a kind of tactical
Yeah, very
answer.
concrete approach. But
Yes.
I do like structural more than the
Then
concrete.
you would take with a
I
pawn.
think so.
I mean, you're a pawn up, right? So you can even objectively, for this reason, choose in a way. Here, white has some time. The question is if white can use that time to have something. Oh, he played bishop takes
He played
c5.
bishop c5, so he responded quickly, proving us wrong in his point of view. But bishop c5, now I realize that there is a lack of squares
Oh,
for
that's
the
for the
white's
rook.
rook. So
Yeah.
if rook b3, then bishop e6. I'm not sure if black is even threatened to take on b3 because of knight f5 ideas. So, but we can briefly analyze it. It's very interesting. Rook b3, bishop e6, and like positional wise, we would like to offer the trade of the light square bishop, but the point being that we cannot play rook bb2 because of knight g3 coming as well. That's
This indeed doesn't look very nice. But maybe we can just play knight f5
instead of
instead of moving the rook even, not even touching
mhm.
the guy. You don't have to take. That's also important here. You can, if you want, ignore it and play queen f6. But then at least I have a square on g3 for my rook, which
Yeah, the inclusion of knight f5, queen f6 moves visibly in favor of white. But after rook g3, do we have at least something for the piece sacrifice? So we have knight h6, which looks very interesting, to
yes.
say the least. Ah, no, pardon me, but the bishop is hanging, so we can take on a2 first. We're not forced to go all in,
But
so we can just take on a2 and play h4 the very next move, or something like this.
yes, this also looks quite nice for white. So I don't think that queen f6 is really the answer here. So likely he will take.
Hmm.
And I don't think I have a choice, right? So we should recapture. And now b7 pawn is hanging. b6 looks strange, but maybe it's the easiest reply.
b6, or I've been thinking about b5 as well. Like my point is I'm trying to trade as many as I can, like only leaving the king side with the minor pieces protected in the center. So b5 seems to me
Yes, you're
also
right.
quite tempting to analyze at least. But b6 is very solid move. So white has to respond urgently in case if they want to receive some like have
Compensation.
sufficient compensation for the couple of pawns. Sorry, for one pawn. So we're just one pawn down. It's not that bad.
So rook g3, perhaps, no?
Hmm. yeah, exploiting the black king's position. So yeah, they cannot play f6 because the pawn is pinned, and probably h4 or king h2 f4 is the threat.
Yes,
Here
this is.
I do no doubts I do prefer white.
It seems a lot easier,
Mhm.
indeed.
So we just push forward, and then the game will show.
So that means, like, that rook b3 is a valid move,
Mhm.
and that means that maybe bishop e6 doesn't need to be played.
Because looks like we are just wasting a tempo, because on the
We
very
are
next
wasting
move
a
we are
time.
trading the bishop. Maybe.
How about now b5?
Wow. Aha, I've got the idea. So probably you're considering playing bishop a6 in case if I take on b5.
Well, I just thought like that it looked good. I didn't even
You
calculate.
have
It
a good
was just,
intuition indeed.
it's just an intuitional move.
Also knight d3 is an option.
It looks
Rook
suspicious, let's
b3
put
is
it this
played
way. Mhm.
eventually. So we have rook b3 on the board, and I I don't believe Caruana will blitz out b5 or bishop a6 either, and we can move to the other
Next
game.
game, yes.
Whom would we pick?
Oh, where we hadn't been for long. Maybe a Duda would
We
be
can briefly give
interesting.
a look, take a look on Duda against Ding Liren, because
Mhm.
during the short break, I think I spent this analyzing this position only 10 or 15 seconds, and I figured out for myself. I point out that it might be a mutual fortress or something like that. If this phrase exists in chess, mutual fortress, it is. I'll just show you. So we're following Duda against Ding Liren. So I'm having the yeah, now I have the this is the current position after b4.
Mhm. Now, of course, b4 is much more logical because b6 is a little bit loose
Hmm.
and we gain some time. First question, if I take on b3, how would you take back?
Yeah, after b4 I realized that maybe I'm a little bit exaggerating the the mutual fortress. It still remains more or less, I can say sharp, but it's complicated. So if a takes b3, like we have a critical choice between leaving the passed pawn on a file or making the pawn structure being more solid and taking with the pawn. So I have no idea what I've played there.
Well, by logics, you should take with a c pawn on b4. You open up the bishop and you get rid of your double pawn. Disadvantage is you have a little bit less control now on the d4 square, even so I don't think yet it matters. If you take on b3, you have to be sure that if I don't take back with a pawn, that this a pawn should rather be a weakness but a strength.
Hmm.
But this is not sure to me. But maybe even queen a7, I can go back.
I'll try to press on the b file. Maybe you go rook f b8, just
Yes, rook
keeping the
f8.
tension.
But is rook bishop takes g5 an option? And no, you have knight
Yeah, yeah.
c8. Yeah.
But pardon me, I think you had just a brilliant idea. At least it looks very tempting to check this line out. Let's say
Yes, I.
h takes, we play rook e b2. I guess that was your
Mm,
point.
yes, but knight c8 I saw, and if you go queen d1, I can protect h5 square
Aha.
in
So
many
you're
ways.
holding in your piece up. Maybe that's
Mm,
not a good idea for white.
no, it's not enough.
Not enough, true. But it looks very tempting. queen e7, queen b1, and rook fb8, and then followed up with knight c8 in case if white go all in, sacrificing the bishop. But after queen a7,
Actually, queen b1, rook b8, can I play a4? Because if I manage to push that guy, okay, I can also lose the guy, but maybe even I'm losing the guy after knight c8.
well, you still can play rook a3. I think I'm not
Yes, but
blundering
it
anything on the
looks.
spot. But
No, I think we should start with bishop c1, as simple as that. First of all, we free the rook. We have maybe rook b2 at some point.
in terms of evaluation, I I do consider this position as being slightly better, slightly more pleasant for white pieces because we have a pair of knights that can disturb the black king on the king side, and this bishop pair on b6 and e6 respectively doesn't seem to be very active. So obviously it won't be an easy task to break through, but after bishop c1, I prefer white.
Yes, okay, of course, because from the structural point of view, white should be better, and the only big plan black may have is probably d5, no? And if d5 actually works, okay, you can in the worst case play rook c2, but it's also not what you want.
Well, we have to calculate e takes d5, c takes d5, and d4 just in case. That's
Yes.
that's an idea.
And if cd4?
Exploiting the
Ah,
king.
it's check,
Yeah,
sorry.
this is the check.
Yes, no.
I mean, it's easy to blunder because you play king h7, you just forget about the king being placed in a very awkward way, just in front of the queen. So
I said to you at the start, king h7 will have one day some
yeah,
drop
yeah, it's
back on
kind
the
of here. Yeah,
diagonal.
here we have the
The
line
answer.
where it works. So d5, unfortunately, is not the move.
Okay, maybe king
So
king
now you can
b2.
go king g8 back.
Yes,
It won't be a bad idea indeed.
just
But
knight
then knight
h5.
g4 or knight h5. So mm, I think white has a very
Yes,
pleasant edge.
let's agree that it's rather difficult for, or it's more difficult for black to play, of course.
But then after b4, if a takes b3 is not the best, c takes b4, your suggestion, mm, obviously according to the our brief analysis, looks as an option as well.
Yes, it looks more logical from the structural point of view because, first of all, we don't give our opponent a pass pawn,
Mhm.
even though the pass pawn can't be used in this moment, but later on it may be very important. And second of all, the bishop on b6 becomes stronger. And for now, I don't see why there should be a drawback of that move. Unless you play bishop takes b4 and you claim that you push c5, but even like after bishop b4, I go, let's say, bishop a7 or something, then in case of c5, we have to also be afraid of the king on h7 again.
You mean d5 probably is not working, or
It should be working because we can close it up. So if you take
maybe I'll
on
start with
d5,
d4 first.
yes, it's always the same. But now if I just say like I don't care with king g8, could but this could get I take on d5 and how would you take back? If you take
Mm,
with a pawn, I have c6,
wow.
perhaps,
So it's very concrete there. Probably we have to take with the bishop, but then we just give up the pawn.
which is also not yet over because after d takes e5, I can look at you and say I play f5. Okay, this is probably too much, but you have
Yeah, but
knight
still an idea.
h5.
Yeah, knight h5 is probably the answer.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the only drawback of c takes before is, well, now it means it's not the only one. I saw that a4 pawn can be weak, and I've been considering taking with the rook.
Mm-hmm.
Just try to win the pawn on spot.
Mm.
So I'm more or less forcing you to play queen a7, which you probably don't like to do.
Actually, I'm not unhappy about that move because, okay, my queen on d7 was not bad, but my queen on a7 now at least makes sense.
Fair point. Bishop
Mm.
e3, I think. You
Oh,
would like,
finally, we
yeah,
get to the right
you would,
direction.
yeah. So it wasn't c3 for a while, and then it moves back to e3 to the better square. Yeah, so we
Mm.
can eliminate the pair of bishops, which is not strong, but still. So bishop takes e3 could be the move.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I think c5 is not that senseless because we can try to activate our bishop via a5 square, but okay, c5 is a bit awkward. Bishop e3 is more natural, and again, like f takes c3 is not that senseless at all, but maybe we're just not in time to create any pressure on f file, so our pieces are not placed correctly in terms of the active
If
play.
if you play rook takes e3, I can play c5 and knight c6, and
And you'll be like just super fine.
I'm not unhappy here from the positional point of view.
Mhm. So in this case, taking on b4 almost
Seems like
forces white to take with the bishop. And what was our suggestion?
I wanted to do something prophylactical against the move c5, so we checked the moves like bishop c7 and then c5, d5, and this d4 stuff and king g8, and this was very concrete.
But then we have to play bishop c7, what you've said. Because now we do protect our pawn on e5 in the line after
And
c5, d5, d4.
yes,
So we can just retreat with the king and e5 is not hanging.
yes, this is probably the better solution. So yes, we know what to do. Not sure that
If it is
Ding
correct,
knows it.
yeah. And if not sure if it is correct, yeah. Okay, bishop c7 is the, at least in terms of logics, it looks very natural.
Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe I take my words back because it's not that boring as I thought. Still some tricks, some tactics in the game with with no pawns traded up to move 23, but the position is very rich and it's not easy to come up with the correct decision for both sides.
Yes, it's a very difficult position indeed.
So, but this is the current position. You know, he took on b3 with the pawn from a file, rook b3, bishop c7. Wow, so he tries to keep the pair of bishop despite the fact it's being very, very passive.
So it means we understood nothing.
It means we understood, at least we understood in a, just an opposite way than the players did. I can't say it makes me feel unhappy that stronger players see the game absolutely in a different manner, but yeah, chess is a very rich game, like
I'm
rich
just wondering,
opportunities.
like, which was a stronger move by evaluation of the engine. Then we would know for sure whether we were right or wrong.
Mm, I can't say that it will prove us wrong or right if the change in evaluation is not that drastic. So
No, if it's not that drastic, but if it's a huge change, actually, like, then we can
but
understand.
it's very unlikely to be that black blundered something taken on b3 with pawn a.
No, this I agree with, obviously. But let's see. I'm curious. Yes, actually, like, we are patzes.
So we are
Uh,
passers, or
we are patzes, like, a takes b3 is clearly the stronger move.
I think, but I mean, eventually we came up with the decision that a takes b3 is more solid because after c takes b4, bishop bishop c7 is almost an only move.
Yes, this is true. In this case, I agree.
Okay,
Mm.
great. So we're not that weak at all. So we can come up with very interesting and strong decisions and ideas. So on that positive note, we can move on to the other games. I think wouldn't follow for a while the game between Nakamura and Rajabov, did we?
No, we didn't actually. And we also got the wrong continuation after d5, to be honest, because he didn't close up the position.
Uh-huh. So d5, he took on d5 with the pawn. They traded rooks. In c4, maybe Nakamura is trying to prove that this position is just better for white by force. Because now
But
it
then
becomes very
actually,
concrete.
yes, but then he could have also taken on d5 as a queen and say like if the position is better, the ending should maybe be better. But however, also like if I'm not mistaken, Caruana spent up till the moment he took on d5 only. I mean, he had 126 left on the clock, and they started with 140, right? The game.
I think the time control is 2 hours with no increment, and they have to be on time to make 40 moves. So it's more or less the same as playing 140 with 30-second increments. But
Ah, there is no 30-second.
they just have to bear in mind that the time does will not add after you're making move.
But this is actually like a huge change in the normal rhythm of professional chess players because I'm not sure actually we had like this kind of stuff, this time kind of time control without increment in the past decades almost, no?
Yes, so I mean basically it's just the same as 140 plus 30 seconds uh, per move, and with 40 moves first stage. It's literally
Mm.
just the same, but all the time you have to bear in mind that when you will have a time trouble, the clock will not help you, just adding you
30
30
seconds, yeah.
seconds after making move. So
Mm.
this is an additional thing that you have to keep in mind. And I
Yes.
think that's quite annoying for chess players.
It's annoying for chess players, but you know for whom it's not annoying? Guess. It's not annoying for the organization. They know for sure when the game is ending. Commentators know for sure what is the maximum time the games can last.
No, but you know that after move, I think 50 or 60, there
Adding
the
some,
increment appears. So
yes, but it's unlikely that this is,
it will last so long. Who knows?
yes. But it's like how much increment they get? A few seconds, no? Or they get 30
I
seconds?
think they have 30 seconds. So
Ah,
today we can discover it because I think
all right.
yesterday none of the games have ended after move 60. I think only there might be a chance for Rajabov against Firouzja because they had this rook end game, and so I didn't pay any kind of attention for the time control after move 60. So
Hmm.
I've not been watching the clock precisely. So once again, you've told that Caruana has only 1 minute 30 seconds for the rest of the.
No, no, I said like 1 hour 26.
Ah, wow.
So he didn't spend he spent 15 minutes up to the moment he took on d5
Uh-huh. Okay, I got it.
compared to his opponent who spent much longer.
Hmm.
So I mean first I was confused because like I thought like they maybe have started at 1:30, but then I remembered they play a long time control, so it was 1:40, but yet 15 minutes I considered not like something huge in time consumption. So I was even wondering if he still knows. Probably he's not in the book, but he's quite confident in taking a decision here. And here the decision is not easy. I mean, you have three candidate moves, and they all look not bad.
Yeah.
That's why I'm surprised by the speed he's playing.
Yeah, maybe he's still recalling, who knows. So Caruana is well known for the very, very deep preps, and he can. It's not
But
a
this is
surprise that
Nakamura,
he
no?
can. Pardon?
Is it not Nakamura's game?
I think this is the Nakamura games against Radjabov, so the current position is that. So
Yes.
I'm just trying to. So I'm trying to demonstrate how this position occurred after
Appeared.
h3. So that was the only refutation against Queen f1 checkmate threat. It's
No,
funny,
there- it's not a
funny.
checkmate. It's not a checkmate
Oh,
threat. I
sorry.
thought the
No, I've
same.
I've gone
I thought
crazy. I've gone crazy.
no, but actually, like when I looked at the position in the break, I also saw like yes, h3 has to be played. But then I was wondering what happens after Queen f1, King h2, and Queen e1, and I was looking for moves, and before I realized that this is actually a pawn
Yeah. So
on
yeah,
b5. I had the same. Don't worry.
slowly we're going crazy. So h3. It's yeah, I mean it's so peculiar because like you would rarely see the pawn on b5. Like if you put the bishop on b5
Mm,
would be more
yes,
organic.
you somehow think that this is a bishop in your calculation.
So bishop g7 probably threatening playing b4 and bishop b5.
Yeah.
That could be an idea.
So
Indeed.
here it's right to move.
And it's not that easy to develop. I mean, how we finish the development? Knight f3.
Yes. It's one option. Bishop e3 is even an option. It looks strange, but maybe you say, okay, I get rid of one bishop pair and I place my queen to f3, and then I hope for something like knight c2, knight d4. It looks, of course, a bit passive, but well, we are pawn up, so it's not like we need to prove so much.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, the rook d1 is a bit difficult as long the pawn is hanging. And maybe even instead of rook e8, b4 is interesting for black.
Instead
Not
of rook
sure.
e8.
Yeah, yeah, could be that that is another option because after rook e8, I have okay, knight c2, maybe even knight c. No, knight c2. You play queen d3, right?
I'm trying to annoy you somehow. So queen g3 is,
It's quite annoying.
yeah.
Even the rook c1, and if you go queen d2, I go queen d1. As simple as that.
Queen d1 for sure. Ah,
Yeah,
so you're just
queen d1.
forcing me to trade the queens.
And then I'm very happy. So I think queen d2 is not an option unless I miss something
Yeah,
tactical.
that's what I try to avoid. Knight c2, but how I can chase the knight in maybe another
Well,
way? Maybe queen e4, but it looks a little bit awkward.
queen e4, but even then I could maybe go rook c1.
But then I realized that it won't be that easy to protect the d5 pawn.
Yes, after bishop f5, you mean, right?
Yeah, one of the. But then you have knight d4 jump. Knight d4, bishop g6.
But then after knight e4, you can take on d. Ah, no, you
I
can't
can
take
take
on
with a
d5.
check on e3. That's true.
Ah,
And then I'll
yes.
take the rook. So yeah, I'm starting. I start blundering.
But maybe I can just, I know if I play knight d4 here, you have even rook e5, and you would not even take e3, you might take d5, which
Mm-hmm.
is a more important pawn.
Yeah.
Yes, this doesn't, so it means queen e4 is actually much smarter. Also logical, taking the center is
Mm-hmm.
always a good idea.
I think bishop e3 is a little bit risky.
Over optimistic, yes.
Yeah. Maybe we can try to keep the pawn structure, play knight f3, and then developing the bishop to g5, or at least maybe we're threatening knight g5 in some lines.
Yes, knight f3 looks logical as well. Agree. Rook e8 or b4?
I think, yeah, I've also been calculating b4, but then, at least you can try your
Ah, yes,
previous
this trick.
idea. Yeah.
I forgot, I forget about my tricks, my old tricks. Yeah, true.
So rook e8, avoiding some tricks. And still, I do find it a little difficult for white to continue the development.
Yes, I think black doesn't have any worries.
Because bishop d2 looks a bit cowardly. So then
Mm.
bishop e1.
Yes, I think Nakamura has to be careful that this game is not going in the wrong direction. At least practically speaking, it's not easy. Maybe that's why actually the decision of taking with a pawn on d5 is not logical, because the queen on h5 compared to the queen on c4.
It's two different pieces.
I mean, yes, and that's why actually from this logic, if he doesn't want to play e5, then queen takes d5 was
Mm-hmm.
stronger, because the activity of the queen on c4 is very annoying. The queen on h5 is not doing much after the exchange on e1.
Could it be that he wouldn't enjoy the endgame either? After queen d5, just swapping the queens off the board, taking on e1,
Yes,
and then
but
playing
now I
bishop
play,
f5.
but now bishop e3 for sure.
But what is the difference? So I take on e3, and my plan was to play bishop e4 and chase the.
Yes, but I'm a pawn up first of all, and second, let's say I play rook, bishop e4, rook d1,
Mhm.
right?
Ah, you're
And
triggering me and
I have even rook d4, I think, as an option. Not like that I have to play d6, which is not yet a disaster,
Mhm.
but rook d4 is a move.
No, it shouldn't be worse for white for sure. That's true.
Mhm.
And but now after rook d4, I think f5 is almost an only move.
Yes,
So
knight d3.
yeah, so I do agree that white is out of danger.
I mean, only white can win the game, I would claim.
Well,
Okay, after rook takes d5, maybe we can almost, well,
we can we can also say the opposite, but I don't know. Really, I cannot
I have
evaluate it
knight
clearly.
f2. I have knight f2 here if I want to improve my structure. Even knight f4 could force you for the
Yeah, you
same.
bet. Yeah, knight f2 is very important inclusion, and it's not gonna be easy for black to hold all the.
Well, you can take on d4, and if I take with the pawn, you go bishop
You
c6,
just go,
no?
you just take with c pawn, and you
Yes, I
create,
was actually wondering what pawn to take, but you're right, c pawn maybe is
and then
better because
play
then you
this
don't
one.
have...
Put the knight on c3, and then play a
Yes,
superstructure.
yes. Now we get back to your favorite sort of positions.
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
can sense it. Yeah. Actually, I thought like, or I remembered from Gibraltar tournament where we met last time, I suppose. Oh, we met in the Spanish league, but
Hmm?
I thought like that you were the kind of like dynamic, like tactical player. But now I feel like actually,
I'm sorry, can I use the word you've mentioned before? Maybe it's age. It's not the wisdom, it's age.
yes, but you are like 10 years younger than me. So
Well,
if you speak of age, what should I say? Should I declare myself a grandmom?
I have no clue what to say.
Yes, I know.
So,
Yes,
well,
maybe we can.
now when you said that probably I became more strategical player, I'll try to entertain the audience with some peculiarities, with some sharp lines. And now we switch the roles. You try to show one strong positional idea, and I'll try to prove you wrong with some tactical mess.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Can go badly wrong, but we will see.
Yeah, so but once again, e5 was our initial intention to play.
But there might be some tactical issue with e5 because, okay, if b4 and queen c2 idea, does
But then
that...
bishop e3, it's like more or less what.
But I take on b2, I improve my structure, and I keep pass pawn. And it's not like that you take.
Yeah, I think we're more or less obliged to take. Or
Yes.
because after knight g5, you have queen g6, and you can also give up the pawn easily. So you have.
We have some f6 moves even in this position.
Mhm.
And bishop
For
g4, I
example,
think
right there.
f6, bishop g4. You might lose total control in the center, and that's always a dangerous business.
e4 is quite. It annoys
Interesting.
me, yeah. If I'll
So
play
okay,
white, I'll take. You play queen c2. That was your idea.
that's one option. The other option is to play d4 and to stop bishop e3, but I'm not sure about that move. Because here, like, if I have bishop e6, bishop d5 coming, or queen d5, bishop d7, bishop c6. I mean, something at least. And how
Uh,
much pawns we are down?
it's not something, it's just a dream.
Yeah. No, I mean, like now, of course, my bishops become stronger, even though the b6 is temporary, not that strong, but you cannot really block d3. Like the knight from f3 cannot jump to d3 just in
Hmm.
the next move. So here it might be that you lose control in the center, and whenever like you have a good way to get the center, then a pawn means nothing.
Yeah, e5 looks very attractive, but in case of b4, as Elizabeth said, I think it's a very direct refutation of idea to swap the dark squared bishop after bishop e3. So b4 is a very important inclusion. Yeah, in this case, queen d5 for e takes d5 are also the moves. Nakamura opted for e takes d5, but we do consider that Rajabov is doing pretty well currently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because a queen on h5 is not a nice piece, to put it mildly.
Obviously not.
Hmm.
Okay, while we're waiting for Hikaru to respond,
We can go to Rapport, right? We hadn't been there for quite some time.
funny enough, Rapport received the same, like more or less the same pawn structure as yesterday in his game against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, but
Yes.
with colors reversed today.
So he has like some experience now, and he decided like this
Yeah,
structure
yeah,
was not so bad. I was suffering a lot, so let's try with white.
yeah. That's actually a good approach.
It's a good strategy, especially against young players like Firusha, who is super dynamic. So playing Firusha actually like maybe the only exception in the tournament where I would quickly aim to change queens and
Queens,
we
yeah.
get something very boring.
Yeah, so younger players tend to be less experienced in complicated endgames. So
Mm-hmm.
it's definitely not a bad idea to swap the queens against the very like
Young
mm,
lads.
very sh strong tactical players with a very sharp vision.
Mm.
So bishop b4, like provoking white to take on b4, but they're not obliged to do it, are they? Knight
Mm.
c5, is it a move? So I'm trying to keep the drawbacks of the black's pawn structure, and obviously bishop c5, rook c5 is in a clear favorite of white.
But my question is like, let's imagine we actually take on c5.
Rook takes,
Do you objectively think that you can? Well, okay, you're better. Of course, a5 is also weak. Okay, you have a5 weakness. I was only thinking about c6 weakness, but yes, this is like a shot on two results, safe two
yeah,
results.
it's like a free
No, of
roll
course.
for white.
Yeah, yeah. No, you don't want that.
There might be some tactical reason behind it. So we can briefly check bishop takes d2, but I think we just lead to more or less the same pawn structure, the same position, but with the rook's change, which is might be in favor of white, I would say, if I've seen bishop a2 before.
But we can do it also differently. We don't have to take on a6. We can first take on d2,
Uh-huh.
and then you need to move your
Yeah, you're right.
rook. And we keep both rooks on the board, but we don't plunder a2.
Can I be super greedy and after rook a7 try to play bishop a5?
And you
Or it is
claim that
too
knight
much?
b7. Well, actually, like, of course, if you would change both rooks, the a pawn is a dangerous one. That is.
But then probably it doesn't work because yes, once again, bishop b4. And now I realized that it's not a good idea. So after rook a7, we have to keep the tension playing bishop e3,
That
restricting,
looks logical, yeah.
yeah, on the one hand restricting the knight on g6, on the other hand planning to double on c file and have a nice lunch. So bishop
Nice lunch.
rook a5, knight b7. I thought it's smart, but then I realized it's so stupid because you invade the second rank, and your knight becomes a very dangerous piece because knight f4. Well, I don't know if white is in time to push the
I
a
wanted
pawn.
to, yes, even knight f4 still can.
A5, just no reaction.
It. Sorry, but this nobody with black would voluntarily choose if there's a choice.
Yeah, from the very beginning.
Yeah, from the very beginning, this is unrealistic outcome, I would say.
Yeah, that's true. But after knight
Mm.
c5, does black have an option?
I think Rapport shows brilliantly what to do against Firuza, and maybe even he sends the line with a6.
Hmm. I think psychological wise, Robert is one of the smartest players
Yes.
because on the one hand he is opting for very peculiar openings where his opponents are out of the book since move, I would say, 5 or 6, and then so he rarely chooses the long principal lines, and he tries to play chess from the very beginning without the certain knowledge of the position. I mean, of his
Mm.
opponents. So it's a very interesting approach, and it's very modern approach.
Actually, like, when he was younger, he was super tactical and he was always playing this crazy stuff.
Hmm.
And now, actually, like, since I was commentating Vacancy, I was so shocked to see, like, the way he's playing now. So dry and positional and accurate that I hardly recognized my young Richie anymore in a way because now I know that he can be. We gave him a nickname in German. We called him the positional Rapport. Just in German, it's like Positionsrapport, and it sounds better than the positional rapport because you don't have to add the al, and that's what he is actually. And he chose brilliantly today, I think, in his game against Firuza, and he may have a chance to prove it because this is his strongest point.
Indeed.
Accurate. I mean, he's a young Karpov in a way.
Hmm. I think first time I played Rapport was in 2006 European Under 10, and he opted for Benoni, and we had a crazy game in 3 pawns Benoni. So I may recall young Rapport as well. So he beat me in style in this game with black
Yes, but
pieces.
now I think he became quickly too old and changed his style.
Maybe it's age. Who knows?
Well, he's still so
By
young.
the way, he's just one year older than me. So
I wanted to say you must be like similar by age.
yeah. So knights, but pardon me, he played king e2 instead of knight c5, and I can barely get the point why he refused to put the knight on such a juicy spot. So knight c5 once again.
Maybe it's not running away this move. I mean, it doesn't run away.
Indeed, but king e2, knight h4 was the reaction.
Knight h4 is a bit annoying because g3 runs into bishop g4 and
Hmm.
bishop takes d2 ideas. And a move like rook g1 hurts.
So that's what happens when positional Rapport and tactical Firuza clash against each other.
Yes, indeed, yeah. So yeah. No, may and well, I wonder if he. I mean, he must have had knight h4 on on his mind. I can't believe that he didn't expect that one coming.
Yeah, it could easily have been a miscalculation. But is it that bad? So once again, we just have to mention that g3 seems to us a bit risky because of
Bishop g4
bishop
check first, or
g4.
bishop
Yeah,
takes d2
yeah, the
first?
question
I
if we
think
have to include the bishop g2 move. I
I
think,
think bishop d2 is safer because then we don't have to worry about two hanging pieces. Because if he now play f3 and you take on d2, hypothetically we can. I think it's the same. You have e3
yeah.
capture as well.
But on the
I
other
forgot.
hand, we can take on f3, can we?
Ah, yes, this is also true. Yeah, I mean, g3 is not an option.
Mm. Yeah, g3 is not an option at all, and that's why knight b4 was played. So I'm still puzzled why knight c5 wasn't played. I barely believe knight h4 was miscalculated, blundered by Rapport because it looks very. I can see it looks very obvious, but it's just your opponent pushes the knight forward, so it attacks the pawn. Anyway, knight b4, and
I'm just checking, and you can guess who's right and who's wrong. What
mm,
is the stronger move, king e2 or knight c5?
just give me 20 seconds to check if I'm
No,
not
no
blundering
pressure, no
anything
pressure,
at in
no
one.
pressure. It's not about the blunder, actually.
I think knight c5. I don't see anything against
Yes,
knight
but
c5.
the computer clearly prefers king e2 by zero point 0.3 margin.
Aha, so knight
I mean,
c5
okay,
is
it's an
also a
app.
move, but
Yes, it's an app, of course, but I mean, I'm just wondering, like, but the app says king e2 is stronger over
mhm.
knight c5. But yeah,
So knight before,
it
mm,
was played,
yeah, like a takes before. I don't believe
but
that
we
there is
don't
a
have.
choice.
Yes, there's no choice but taking on b4.
And then we just push the knight back to g6. Just
Yeah, the knight on g6 is a very sad piece. He's basically playing with a piece, not piece up, but he has much. He's much stronger on the queen side, despite the pawn a2.
and I think Robert can try to fix the pawn structure playing b3 and rook c2. That's what I've done in the game.
No, of course b3 should be normal.
Because
Rook
otherwise
a8,
rook a2 is hanging.
and a3 would be not according to our plans.
Yeah, it's less ambitious. I think white is clearly better, and b3 can can be a move that proves white's advantage. Then rook c2, rook a c1 is coming. So still maybe black can try to double on a file. Just keep an eye on a2 pawn, then rook c2, and then bishop c5 is an idea.
Yes, I mean, like you play on two weaknesses,
Yeah.
b4 and c6, and it will be hard for Veruja this game.
So do we expect a decisive game in Rapid against Farouk, or it's not that bad as it seems to be on the
I
first
think
sight?
that the chances like to win
Higher
are
or higher?
maybe higher. I'm so bad in mathematical terms, like I can just embarrass myself now. But yes, there is a small chance of winning, I would say. I
Well,
would
but
give it 25% chance.
okay, but is it somehow connected with the fact that probably you've seen the the computer's evaluation just
No, it's no. I mean, it's clear that white is better. This was absolutely clear from the start for us, and it's clear that if white is better, it's like a small margin.
Mhm.
But I just mean like if black was not Firouzja but Caruana, I would give not a 25% winning chance for white.
So you mean less?
Less, yes,
Okay.
much less. But since Firouzja is playing this and he is the youngest, and this kind of position is clearly not what he loves.
Fair point. Great. So Rapport, so we've summed up that Rapport is pushing against Firuja. He has an advantage.
Mm-hmm.
And we can move on to, um, I think, Nepomniachtchi against Caruana. It's been a very
Oh, wow.
tactical position, very sharp. Wow.
We had b5. In this one, we did good.
One of the fewest moves today that we've predicted correctly, but maybe one of the most, the crucial ones.
I mean, at least we had like rook g3 on the board,
Yeah,
we had b5 on the board, we had even queen f6 at some point on the board. We
yeah.
did not bet.
You mean it doesn't matter that it was absolutely different positions?
Move order. No, but
Yeah.
it's just about the moves we wanted to have in the position.
So queen d1 and black is 2 pawns up, but these pawns are, we do
Okay,
barely
h4.
call the pawns because they're not a real threads. So I think for black it would be much better if they just take the a6 pawn off the board, if we can do so.
That would be nice, huh?
So after queen d1, black have to follow up with some like developing move. I'll I'll stand a chance to guess bishop e6 there, even it could be a very bad move.
Okay, but objectively, do you ever want to take on a2?
You know, it depends. Right now, no, but I hardly see how white can improve their setup on the king side. So I don't know if h4 is an idea at all, and how white will activate their queen from d1, because it looks a little bit strange, to say the least.
h4 here looks premature, but maybe could be a point. h6 is not such important pawn. I mean, I thought like even queen takes a4 could be a move, but this of course goes in a totally different direction. But taking back one pawn.
Maybe queen d1 was played with an idea just to take one or two pawns back and just continue playing. Sometimes if
Mm,
it's hard to evaluate, you just have to make the moves. Just continue making the move. So after queen a4, the position still remains very complicated, and I can't say, despite the fact that white have only the king side to play, there is still mm, a lot of possibilities how to create additional weaknesses. So after queen a4, it's likely to be slightly better for white still.
yeah. Okay, I'm not sure that white is actually better, but
Because like d5 looks very rough.
then after bishop b2, you want to get the shock of your life. Maybe not now, but on a general note, bishop b2.
Yeah,
Here you might have d4 or something, but
that's not what I wanted, to be honest.
because after d5, maybe I even
Yeah,
can
frankly
sack.
speaking, I've made move d5 only because of the reason that I'll try to provide you with some tactical stuff, but if like if you try to do it on purpose, you just do it such in a worse way. So I think I would uh, not soon I will try to do the same on our broadcast.
Hmm.
Otherwise,
No.
after queen a4, I can't come up with mm, a natural decision because like the whole position is so unnatural.
Okay, rook c8.
Even fc8 probably.
Even the a c8, because a6 you can't really take.
Uh-huh. And uh, talking about the shocks of the life, still playing bishop b2. I mean,
Yeah, it seems easier for white. Yeah, I agree.
yeah, because
Practically speaking, it's
once
easier.
once once again, so how we do evaluate the position. So the first thing that comes to our minds is the safety of the king,
And
and
of course,
white's king looks uh, like no doubt it looks much in a safer position than the his vis-a-vis, and bishop b2 just proves that it won't be that easy for black to make a move.
I think at some point maybe he should take the knight on f4 and just give up on the white
Hmm.
squares and be stable on the black squares. Because
So
okay, the bishop on a2 is not like so powerful, even so it is shining well, but
yeah, we cannot trade it for a lot. So obviously, it's not our plan to trade on e5 and win back the pawn. It's not our plan, but how we can try to increase the tension playing maybe f4 and
f4
oh,
at
sorry,
some
yeah,
point
it's
maybe.
black to move. So while white play chess, black play checkers. So they have almost everything on black squares. It looks it looks a bit suspicious, but it looks very, very solid because of the absence of direct threats.
Yeah, I think actually black should be objectively fine, but it's a bit difficult, almost
Yeah,
difficult
I
to
mean, like
play.
it's just a game of chess, so black has to make a move, and we will make our own move. I think it might be still a bit easier to play with white pieces because not a lot of tricks are hanging. I mean, there is not a lot of ideas for black to surprise us with some knight f3 or knight g4 checks because everything is protected.
Yeah,
Yeah, so we should just
move.
wait for Fabiano to make a move because I,
Maybe we can move to Duda.
yeah, I refuse to analyze this position. It's so complicated. We are moving on to Duda against Ding Liren.
Yeah, I think it was a 1v. Okay, and then, okay, well,
I think there is an update. So this is the current position.
I would
After
have been surprised if
after
that
bishop
was.
e3, queen e8, and it's what I see that Ding Liren spent 19 minutes for to play queen e8.
Which is reasonable because clearly, like, rook b7 can be an annoying move, and
Hmm?
the choice of. And then queen
Yeah,
d8.
queen
That's very.
he responded just immediately. Queen e8, like such a peculiar triangle.
Yes, he wanted to see what.
So
And then
he kicks out the rook.
now he's going back, of
He's
course.
going back, so everything is protected on the queen side. And well, actually, I think I may change my mind. And finally, black has found a very decent setup in terms of like playing for the win
Something.
because I don't know if f5 is the plan because still white can take on f5 and it still remains very complicated. So rook
And
eb2.
yes, but still, there's nothing what white can do with a b file actually, unless he wants to give the exchange. But
No, that's gonna be, I would say it's a little bit too much.
yes, of course, it's too much. But I mean, like for black, he has an easy plan. But for white,
Yeah, it's
I'm
not that
missing the plan.
obvious. It's not that
Uh,
obvious at all. Maybe once again here they both players will try to receive another mutual fortress playing f3. Then the pawn will no, so queen e2, rook
mm,
some mysterious
F7,
play from both sides. Rook f7,
queen.
queen e2.
Mm-hmm.
Mm, there is an abundance of moves for black, but I can't. I I barely we barely can create something new on the board. So if we don't push f6 f5.
Mm-hmm. No, but okay, for black still it's easy. For white, I don't see a plan at all,
So
to be honest.
he put his knight on f1. Is he planning to put one knight on h5, play g4, and put another knight on g3?
Well, but the moment you play knight h5, I guess you will meet f5.
Yeah, that's very
Logical.
logical. So queen e2 was played instead. So okay, he's improving his position. Whether we don't know if it is better at all, but he's trying to improve the placement of his pieces. While black is also is, has a lack of active
Yes.
ideas apart from f5. So
I had an idea to maneuver the knight to g7, but I don't see
you
how
don't see
it
how to
works.
play h5. Yeah,
Yeah, knight on g7 would be great, you know? I mean, from all the regards for f5, for the h5, but no matter how I'm trying, it doesn't work. But maybe I have my
actually, I do see the route for the knight. So you can play. I mean, uh, queen g8.
it's
Then you
yes,
play
but
knight g6, then you play knight f8, knight e6, knight g7. It will last long, and you will allow me to play knight f5. But like potentially, it's it's veiled. I don't know.
yes, it's a long route and it looks strange in a way.
Yeah. So queen e2. I'm very curious of f5 if it is bad or good. Does black need to play actively in this sort of position? So let's take knight f5 and
It's not even, no, he has to play knight f5 because bishop f5 is maybe even because of rook b7. Okay, rook b7 immediately not, but
so we can try
yeah,
to kick it off, play knight g3 first.
yes. Knight g3. Well, bishop c8 should go back, and knight e4. I think white improved.
I agree.
If g4 is an option, of course, then and a tactical one. But even after g4, I can probably just play h4. No.
I think that should be a main line. And in this type of positions, we can try to switch on the queen side, trying to swap the pair of rooks on a file somehow.
Good luck. Yes.
Yeah, it won't be an easy task, I agree. But I think the plan is to play rook c3, rook b3, and then rook a3. Let's
Mm-hmm.
say if we swap the pair of rooks, white will be clearly better because we invade the a7 square somehow. Well, of course, I'm dreaming, but dreams tend to come true if you dream too hard.
Yes, you should dream. You should be a dreamer.
And
You're rather a dreamer but a realist, or you're rather a realist but a dreamer?
it depends on the circumstances. If I
Mm,
want to
yeah.
dream, I dream. If I don't want to dream, I don't dream. That's a very
Simple.
very simple answer. Yeah.
Mm.
I mean,
Okay, we
yeah,
will see.
again, I refuse to come up with creative idea in such kind of position. So I would rather switch on to, I would rather move on to what I think Rapport against Alireza, when Alireza played knight h4, it seemed to us very, very interesting to say the least. So Rapport was pushing, so we can once again we're switching on Rapport against Alireza game. Wow, but how this position became so
It changed so quickly.
exchanged so quickly and became so
He played a3 and not b3. That's why.
Rook b8. Uh-huh. So probably he was a little bit afraid of rook b5, rook a5 plan.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe he's still on time. So let's say if b3, we try to prove that we were right. Rook c2. Okay, but then we put the
Hmm.
rook on c1 and we're almost out of ideas.
It
Because
will be
all
really hard then to continue.
yeah, all the time we will take on c6, mm, it will be met with rook a2. And then black can try knight f8, just trying to kick out the bishop on c5. Yeah, it's not that easy, so maybe we exaggerated the advantage of the Richard Rapids advantage. So b3 was an opportunity, but he opted for a3. Take with the rook
That
a8,
makes sense. Yeah.
knight c4. Maybe still there are some problems on the spot. Because if you take on c4, I take on c4, and if you play knight f8, maybe I have some trick winning the c6 pawn somehow.
Well, I can take on f8 and take on
But
c6,
then rook
but then you,
a3, that's the point.
yes, you get, well, anything actually. Rook c, you get it always back the pawn. You can even take on c6 and then give a check on c2, but this is just deadly draw.
Hmm.
So this doesn't work. But if I never can take on c6,
You can
then
try to
actually,
invade the b file, playing rook b4.
and if I take, then you
Yeah, I have
have,
intermediate rook b7, or I can start with b takes a3.
okay, maybe like, instead of knight f8, I should first swap the rooks. I know, I mean like for black, not play knight f8 at all, but to first exchange one guy.
Hmm.
Oh, you take with the
I
pawn.
think I'll
Oh,
take with the
yeah.
pawn. That's the only chance how I can proceed to at
Okay.
least to the game. So b takes e3 keeps attention. But the position became very, very, very boring.
Well, I didn't want to mention that, but it's also like not my cup of tea, to be honest.
So I would rather prefer some entertaining battle between Nepomniachtchi Caruana, but well, that's also chess, and we have to learn how to play such kind of positions. Not all the time you
Yeah.
have a mess on the board, so I'm pretending to be a super strategical player, but like if you follow like my recent games, you would prove you're wrong. I had just the crazy games recently, so I'm trying to be super solid only when I analyze, and when I play, uh, I don't cheat to myself, so I keep pushing all the time.
Yeah. Sometimes it's also like a matter of like a daily mood how you play actually. If you're like super angry, you might just be in general more aggressive. And there was actually some kind of study about decision making according to what you eat for breakfast.
Wow.
And they found out that those who eat more carbohydrates for breakfast would be, when it is about decisions, more aggressive in the approach than those who base their breakfast on proteins.
I think I ate a lot of carbohydrates. Well, not especially sugar, but the products that include carbohydrates. So,
So I can even believe that those top players might have some dietitians to tell them what is useful to eat before the games in terms of energy, in terms of decision making, because studies really like are available. Because okay, for example, like if you work in business and you are supposed to deal with contracts and with business partners, and when it's about negotiations like of very important deals, I can imagine that this matters. So when I
I'm,
heard
I'm
it,
yeah, I'm
actually,
just imagining somebody who making a deal, just refusing to eat any kind of sugar in the morning. So
Or
even no chocolate cereals, no yogurts, no sugar in tea, neither in coffee. Well, actually, it's
yogurts
a very
actually is
interesting
does
object of study. So thanks for sharing.
no
I didn't knew.
no that you can like research, make some kind of research in it. And I was wondering, I mean, like, I was always curious about that. Just I'm now in the age where actually I'm not so super ambitious anymore, but in case I would ever qualify for the candidates, be sure that actually I would study this exactly.
Well, never say never, and
Mm,
you had a very impressive run on the Grand Swiss in Riga, and with this kind of results, it
mm,
won't be a big
yes.
surprise seeing you in the next candidates tournament. So
Mm.
maybe if you qualified, you have to hire uh, a dietitian.
No, if I would ever qualify, like, I would not only hire a dietitian, I would also hire like a fitness coach for like 1 month.
That's professionalism, so that's what I like.
Mm.
Es-
But only if I qualify for this event, because this is just one tournament. For like playing the Grand Prix, for example, like it's like three runs, three tournaments. It's it's too much effort already to do it for each of the Grand Prix.
So you think you cannot afford hiring coach and fitness coach for three Grand Prix tournaments?
No, it's rather like that now. For example, like in September, the Grand Prix is already announced. In November, there is some rumors. In February, we have Munich, and the April one is not known. And if not all four are known, there is no list of players. There is no choice of tournaments. So probably like by mid or end of August, we will learn where are all four Grand Prix and how you can plan or prepare for September. If basically you learn like 2 weeks before the tournament that you're playing.
Mhm.
And this, of course, and I already see the battle for the first Grand Prix of girls who don't want to play it exactly for this reason, not having enough time to prepare. And that's why it makes it now very complicated, in my opinion.
I'm always very puzzled why people take these Grand Prix tournaments so serious. I mean, when they choose the when they're excusing that it's not a lot of time to prepare for the tournament, that's why I will not play because it's a given opportunity. I don't think it's very well. Probably you will not show off your best chess, but it's still you can shine. You can steal the show just playing very good chess and not not especially the best one, but 2 weeks might be enough to prepare for almost any kind of tournament.
Well, not if you have kids, for
That's
example,
that's
when you have other things to do, like,
yeah, that's what
even though,
that's what I forgot about. So I take my words
yes,
back.
yeah, no, I mean, like, okay, I'm not among those who have kids, but I have plenty of other projects and things I have to finish. Okay, nowadays, like, since we don't have so much tournaments anymore, I
So
don't only play
so
chess, I
that's
do.
basically it's about what you put your focus on more.
Mm. Yes, I mean, there's still like some of us who only play chess and they're just waiting for the tournament to be announced, and then they would have the full time. But even though I don't have kids, I'm not among those who then can say, like, I stop everything else. Unfortunately, it doesn't work in my case.
Got
Mm.
it.
Anyway, we should
So knight
go
actually this is the current position.
knight
Eventually he
f8.
played knight f8. Took on c4
So,
first. Well, the one of the most interesting games became very boring, as I said. Well, not boring, I will choose a better word. Became very calm.
so imagine you go rook b4 as you suggested, right?
Yep.
We already agreed that rook takes a3 is a bit too much.
It can be
Or
the
it,
move as
it
well, because I think I'm trying to disturb the bishop on c5.
no,
So,
but you wanted to play rook b7 check. This was the
but
idea.
I isn't it the same?
No, it was exactly what we. No, we had knight east. No, we had knight of. I
But
don't know which
rook
knight.
b7 is a little bit more clever because you cannot move to
To
e6.
e6. That's why actually, like, I didn't want to go
And I'll just
rook
show it
takes
to
a3.
spectators. A
Small mate.
cooperative thing. Yeah. Rook
So
b7.
for yes, but that's for this reason. Actually, I don't want to play knight f8. I prefer. No, I don't want to take on a3. I just would play knight e6 in this moment. Because if you now give a check, I go to g6 and your bishop is attacked, then I would say, like, it's fine.
Maybe
Got it.
and maybe more than fine because now you have
A
an,
stronger
a
knight.
stronger knight, so you'll jump to d4 in some position. So
Mm.
rook b3, he decided to keep all the rooks on the board. But
Which makes sense.
after knight e6, probably there is zero ideas how white will
No,
proceed.
you good. You go for rook b7 check, king g6, and bishop e3. And then at least you can claim that I have some pressure on c6 still. Maybe bishop b6 is interesting.
Hmm.
Not that you have to be scared of, but if you play rook c8, then b4.
Wow, that's interesting. So b5 is the threat
But
as far
the
as I
funny
see.
part is that you can never take on c6 because of 98 trick. So maybe I don't even have to go rook c8. Unless I want to provoke b4 and then I just go back. So rook c8, b4, and rook a8, and now I claim like I will take the second rank.
Yeah, now you're invading the second rank.
Yeah. No, but okay. I mean, I don't have to go bishop e6. I can go bishop e3. But I was wondering if I'm hunting the guy on c6.
And when black played knight f8, it became very clear that white has missed the chance because obviously bishop is not stronger than knight in this kind of position.
Hmm. The only chance I see is in the c6 pawn. But if I always have this knight e8 trick,
It's a bit peculiar that we are trying to find the chance for white to play, but maybe we have the tables turned. Let's see. If white not take on f8, just keeping the bishop on the board after knight e6, black can pretend to be better a bit
could be.
because of the d4 square.
Well, I wouldn't say better, but I would say like maybe the only one who has practical chances to hope for
Yeah,
more.
so that's the correct
Hmm.
explanation.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a very calm endgame. Initially, it's been very interesting, but it became very smooth after the exchange of a
Invincible.
pair of pawns and minor piece. So 96 is on the board, and turns out that Firuza is not risking, and seemingly this game should end quite quickly, and it will be a draw. And we have the position in the game between Nakamura and Rajabov, and this is the position which we've almost predicted correctly, if I can say so.
You mean?
I'll switch to Nakamura against Rajabov, and we've
Okay.
got the position which is very similar to what we've been analyzing.
Mm-hmm.
So after rook e5, is it an issue with d5 pawn, or we can play rook d1, just give up the a2 pawn?
Yes, but then actually, like after rook d1, queen takes a2, what you're going to do about the v2 pawn? Unless you want to say, maybe I have queen f4 and you still have a back rank issue.
I'll play f6 after queen f4, but then you have knight f3, so you can try
No,
to
but
prove
then
me
at
wrong.
some point you can take on d5. I thought sometimes you may do that. So.
Well, I can retreat to back rank at once, but probably that's not what I want to because of queen c7.
But okay, if you don't take this guy, but hang on, maybe d6 is played?
d6 is played instead of rook d1.
Okay.
Basically, that's the first move that we've had to look for because you just put the
But it
pawn.
looks so unlogical in a way.
Yeah, in
But
terms of squares, in terms of
giving voluntary the diagonal c6 h1 is not like what would arise my thoughts firstly.
like not looking at on the computer evaluation because well, I can turn on the I can switch on the engine, but I will do it. I think black should be much better in this position.
I mean, d6 I don't like.
It all depends on if black will be on time to capture the pawn on d6. So if the pawn falls, black is
Winning,
almost
I know.
winning.
Yeah. But for this reason, I would have tried at least to like play rook d1 and hold the guy and hold the diagonal and say like, okay, goodbye a2. But after, as I said, queen takes a2, queen
Yeah,
f4.
I'll be greedy. And
Yeah, you have to like principle like f6, as you said. And now, I mean, if I play knight f3, you can probably really take on d5.
yeah, rook takes d5, and
No tricks.
funny enough, the one thing was bothering me is queen b8, king f7, and
And
knight e5.
knight g5.
I think knight e5 because you have to take with the pawn. I mean, the point being that if knight g5 I can take pawn, yeah, pawn takes, and after rook f1 I have rook f5.
Ah, yes, okay, knight e5, but it's the same motive, yeah. Yeah.
But then even after rook knight e5, we should bear in mind that king e7 is possible,
Mm-hmm.
just to avoid any kind of checks at once.
Yes, and
Bec-
now
and I'm super curious if f takes e5 works. Rook f1, but king g6, no checks at
there's
all.
no checks, and this is not that bad yet because the queen is far away, but yet maybe
Yeah, we
not. I
can
mean,
try
queen
some
g8
e4
or
push.
e4 is actually also interesting. But after rook c5, it's not like that you.
But queen d6, I
Ah,
think,
queen
yeah,
d6.
I'm trying to trick you. But you have rook d2. I capture the pawn, and you have the game can end in perpetual. So queen
But
b2.
there's queen e6, no?
Queen e6 is even better.
No, but you have queen g3
Queen
check,
g3.
and we have a perpetual as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
or
No,
or
even
queen.
we have a win. We have a
Yeah,
win.
because after king h5 you have rook f5, which is
Uh,
very annoying.
yes, okay, but the perpetual black has, yeah.
Well, I don't pretend to be a genius tactician, but knight e5 looks very interesting.
Hmm.
Okay, you have king e7 is probably killing all the tactical stuff at once.
Yeah, that's easier. But anyway, he played d6, which I don't understand. I mean, like d6 is super dangerous, and we don't have to, for example, like we. It's not like that we have to sacrifice a piece. There was other options after rook d1, queen a2, queen f4, and f6, for example. Rook d1, queen a2, queen f4, f6. Okay, let's say I play queen d4. What's so bad? Don't see it.
So you're planning to play knight d3, knight f3, and
No,
e4,
knight
e5.
d. Can't I just, if you take on b2, I play knight d3?
Like my style of play, my current style of play, I would play b6 on
Then I will play knight
Blitzsculpted.
f3.
Yeah, and just retreat with the rook.
Rook d2?
Yeah, it's so unclear. It's still so unclear. I don't know if I can improve. my bishop, or I'll just simply play queen b1 and then queen f5 or queen
Yes,
g6.
you're weak on the white squares, and this is a problem. Of course, I would like to play e4, but you would take on b2, and yeah.
You know, like the queen is trapped, so you have to go queen d3, and that's even the better version.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm super curious about what Radjabov will opt for. So bishop c6 looks like, it's very natural, and I think 99% of the chess players all over the world will play bishop c6 there.
I mean, like, look, let me now be tricky. I play rook d1.
Fair points. So you want to checkmate me on the bank rank, if I understood you
As
correctly.
I want you to take, and after d7.
Bishop c6, just a cold shower, and we've got the same position but without the pawn. It
Yeah, okay, okay. It was a try.
was a good try.
Hmm.
Bishop c6.
Queen f4
Yeah, you
maybe.
can
No,
try
but
queen
then
f4 or queen g3.
no, queen f4. And if you play rook e4, I play d7, and I'm trying it again.
But
But you have
I
it's
have
just not a
I
mate.
have I have the same refutation. That's the point. All the time I'm holding the e square, so that's important.
Yes. No, I was thinking like a trick you
No,
with
but
a.
I completely agree with you that g6, the move mm, I don't like at all.
Mhm. It's. I mean, like maybe he must have calculated something, but it looks super risky from giving up the white squares
Yeah,
as he's free.
positional wise, it's just a mistake, but maybe he
Mm-hmm.
somehow holds on some tactical issue.
Mm-hmm.
So d6, bishop c6, trying to kick the most active piece out of the f3 square. So
Mm-hmm.
I think, like, objectively, endgame is not an option for white, at least because after queen f4, we can take on f4 and play rook d5 and be slightly worse probably after knight f3, knight d4, or equal, more or less. Okay, queen f4 is a move, so I had a plenty of thoughts, but it's a mess. So
Okay,
rook
but okay.
e4, we've concluded.
No, not even needed. No, you can play queen d5,
I play knight f3 and you play rook e4.
something like that. Yeah. I wanted to take f6 as possible, a d6 pawn, like rather
Hmm.
like as soon as possible, but like knight f3, queen, like rook e6, because this pawn is annoying, and you cannot get to d4 because g2 is hanging.
Hmm. Well, I think I can still opt for an endgame somehow. Maybe queen d4.
Yes. Okay.
There might be some way for black how to keep the queens on the board. So I think the main task for black is just how to keep the queens on the board. With queens on the board, with a little bit exposed position
It's
of the
of
king,
course
it has to
harder.
be a
Yeah.
little bit better for black. So, but d6,
Mm-hmm.
like intuitively, I don't like the move.
Yes, on d6 I also like don't
But we've got a bunch of moves.
done on the game.
Yeah, we've got an
Hmm.
endgame. So d6,
Maybe
queen d5. I mean, obviously this move, okay, I have to say it suits Rajabov's style of play, but I don't think it's the best one.
but he's very dynamic, no?
Well, recently I don't believe he's been like way too dynamic, but while he's been on his childhood and already obtained the 2700 rating, he used to be a very tactical, very dynamical player.
Okay, but I don't get the point. After queen d5, rook d1.
Yeah, he took on f3, knight f3, rook e3.
Mm-hmm.
So he
Yeah.
pretends to be slightly better because there is no way how you approach the bishop on d7. So your knight is a little bit restricted. So we play f6 and
Mm.
then king f7.
Yes, and a6, and then we just claim a pawn up. We will get the d6 pawn for sure.
Hmm.
And then the question is if you can hold 3 against 2 on the other wing.
So indeed, it's not a bad idea.
Mm.
Rook d5 was Nakamura's decision.
Makes
Probably he
sense.
he tries to play knight e5
Rook
or rather rook e5. I don't know. So what's the
or rook
endpoint? Or
c5
rook
even.
c5.
Because after rook c5, bishop c6, you can take d7, rook d3, and knight d4. And this is like the idea.
Yeah, we will show it to the spectators. Like let's say a6, a very like a Paehtz move. We play rook c5.
Okay, but probably like you choose the worst possible move, like with a6. Maybe you can play at least f6. The idea would remain the same, but it's more logical.
Well, f6, rook c5.
Yes,
Like
and now if you play
if I
bishop
approach
c6,
with the king, you just you'll be greedy and take all of the fruits on the queen
I
side.
mean, like, yes. So if bishop c6, and then I think we would tactically win after taking on c6, taking and
Yeah,
d7.
that's cute indeed. Rook g3, knight d4, just cutting off the rope.
Mm. So maybe it's not so easy for black as it looked like after rook e5, because I'm not sure like what you should do because f6 looks very logical. It's not like you have so many options. You can't play bishop c6 because I laugh at you. Maybe
Hmm.
you should play rook e8 here, but then you have knight e5 coming.
And now we have tables turned, I think.
No, I have bishop c6 still. I know you can play
I
d7.
yeah, play d7.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mm. Maybe we didn't understand the position good enough, but I mean, queen d5 is a very strange decision in my opinion. I don't like it at all. Unless we missed something which we didn't miss.
Once again, just to clarify, what would be the reply after bishop c6 there? Bishop c6. So we figure out that after queen f4, at least we have rook e4, which looks very convincing. What else? Queen g3 is the move, but then, at least on the first side, we can play rook d5.
We had even queen e6 as an option.
Even queen e6 is an option.
Yeah.
So I'm very puzzled with this queen d5 decision.
I mean, like, unless you have, like, after d6, bishop c6, d7, and if you take on d7, I take on b7. That could be the idea. The only logic I see. But even after bishop c6, it's very dangerous because I have rook e8 in case of check, and king is weak.
Maybe white is on time to take on a7 playing queen d4, but I think we
Hmm.
can even improve our game earlier playing after d7. So I thought we can somehow chase the pawn. Can we?
But queen d5 is rook d1.
Ah,
Game over.
that's what I've blundered actually.
Rook d5 is an option, but then there is b3 and queen takes d5 ideas.
So
But you
like queen
can still play queen
c5.
c5. And now rook d1. I know rook d1 still doesn't. Maybe we don't need b3 actually. Maybe we can go rook d1 immediately. If you take on d7, we take and we take on b7, and again, I think white is fine. Maybe even more than fine. So this is a point. So d6 was quite deep. Maybe deeper than we thought.
Yeah, we will figure it out later. I mean, I don't know if it will influence the result of the game or be influenced by the result of the game. Yeah,
Mm,
d6 on the first side looks absolutely awkward,
ridiculous, yeah.
ridiculous. Yeah.
Uh, But that's what I meant. Like probably like he was s- looking into it deeper. How much time did he spend on D6?
I th-
Maybe this gives us
I
some.
think yeah, 5 minutes 51 seconds if I'm not mistaken.
That's not much.
That's not much for such kind of move.
Yeah, for this steps. Okay, but he's an extremely good calculator and quite quickly calculating. So maybe, I mean, you see that with D6, there are a lot of tricks of suddenly like on the pipeline, right?
Hmm. F6 was the Rajabov's continuation, and this is the current position. So it has to be a draw.
Yeah,
Or
true.
maybe can White try to be a bit more aggressive and keep playing, putting the knight on d4?
Yeah. Well, I can push
Yeah, so you
A5.
will push the a pawn. You'll push the king side.
Yes, even A5, B4 is an option. But okay, I don't think that white risks anything.
Yeah. So Nakamura is no more in risk, no more risking,
Mm-hmm.
and it seems that your prediction with having four draws is likely to come true today. Like we have
Mm,
this game was unlikely to end in a decisive result. We already have a draw between Duda and Ding Liren. We can briefly switch the boards and figure out what has happened in the end of the game between Duda and Ding Liren. And so that was the game with the mutual fortress, as I said. So after Queen E2,
mm-hmm. Ah, they met the draw already.
F5 was played, knight F5, knight F5,
Mm,
bishop F5, knight G3, the same
mm.
position, bishop C8, bishop E3. Maybe it was a little inclusion of moves of king G8 and bishop D2, but I think more or less it doesn't make any sufficient difference.
Yeah,
King G7, knight H5, king G8, knight G3, and the game ended in the perpetual.
and the draw. Yes, it's a. Well, it's not a perpetual because black can refuse, but I don't think that actually any of them has a hook in a way that they can try to play on.
Mhm. Yeah, just no will. Yeah, it's a very, very smooth game. And while Duda and Ding's game ended in a draw, so Duda currently having 1 point, but he spoiled a couple of white colors. So he started with light white color with white pieces against Richard Roberts. Today he didn't manage to push at all.
Today he didn't really push much. He couldn't manage to push at all. But yesterday he lost a chance. Yes, a small one.
Yeah,
I don't know. I mean, like I haven't looked at the game carefully. Maybe it was even a big one. This I'm not sure about. But he lost a
it
chance.
wasn't
Yeah.
that clear from the human's perspective, but it
Mm,
was obvious that he was at the upper hand.
yeah. No, that's for sure.
So let's finally entertain ourselves and the spectators with the Nepomniachtchi Caruana game. It's been a bloody
Mm.
one because we had a material imbalance on the board. And this is the current position after rook g8. And Caruana couldn't resist from taking the very dangerous knight on f5. He captured on f5, e takes f5, rook a b8, queen h5, rook g8, and bishop b2 was the move. So obviously the
Mm.
first thing that came to my mind was like somehow take on b2 and play knight g4, but then I realized that it's absolutely senseless to say the least and absolutely awful because f7 was hanging. Rook g8, bishop. So they've started repeating the moves. Bishop c1, uh, Rook G8. So it turns out that we can have an easy day in the office.
Well, let's see, but because I think Rapport will still push a while. He will try, yeah. But maybe it's a good moment to have a break. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. So don't turn off, don't switch off, and we will be back soon, just in 10 minutes. We're back to the studio. Uh, the we've got two draws already, so we're approaching to Elizabeth's prediction of four draws, but there might be one game that is not decided yet, so it might be a decisive game between Richard Rapport and Alireza Firouzja. And you've proven your understanding of chess, telling us that it's a very good and very profit idea to swap the queens of the board if you play against Firouzja. So Rapport decided just to opt for an endgame, and here we go. We have a better position for white and a very so it's a very possible outcome that Rapport wins this game, because after rook h3 I might guess there is king e4 move,
And if d3,
and if d3
I have
I
always rook d7 or
I can start with e6 maybe first, then d2 rook d7. No, but then you have d1. Sorry. Otherwise, I can't get the idea of I don't know what to do instead of king
no.
e4
First,
because
first maybe to play e6, and if he takes on g3, then king e4 or king c4. Maybe
king
king c4
c4
is better.
maybe, but king
King
e4 is
c4,
played immediately. He blitzed out king e4, so probably he've calculated something very
d3.
very direct. Maybe rook g7 still.
Mm-hmm.
Rook has to take rook g7, and then if rook g3, I think the difference in kings should decide
I mean
the
e6,
result.
e6
e6
for me,
I start with king f8, I
king
think.
f8. This
Mhm.
is the only move,
Mhm.
yes. And now, for example, like I take on h7
Then d2,
and rook
rook
d7 back.
d7, and I thought I can play rook g1, forcing you to take on d2, then I make a check, and then king e7. It's not that clear.
What a technique!
That's only what I'm capable of. Sometimes, not all the time. Rook g3. So rook g3
was
was he took the pawn.
But this means he voluntarily gives up g7 and h7.
Well, we just should figure out what was the reason behind it. So why d3 is not working.
Actually, wait, if I give a check first
Yeah,
on g7,
that's clever. So I'm forced to go king h8, otherwise there is another check and then e6, and
and then this is
yeah,
mate,
this is an
yes.
avoidable mate. I'll just demonstrate it for the spectators. So e6 leads to the rook g8, almost a pre-move mate if you do not
Mm-hmm.
sack the rooks on h4 and d4. So rook g7 is a very important and very common inclusion in such kind of an endgames. So rook g7 first, king h8, then we retreat on to
To
d7.
d7. And then, of course, it's a totally different
Yeah,
story because
yeah.
e6 pawn would be through.
But let's
Yep.
let's let's figure out how did it happen. So after knight e6, rook b7, king g8 instead of king g6, which was kind of surprising for me. Why not?
Maybe not, because if you see, I saw the game a bit, and f4 is coming, and with the king on g6, it's maybe not nice.
Mhm.
That's why actually, like bishop e3, f4 is anyway coming, and then the king on g8 is a bit cleverer than the king on g6 because you don't lose an extra tempo.
This is how it came. So obviously now white has a better pawn structure.
But the question is, was 94 needed? I mean,
I don't know if you can improve it somehow, playing rook a1 at once.
well, I threat to take on e5 and to play rook e7 and win a pawn. Maybe this is a reason why he played knight e4.
But isn't it the same? I mean, after rook e7, I'll still play a king knight d4 and still force you to
That's
take on
true.
d4. So could he try rook a1 first with an idea to
But
play rook h1 in some lines?
but you are maybe made on this on the back rank. I take on c6.
Hmm.
And if you play rook d1, I think after rook c8, bishop c5, I can escape to
Yeah, rook
g4.
d1 is
You're
true,
not.
but yeah, well, but I should agree that this position looks terrible
It's
for
not
black.
an it's not an improvement indeed.
Yep. All changed so suddenly because we thought that there is no risk. I've shown my lack of understanding, telling you that probably black is out of danger at all, and maybe they are the side who can try, at least in terms of human beings, to create some problems for white. But after rook b7, king g8, bishop e3, a bunch of very logical moves, turns
Hmm.
out that simply white is better because their king is much better than the opponent's. C6 is the weakness, and knight on e6 doesn't have an active square to jump on.
Yes, the worst part I think probably is c6 and the king even.
Hmm.
Uh,
But then it means that Rapport's understanding of endgames is just
he's
incredible.
brilliant. If you just look at, for example, like he had like at least two brilliant endings in Vaikansé. One very brilliant ending where we couldn't even see that he was like we knew that he was slightly better,
Hmm.
but he just won it in such a way. It was his game against Van Forest.
Hmm.
It was one of the brilliant games he had. And another, like he played nicely against Prague. But you could see, like whenever like he had a small edge, that he has such a clean technique that really you believe that this is Jan Karpov in a way.
The main difference between Richard Rapport and Karpov that's well, basically Karpov used to attack the opponent's king in a very convincing way, but in my point of view,
Okay.
Rapport seems to be a way too aggressive player than Karpov, than young Karpov as well.
Mm. Okay, I don't even remember any Karpov games where he had a mating attack. One of the track in defense with some rook d5, spectacular move. But apart from that game, all the games I remember, especially against Spassky, were
Quite
super,
positional.
super positional with his knight b1 move, for example, if
Yeah,
you know which game I mean. Yeah. So, I mean, uh,
yeah,
with Rapport, I remember a lot of tactical craziness when he was very young, but what I've seen in Vaik, especially from the technical point of view and endings, it was astonishing.
yeah. He improved a lot, and he became just a very different player.
Hmm.
So he remains very strong tactical player, but he improved his endgame technique and positional understanding to a much higher level.
Hmm.
So that's what we've seen. Rook g7 is on the board, and it's such a bad luck for Alireza having a 19th birthday and suffering,
Yeah,
having been in trouble. So obviously the game is not over yet, and I don't believe it will be a light walk for Rapid to the rest of the game. So Rook g7, I think this is the current position. So King h8, Rapid captured the pawn, King g8, and how White improve?
okay, first I play rook hg8, claiming you can go to f8 this time, right?
Yeah, because we have Rook e3 if you push the e pawn.
Wait. If you go, wait, let's say rook g7 check, rook hg7 check, king f8 you want to do, right? I have king f4 as a kind of Zwischenzug.
Yes, yes. But I thought you will start from the very beginning playing king f4.
Okay, these are subtleties you can work out.
Rook hg7, so basically it's just the same idea. So you came up earlier than me.
Hmm.
King f4. You play king f4 right there.
For example, yes.
So the idea of king f4 is just to...
But you can still play rook g1 and you have a check again on the f file, which would also save him from. Ah, no, it will not save him because he can't take on f7.
we
Ah,
just
no,
play
he.
e6, e6 at once.
No, 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 no. You should. I think actually the opposite. I think you should first give the check. Ah, but it's the same, no? You
I
can never.
wanted to avoid the rook f1, rook f7 ideas. I mean,
But it doesn't work. Because, like, look, if you go like rook f7 check immediately,
yeah.
king e8, you can never take on f7 because of e takes f7. Ah, no, you and rook g8, I thought.
Yeah, but then rook
But
f8.
it did, yeah,
It's
yeah,
still
yeah,
not clear.
yeah.
Then we have to start
True.
with e6 first, it seems to be.
Yes, this is actually like okay. Rook f1 check has to be, but then you have e7 also as a threat.
e7, but it's still far from being clear for me, to be honest, because I think we have to play king g4. Should
Or
we?
king g3. Maybe king g3 makes more sense. I don't know.
So we're threatening e7.
Mm-hmm. And we also threat rook h7, and after king g8, check
Hmm.
and e7. So not sure you can stop that.
So no matter where rook will go,
I go to h7, rook h7.
yeah, we just go rook h7, threatening
Mm-hmm.
mate. King g8 is the only move.
Yes, but then it's over.
Yeah, we just...
Unless you have a stalemate, you don't have a stalemate trick, so.
yeah, that's over.
Mm. But this means that rook hg7 would get him to h8.
Hmm. But if we try to progress the same way, playing king f4 first,
Actually, there's not even a defense. Okay, he has 1 hour time. Maybe he will see something.
yeah, so I think it's important to define where the rook will go after king f4.
Rook h3.
So you want to keep it...
But maybe for this reason, okay. But apart from that, maybe even like with rook d7, we would exchange one pair of rooks and we would win this ending. But this is a different story. But if I want to have it in an ideal way, I first give the check on h7,
Hmm.
and but actually this position we had, no? King g8, and then I go king f4. I start with king f4.
So you want
Then
to
you
get rid
don't
of
have
the
rook.
rook, not allowing to
You
go to
don't.
h3.
Yes.
That's clever.
That actually now we worked out maybe the move order.
Indeed. And then if rook e3, your suggestion was to...
But
did we calculate rook
yeah,
e3?
I think we missed that.
Like initially my idea was to play king g5, king h6, but then I realized that there is rook h5, quite an unpleasant check.
I have look. I have
That is an idea. Rook e5 and then king f6.
also maybe. I was thinking even of something else, but maybe
No,
you're
no,
right.
initially that was an idea, and uh, then I realized that you're trying to receive the same, and we simply forgot about the first thoughts.
Yes, but okay, it's probably like very close to be over.
Yes. And what's going on in Nakamura against Radjabov?
I have the feeling that even it goes for Nakamura's favor slowly. That was my feeling, but maybe I'm wrong.
At least Nakamura is pawn up.
Yeah, okay, this is.
And with knight on d4, it might be quite a torture for black to make all the best moves.
Yes, not even sure where to go with the bishop, right?
Well, bishop
To
g4 was
start.
my first intention, and I'm not sure if, well, obviously white will not take on b5 because of rook e2, and um, then the f pawn march,
But rook d5 is actually simple, no?
rook d5.
d5. Yeah.
Yeah, just killing.
Killing, yeah. Killing b4 option, killing bishop d7 option, killing all the options.
And f5 is no more an idea. Rook d8, bishop g4, f5. Sorry, bishop g4, rook d5, f5. Can we block the pawn somehow?
But do you need to block the pawn? You never have rook e3, rook e2, or rook e1. All we need to do is just to walk with our pawns. I don't see even like a counter attack. Maybe rook f4 and rook f1 could be an idea, but even after rook f4, we can go king g2,
That's
and
correct.
it's the same thing. And
Yeah,
and
this
we
this
can at some point give a check on the sixth rank and push the king away. I think this is just a easy run.
so we have the tables turned.
How much victories did you predict?
I said two victories into draws.
Oh, you are now closer to the truth.
Yeah, like like this scales of the results are swinging, or to your favor or to mine, and we will decide later when we have all
Well,
the results.
I believed in a better defense.
I do also, but well,
No, but I've seen even in I mean, I was commentating the Prague event, and by the end of the tournament, like in round 7, 8, and 9, the blunders done by these players, it was partly incredible. And I don't see now a huge difference in terms of blunders between 2690 and 2760, right?
I
When it's
it, it
about
it
blunders.
shouldn't be a huge difference indeed, and I don't know what's actually distinguish this type of players, these levels of players. So probably 26, 27, 60 in comparison to 2,700 players. What do they have that others don't do? They have better opening preparation, they have better physical conditions, or why the 27, 60 player is a better player than 26, 90? So what is the difference? What is your opinion?
That's a good question. I'm trying to compare these sort of players.
Like the first thing that comes to my mind is consistency. So you basically need to be consistent in terms of, uh, as you said,
Result.
blunders. So you shouldn't
Hmm.
blunder at all. And consistency in converting the material advantage, the better positions, in holding the slightly worse positions. So you shouldn't allow any extra chances for your opponent.
Yeah, I agree.
Bishop g4 was the move. Well, I don't know what does the evaluation slider say, but it's
I
it's
can tell you, I
it's
just
so it's
checked.
so
It's
easy to play this position with white pieces. I think it's like might be plus 1.5 or plus 2 already.
yes, it's plus almost plus two. But here actually like um you have to be precise probably to make plus two
So rook d5
from
is
now.
not the move according to your reaction.
Yeah, rook d5 is not as good as the thing is like after rook d5 probably like b4 is a good practical chance. But I think, objectively speaking, it's lost. I mean,
Just
on this level.
very, very desperate attempt to
No,
take
but
the
I mean,
game.
like, okay, like, I saw it now by chance, but the engine wants to play first b4 and then rook d5.
Mhm.
So then it must be about the thing that here you can play b4, but this is rubbish in a way because I think also with these pawns you will win the game.
It won't be easy to protect the b5 pawn because Like
Hmm.
the knight is much better than the bishop, and only d7 square is this is the only square on the board from where the bishop can protect the pawn on b5. So b4 has has its own sense as well. But like
Yes, but
in the practical, like in the normal game, I think both of us
rook
would
d5
play
is
rook
very
d5,
lucky.
like blitz it out.
Hmm.
Like I barely believe b4 really can cause me some troubles. So what I can't understand what is the point of b4. So maybe you want to play bishop c8, bishop b7, but it's just crazy. I don't know.
Mm. But okay, maybe yes, because h4 is hanging. Some chances.
But even there, it looks so slow. I can play a4. Yeah, that's kind of surprising for me because this position seems to me more winning than after b4 first.
We will see. I don't know. Like maybe like after rook d5 there is something else like rook d5 the bishop goes somewhere to attack h4. Maybe like bishop h3 doesn't even threat anything.
You can play bishop c1 at one, bishop c8 at once,
Hmm.
and then you have better practical chances in my point of view because of an
So
important tempo.
so b4 is actually it's kind of Suksva.
At Zugzwang, and you know, it's a very like a lot of chess professionals and a lot of just uh, chess players all over the world know about Mark Dvoretsky's books, and that's a very nice prophylactic. So you just
Mm.
you make a calm move, and you wait for your opponent to make a rough one. I don't know. So b4 just gives black an opportunity to basically make any kind of move, any sort of move. But there is in bad positions there is no good moves. That's the rule. I was curious about bishop d1. It's probably absolutely senseless. You can take it on b5, and the bishop is under attack. Yeah,
It's hard to see.
it's like Zugzwang. You're right.
Yes, whatever you do, you worsen your position. That's a funny part.
Yep.
But the thing is like that the human mind is not programmed to ask yourself the question always what black is like what is my opponent doing actually.
Yeah, it's very easy to miss this kind of opportunity
Hmm.
because on the first side it looks like there might be a pawn race, so you take on b5, push a pawn. Black will try somehow to capture the h4 pawn and then push their h pawn, but we just have to say to ourselves that we should stop for a minute and realize, understand what are the threats, and if there is no threats, we can make a move like b4, which is very clever.
Mhm.
But
Yeah,
it's
we
a
will see.
difficult move in my point of view.
It's a difficult one, yes, but I mean it's a difficult one if you don't ask yourself the question if you have another candidate but rook d5, which I believe that he is actually doing, and is like the pawn on b5 running away, or how can my opponent improve? And if he asks this question to himself, then actually b4 is very likely to be found.
Yeah, it's
Because this
quite
is the
reasonable.
own, it's the second. I mean, in my opinion, you have okay, you have knight takes b5 as a candidate, but you rule it out because of rook e2. You have rook d5 as a clear candidate, and apart from these two, and one we already ruled out, king move is not possible. There's only and the knight move you don't want to do. So rook b8 doesn't make sense. I mean, rook b8 makes actually sense,
Yeah,
of
so you
course.
just exclude all the moves you've been calculating, and you come up to the right decision.
Okay, but no, rook b8 doesn't make sense because of bishop d7.
Yeah, we just
Unless you are sure that you're winning this ending with 3 pawns against 2 pawns, which is actually.
It won't be that clear because rook on b8 and knight on b5 seem to be a bit awkward, placed awkwardly.
Mm-hmm.
So bishop g4 and b4. So if it would be Carlsen, I would bet that Carlsen would play b4. But if it is Nakamura, I think he would like try to make some kind of a chess surgery, just calculating out all the direct line take on b5, pushing the a pawn. So he's way more direct player.
Yeah, concrete, the concrete type of player.
So the last
The Rapport
remaining
game, did
game
something happen?
apart from
No,
Nakamura,
nothing. It's
nothing has changed. Let's have a quick look. This is the current position still,
Mm-hmm.
and we've summed up that King f4 is super clever there.
Yes. We said king f4 even preferable over rook g7 check,
Mhm.
even so I was not sure why.
I think rook h7 doesn't affect it all,
Mm-hmm.
but King h8 we receive more or less the same.
Yes, so actually
So we can include rook d7. So we can play rook d7, which is probably winning. I think it's clearly winning position, but we can try to win
this
f4.
king f4
Yeah,
idea.
just to
Yes.
checkmate. Yeah, king f4, and then
King
we
rook e3.
realized that if rook e3,
I think this was the only move left because if rook g1, then I don't see a defense after no, here after rook g1, probably we can even play rook g7 and e6.
yeah, or funny enough that we can start with e6 because after rook f8 we play rook king e4, and if rook e1 we just play king d5,
Even king d3,
or
yeah?
even queen d3. But I didn't like rook f3, and then we take on e6.
Ah, you can take on
Yeah,
e6. I
so
forgot
my
about that.
point was just to put the king on g5, avoid any unpleasant checks, and rook g7. So you have to play rook d8, but then I play rook b d7,
Mm-hmm.
and that's obviously an improvement for white.
Yeah.
Rook g7, king h8. This is the current position, and I think he's about to play king f4. Or as far as we know that he became very good technical player, he can opt for rook d7 either. Rook b d7 probably, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I would play king f4 after,
Yes, king f4 looks
after
nice. Also,
calculating this
like,
line. But I don't know if we have a threat. Let's say if rook g3, king f6. I think king f6.
okay, but if you like now play rook f3 check, king e6,
Or we just
and
take the
now we,
pawn.
well, because if you play king e6, we have no threat, and then actually he may start, no, king d3 is never an
Hmm.
issue. But actually, king takes g6, why not to take a pawn? Free stops, so. He played king
King
f4,
f4, yeah.
actually. Yeah. I think this is just over.
So in terms of our predictions, I mean, who would be closer to?
No, you were much closer.
So you,
But you know, like,
but it all depends on the result between Nakamura and Rajabov.
it's true, but it's, I think in such positions, they don't slip the
Yeah,
point.
even if it's holdable, it's so annoying for black to find a way how to
It's so annoying to
keep
play
keep
these
keep, keep
positions.
yeah, to keep themselves on balance. So Nakamura rather wins this than Radjabov escapes.
Mm-hmm. So that would mean that Nakamura recovers and would be back on 1 out of 1 and not unhappy, I guess.
Yeah. So he will have a
Uh,
very quick like bounce back, comeback, and I don't know the pairings. Like most likely he will have
unfortunately.
blacks. Rookie three is played.
Mm.
Like there is no other move.
No, there's no other move. He should understand that e6 is coming, so no point to waste time.
Rapport will decide whether he has to include rook
A check
a check
or
on
not.
g7. So basically he can make a check, gain a little bit of time, and just retreat to b7. And the only move is king g8.
Yes, he can do that if he believes that the rook on b7 is so much cooler than the rook on c7. Here, actually, the pawn on b2, you never have time to take it, so
Yeah.
I don't think that you improved much with this kind of subtlety.
Yeah, no, no, only if he wants to gain an extra minute,
Yes, with 1 hour
or
on the clock. Okay,
approach closer to the next time
this,
stage.
this is true, but I think even he may expect himself not to have the next time
Yeah,
stage, but who knows?
he rather finishes the game quicker because it
Mm.
might be plus 30 something in Madrid, and it's better to like
But you're also in Spain, no?
yeah,
Aren't
yeah,
you?
yeah. I'm not in
But
Madrid, but so I'm between Valencia and Alicante, and it's quite a pleasant place to be because we have
mm.
Mediterranean Sea nearby, and
Somehow I believe that all the like chess players now are in Spain. Like Ana Maria, they are also in Valencia, Mutsushuk. So like, and I heard like a lot of more players came to Spain.
yeah, yeah.
So I was wondering if they all like agreed on being in the same region, you know?
So Spain, for all of a sudden, Spain can become a new chess capital of the world.
Actually, like it's very popular. I didn't expect it to be so popular, like among players, but like a lot of people now went to Spain.
Yes, that's,
I mean, I like the country, I like the food and the wine, but now in Spain, okay, we have plus 34 today in Germany. So it's also like one of the hottest days, but tomorrow it will be plus 20. So we have some breaks.
yeah. But sometimes you need some such kind of a break because
Yeah.
the heat can be annoying. I mean, every day
Mm.
plus 40. When I used to live in the northern country, I was complaining about the cold weather, but then now I'm complaining about plus 35 every day.
Well, I mean, like if it's too cold, you can dress up. If it's too hot,
You
even
you
if you
you
undress,
can
you're still
undress. I
hot.
mean, that's the logic.
Yeah, but you're still hot. Nothing
Yeah.
changes, you understand? So, I mean, yeah. Well, Richard will work that out. Actually, before the tournament, like when everybody said, or the most people predicted, like Ding Liren to be favorite, I am rooting for Rapport. Actually, yeah. I would love him to
He
make
plays
it.
very, very stylish chess, as I can say
Yes.
so. And recently he improved a lot, and on Grand Prix stages he proved to be like amongst the best, one of the best.
Yeah, and that's why
I think.
he has a chance to win it, even so he's that strong. Only like probably like since 1 year, where he improved like another like 50 points. I don't know, or even more. But he has the ability, but he's absolutely not favored in this tournament.
Because of the absence of experience, because of the like
Of playing these big guys.
he is not that mature yet, so he has to gain some experience. I mean, what would analysts would say. But
Mm.
chess is such a complicated game.
And it's not, I mean, like the thing is like here in this candidates, it's of course experience, knowledge, strengths. I mean, Ding Liren has all these assets, but he's an Asian in Europe. And we should not forget that for him the climate change, not about the temperature, but about the atmosphere and the surrounding, the food, the mentality, everything
Like he's
is
not in the
much.
comfort zone.
He is not in the comfort zone. The comfort zone for a Chinese would be China, maybe even India is like, okay, even so India is very different from China, but maybe like just to be in Asia would still be more pleasant in a way.
And it's
I
not
can
all about,
imagine it.
and it's not only about the food. It's about the weather, the mentality. It's about
Yes,
the
it's
so the
atmosphere.
he might have a jet lag because there's a pretty big time difference between China and Madrid, I
I
think.
think it's in summer it's 6 hours, in winter it's seven.
Hmm.
I know it because my brother lives in China. Voluntary. Which I don't understand, but it's a different discussion. Love makes you cross borders.
Yeah, I
Mm.
think you've told me that he was one of the first person being quarantined in China.
Yes, yes, he actually warned me. I think we had this discussion in Gibraltar, wasn't it? Exactly 2020 in
Yeah, yeah.
Gibraltar.
So that was the
Yeah.
beginning of the pandemics.
Yes, he wrote me a message and he said like he said like Lisa. Okay, he calls me just Lisa. Like, be sure in 3 months Europe is down, and he was right.
Well, China knew a bit more than the Europeans, so
Yes, of course they were like ahead of it, but yeah.
such an unpleasant topic of discussion.
Ah, okay.
I mean, people suffered a lot mm, throughout
Yeah.
these two last years. So
Yeah, it's even hard to say if it was more suffering from getting the disease or suffering from everything else.
from measures,
Well, I mean, like for me, the worst part probably was not the disease. I had it 3 times. For me, the worst part was actually the lockdowns, the pressure, like, yeah, and also like the system of suddenly like needing to have a test everywhere and stuff like that. This was worst part of it, in my opinion, but everybody felt it differently.
well, we
Yep.
hope that it will never happen again. This,
In your dreams, huh?
yeah,
This hope.
despite the fact that a new disease been discovered, like
Yeah.
monkeypox. So
Other monkeypox.
I won't be joking on this topic. So I don't want
Uh,
to be responsible for the.
it's not so contagious. That's why it won't be ending up in such a pandemic. I can already like calm you down.
Okay, thank you. So
Mm, have a
we're
move or
calming
not?
down, and Richard is trying to calm down the
Coco.
ferocious, desperate attempt to save the game. But Rook e3, King f4 is played. I'll just refresh it.
No moves, yeah.
No moves yet.
And how about the other game? Was there something played?
Yeah, let's check Nakamura against Rajabov, and the bishop retreated to e8 somehow. So
And what did White do?
you know what?
Rook d5?
Rook d5,
Ah,
and he
Rook
played
d5.
bishop c8. I mean, human-wise, I can understand it clearly. So b4,
Hmm.
it's a very, I mean, it's awkward.
Yeah, it is. I agree.
Rook c5, bishop d7. So he tries to get rid of the bishop and take the pawn with comfort. Bishop e8. So it feels like black is improved a little bit because it's not that easy to push the pawns on the queen side and the h4 is hanging. It feels like it's a little bit out of control for Nakamura.
Yes, he didn't want to take the pawn when it was available, and instead trying to be super technical with,
So it
yeah.
would be a better idea to ask Richard Rapport to make a simul on two boards,
Yes.
being a very technical player.
Yes, actually, after knight f3, he's not even getting.
He's not threatening
He
anything.
no.
Wow.
Well, I can't believe. I mean, that one idea could be to maybe try to get into
E3
a
or F4?
minor. Well, no, to exchange the rooks.
Yeah, but how? Yeah, if we swap the rooks, it's
Um.
winning for white, for sure.
Well, because I mean, what are you playing now? If you get away with a rook,
Like it could be a mutual Zugzwang. Well, it's not mutual because white has like a bunch of moves. Like they can move the rook whatever they want.
okay, if you play rook f4, then I can imagine that after king e3, that you get further away with a rook.
Yeah, so I'm almost forced to play rook g4. I don't believe in rook
But
f3.
then after rook c8, already like I'm close to exchange rooks, but maybe I don't want to exchange them exactly like that.
You don't want for sure.
Not my
But you know,
favorite.
even there,
Even there, it could be
it could be an idea.
quite.
But you take with the king on g4. I think
Well, I
it's not
have
that
knight
clear.
d4 check, but
Yeah, you can include knight d4, but then king e5. So it
mm,
can be easily out of control.
yeah.
Obviously, white will never be risking. Well, never say never, but you have to do a lot of weird things to ever be risking in this game. Knight f3 once again, so knight e3 is played.
Mm.
And what is the time situation in this game? So Nakamura,
They have plenty of time. Mm. They have plenty of time to work that out.
yeah, but we only have rook moves because bishop moves are more or less senseless, and bishop on e8 placed almost in the ideal way because it holds, like, it takes control on h5 and b5 pawns both. The king
Hmm.
f5 looks strange.
But okay, if I can go to f4, why not?
Yeah, and if I check, you can go king f4 or king g4 either.
Yes, actually, I like king f8. King f5.
And what if I'll try to cut you off playing rook g7, cut your king?
Well, this you can do. I
Well,
can't make a counter cut with bishop g6 because that's a blunder.
I mean, still, I don't know what is the white's plan. I'm just making moves and waiting for you to give up me something.
Mm.
Well, it's easy to blunder, but let's say if king f4, should I play knight d4? Like I have zero ideas. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what black is doing.
Well, rook h7 will be answered by king g4. Not sure, but king f5 I think still looks like a good try. In the worst case, I go back. Checking it out.
Yes, it is a bit difficult to find a plan.
Mm-hmm.
for both sides. Well, for black doesn't need a plan. They just need to somehow hold the weaknesses and keep fighting. So rook g7, king f4 is possible probably. And then we can try it. Let's say if king f4, rook g8, we can try to. We're opting for the counter attack, playing bishop d7. Okay, you have
Mm-hmm.
rook f8 just cooling me down.
F5, and this would of course
I
be,
thought it would be in the white's favor somehow.
yes, that's what I also thought, because you make your bishop weaker and you bound the bishop on d7 towards f5 and b5.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's a bit much. True.
Yeah, now I can try to attack the h5 pawn as well.
Even like rook g8 can be a bit nasty. I didn't know you have rook e3, actually. Maybe I'm wrong.
I have
That
like
would
king
be
knight
knight
g1 or
g1.
knight d4.
Yes,
Knight d4 is better.
yes. Knight g1, I mean, I saw first, but
Yeah,
there's
yeah, yeah.
knight d4. Knight d4, yes.
Like a
Hmm.
knight d1, like luring to take the pawn, but
Yeah, we will see. Meanwhile, everybody, I mean, I think Rapport is still calculating, trying to find the truth.
let's take a look once again at Rapport against Firuja. Or just keep this position on the board. It seems to be like in comparison to Nakamura's game, this game seems to end earlier.
Yes, this will be quite concrete at some point. I agree.
Does black have a threat? Like rook f8 is the threat, I don't know. Ah,
Yes.
so
I
yeah.
mean,
Yeah, but rook
I
bg7 is played by Rapport.
yes, he was choosing between king g5 and rook
Hmm.
g7, and I think he wanted to understand if there's a difference. Maybe he did.
Maybe there is a
Maybe.
difference.
Yeah.
Once again, king g5. Well, we will never discover it. King g5, like rook e5, king f6. Most likely they will transpose. I do believe. It's just the same king f6. Yeah, but there is no defense. Yeah, he opted for rook bg7 check, then another check.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure what is the point of rook gf7 check. Or I
Well,
cannot hide from the
I
checks.
mean, well, you can anyway. After king e8, I have a
Funny
check.
enough,
I
after
can
king
go
e8, I have another plan. So I play king
and I will mate
g5,
you. No, I can take on e5
and then rook g6. So you're forcing me to. Uh-huh.
and then rook f5 in case of king f6, rook f5.
King g5 doesn't work. I agree.
Okay, in the worst case, I go rook 7, g7 back and gain some time, because maybe he's now really collecting time in order to be sure, like that he would approach move 65. I mean, if he, in order to be sure that he would still need some time in the
Hmm.
game, this could be a strategy.
King g8 was
Yeah.
played.
Yes, that makes sense.
Yeah, but then rook fg7 is like
Yes.
the only reasonable move.
Yes. I mean, he was checking it out. It's like a decision-making process, you know? Just to be sure that my opponent, maybe he regarded the king e8 as a mistake, so he tried. Could be.
So we've summed up that still rook fg7
Mm-hmm.
needs to be played. King f8, and we push forward.
Yeah, king g5.
But king g5 doesn't make a direct threat right here.
You mean king f6 is not a threat?
Then if king f6, we make a check on f3.
Ah, yeah.
So can I push d3? I'm super curious.
Okay, let's say king f6.
You know, maybe there is much clever. Well, it's not like much clever, but I had an idea to play e6 first. So the point that if you take on a6, I play king h6 and I blunder
g5.
g5. Okay.
Good try.
Yeah. Yeah, me being an idiot in calculations today. So not if not e6, if d3. So explain me, Apatsa, how to win this position with white pieces.
Okay, let's say I play king f6, you play rook f3 check, and king e6. Oh, you have a check on e8, which is nasty. No, this I don't do. True. Well, then d2 is getting a bit annoying.
That's so confusing that we know that Robert has much better position, but we're even failing to create a single threat.
Okay, but we can always go rook d7 and claim to win this ending.
But could it be the only way to win the game? Because king g5, uh, it turns out that it's not winning that easily.
Yeah.
So once again, d3.
How about I thought like I could take on g6 with a. I know actually then you can always exchange rooks and then actually d2 is a
But you know, like king g6, rook g3, I'm still not sure. Like you take, I take, d2, and I play e6, but you have rook g6, which is probably winning.
For whom? Not for the right person, no?
Like, well, not for the person whom you support, that's true.
Yeah, who you think should be the
The
one.
candidate. Well, that's a tricky question. I don't know whom I even support in the tournament. Probably Jan,
I support Richard,
but I
clearly.
also do like Richard's style of play, and
Richard would be my first supporter, then I would go for Jan or Duda, actually. That would be my number two and three. But I mean, like, I'm not judging according to their chess. I'm judging according to, like, how much I like them as a person. And, and like, with Richard, I've been talking a lot with Nepo, like, also. With Ding, never.
yeah,
No,
they're all good people. So
no, with Ding, I had to take an interview with some translator. I know, not even a translator. It was still like very funny, but it's been years ago. So yeah, actually, also Hikaru is a very interesting person. It's nice to talk to him.
all of them quite an extraordinary people.
Mhm.
Well, I don't know much Teimour. I only played a couple of games against him in the World Cup. I don't know Nakamura as a person at all, and Ding Liren. So for me, they are a bit
If you
mysterious.
okay, let's skip Jan because you know him probably the best.
Yeah.
If you had to choose one of them for dinner, like to have a cheerful, entertaining evening, whom would you choose?
Mm, that's a good question. I think I would choose between uh, Richard and maybe Duda.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it feels like our I would say positions coincide
Hmm.
more or less. So it's like Richard, Duda, and Jan, and so on.
Hmm. There's also no, there had been some moves played in the game between Hikaru and Rajabov. We can switch. I mean, King of Four never happened. Too active.
Yeah, too active.
Hmm.
King f7 instead. So, but like rook, why he decided to put rook on a file? Is he planning to play a4 some way?
I think maybe he wants to outmaneuver Black and get him in some kind of Zugzwang he's dreaming about. I don't know.
But there is a plenty of moves and
Hmm.
plenty of squares for the rook. So basically, you cannot attack the rook in the proper way.
Yeah.
So this f6 pawn, while it stays on f6, it's a very important soldier. So it keeps the g5 square, e5 square under control.
Yes, it limits a little bit the knight, that's true.
In this case, knight f3 looked so awkwardly. I would rather prefer rook c8 first, forcing to play king f7, and then probably.
But are you forcing like after rook c8, king f7?
Well, not much, but this is the way how to. No, but I'm blunder. No, I'm not blundering. I thought I blundered b4, but there is c takes b4.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if rook c8, even king f7 is possible, and the pawn is under attack.
Mm.
I can try very tricky stuff. I can play king f3.
And if you take on
And I
h4,
have
where's the
knight
trick?
f5.
f5. And yes, now I have a double threat,
But you
which,
have check for all of a sudden. And
yes.
then if king g2, you have rook g3. And you've protected everything.
Yeah, no trick.
No trick. Good try.
Oh, wait. It's maybe like I can like make a mate. Rook h3, king e4. You have bishop d7
No,
and...
but all the time I'll retreat to the back rank.
Okay.
So no tricks at all. Surprisingly, the how it became so difficult for white to convert the advantage.
I can tell you that Rapport actually plundered
Oh.
his advantage
Yeah, but don't
away.
don't don't tell the move, please. So
No, I don't even know the move.
okay.
I just see that the position is not winning anymore.
Oh,
That's all. I don't
switching
even
back
know.
to Rapid against Alireza.
Yeah.
So it can be a birthday gift for Alireza.
Hmm.
King f8. It looks like he made a couple of checks.
Mm-hmm.
King g8, rook g7, king h8, rook g6. This is the line. So he decided not to trade the rooks. But the best moment for
Mm-hmm.
trading the rooks was just there. So playing rook hg7 and then rook d7.
Yes.
Well, but I can't get it. Why he decided not to trade the rooks. So probably he miscalculated something connected with king g5, as we said before. So this is the current position. He took on g6, and it's black to move. So the we have to admit that the black's king is already stalemated. So it would be
Yes.
much
I mean,
easier
there
for black to
might
just
be some tricks connected to that.
like, can we play d3, king e3, d2, king rook g1? But it's not stalemate.
I mean, I can use any rook, and the moment you play d1, I take.
Yeah. So
No,
there
you
might be
should
another
move the
idea.
rook, I think.
Like rook e1, the most logical.
Hmm.
Like what was the idea? If e6, then d3. Or even, yeah,
Yes.
d3 probably the only move.
I don't get it, to be honest. Like, I'm trying to understand it, to be very frank with you. The subtleties.
Well, I do believe. e7, probably rook e7, that's the point. But not really, not really. d2, we just give up the rook for the pawn, and the b pawn is promoting easily. So rook e1,
Hmm.
e6, d3, e7, there might be a perpetual after rook d4, king g3. Such a strange position. You have d2.
Actually, like, you have two plans. I mean, one is to walk with the e pawn. The other one is like to play rook f6 and have rook d6 in the pipeline,
Mm-hmm.
right?
So I mean rook f6 to take with the rook.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, like, we have to distinguish the difference between rook e1 and rook e2. And if rook e2 or rook e1 doesn't have a difference, then maybe rook e2 is wiser to attack b2.
Fair,
Hard to
fair
say.
point, but rook e1 also has some pawns, for example. So we
Yes,
control
in
the
terms of
the
checks.
square, the square on d1. So in case if our rook on d8 will be distracted, we will still have a piece to control the d1 promotion. Yeah, it's very difficult, and after rook e1 we have like more lines for checks.
Yes, I mean, like, to be honest, like, I don't even know if there's a difference between these moves, and if it's very hard to figure that out.
You can check rook e2 also, but I think it's all connected with if white is on time to create threats on the king side. So now if you take on
Mm,
b2, probably I'm winning after e7. So you have to move your rook out of d8 somehow, playing d3. Like this is the very forced line, and in this case, it like in my opinion, rook e1 is probably a better move. d3, e7, rook d4. I can play rook f3 and nothing is hanging. But then d2 also. It is so strange.
well, we have to compare, as I said, like rook e1 and rook e2 with either the idea of e6, e7, or the idea of rook f6 and rook d6.
Rook
These are the
f6.
two options. I mean, I have these two options to play.
Mhm.
Either I play this way, and then I want to play rook d6. For example, like, okay, taking here could be almost mate. I'd give a check on h6. Not mate, but dangerous.
Maybe
You can
maybe
lose
it
a
just
rook.
wins by force because
Yes,
it
you
comes
lose a
with the
rook.
check. So
Yes, you lose a rook. You lose a rook. You
lose
lose
the rook, yeah.
the rook. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, it's not losing the no, it is. It's not losing the rook, but I think it's losing the game. Or not. Well, it's so complicated.
And we saw that rook endings are easy ones.
No minor pieces, no knight jumps. Less to calculate, but it's not the truth at all.
Well, we will learn in the game. Let them work it out. Maybe I'm still like in the range of Fortross.
Yeah, you are, but you've you've called Rapport to be a very good technical player, and right now he made a
But this
mistake.
is concrete now. This is not technical anymore, I would say. And that's the point. Now we get into the concrete
So
issue of the ending.
So you mean that there is an only and very direct line that saves, that can lead to a rescue?
Well, here apparently rook takes g6 was not good because the evaluation bar changed drastically. Don't ask me why. I didn't check that, but I just saw the evaluation bar
Hmm?
changing.
But instead of rook g6, what was the best? Rook
Actually, this I can
g7,
check. I'm
second check?
just curious. Um,
Well, it doesn't hurt at all.
yes, rook h7, king g8, rook fg7, king f8, rook, and here you take on g6 apparently. And this scenario is better.
In
It looks like
comparison to other
the
position,
other to the other
we're
position
not
where you
giving up the
keep the.
pawn on b2. So I
No, I mean in both cases you take the pawn on g6, but you prefer the king on f8 over the king on h8, which makes sense that you have at some point rook h8 check, taking on d8 and have rook d6, and this
Mhm.
could be like it's less dangerous in terms of the d pawn. This to choose this direction.
Once again, uh, so this is the current position. No, it's not.
No, the current position is let me see.
It's rook on
It's
g6. So you might have
yes,
checked.
Firuza didn't move yet.
So generally it's just the same position, but I mean, while we've been calculating rook f6, but here we can see the absence of b2 pawn in comparison to the other one.
Well, I'm still not convinced that this works. Like to grab the pawn, but maybe because it looks so dangerous, maybe I start with e6, like rook h6, rook f6, king f8, and then maybe I play first e6.
Yeah, so once again, so you play rook h6 there,
Hmm.
right?
Yes, king g8. Now rook g6, king f8, and now let's say e6. I threat rook h8, rook g7, and
I'll try to swindle you somehow. Rook f2 probably.
king g3.
Ah, so then I swindle myself. There is no defense. Okay, so it means rook h8 and rook g7 is a very serious threat. Then I can try, you know what? I can try rook e2.
And if I give a check,
Yeah, I thought I can play king
but
e7.
I have a trick at the end. Check on g7, check on f7. Ah, no,
No,
it's
no,
not
no,
the
no,
trick.
no.
I wanted
Yeah,
to.
yeah, I've got your idea to have rook e8 in the end, but
Yeah, yeah, but here, hang on. I think we are very close to be winning. Jesus Christ. Why can't they be machines? Take, take. Nope.
yeah,
If I
surprisingly, rook e2, like
no,
visibly home,
rook h7 check. Come on, rook h7 check.
king f8.
No, rook f7 check and rook g8
Ah,
mate.
pardon me, so I blunder mate in 3. Congrats to me. Yeah.
Welcome.
Great, so it's like
It looked. I mean,
human
like
wise,
rook takes.
you've got a very strong idea. So you just push the pawn, maybe not rook e2, maybe something else. We
I
can,
think you cannot take the b2 pawn. I mean, just by intuition, it looks wrong.
but like we are suffering. At least we will equalize the material. I mean,
No, principle here is to play d3.
so once again, rook g7. All the time the position changes. I don't know why. Rook g6, and we've been calculating rook
No,
e2.
Rook
rook
f6,
ff6, and then
and rook b2 loses.
rook b2 loses
So
because of your brilliant idea. Then
so
d3.
e3, yes.
But what?
And now rook d6 is more or less. And now after rook d6, there must be rook f8 check. And the thing is, like, I can likely, yes, I have to play rook f6, yes. And maybe now I understand the difference between rook e2 and rook e1. If the rook is on e1, I never have d2. But if the rook is on e2, at least after the final position, like here I can take on f6 and I have d2 move. And I would not have this move with a rook on e1. And this might be really important because with a rook on e1, then there is always a threat of rook d8 and f7.
That's logical. But
Mm.
are you sure that d2 is still somehow holding?
I don't know. I was just.
Okay, I think it will be a great idea to
Mm,
figure it out just
mm,
after the break.
yes.
And we will be back shortly. Stay tuned. We've got two games which can be decisive.
Yes.
Stay tuned. We're back to the studio. We are already 5 hours on air, and there are two remaining games in the tournament. Rapport against Alireza Firouzja, Richard Rapport against Alireza Firouzja, and Hikaru Nakamura against Teimour Radjabov. Rapport and Nakamura pushing with white pieces, having decent chances to win the game. But by the way, I don't think that Rapport has spoiled the chance to win it directly, or you can prove me wrong, Elizabeth.
Well, some games, like some moves were played already. Like we added these moves to the discussion.
Yeah, let's go there. I think Rook
Mm.
G7, King H8, uh, Rook E2 was your suggestion, and Firouzja played Rook E2. E6 was the move, and now uh, Alireza takes his time, and I don't think anything else instead of D3. Like, in terms of logics, this is the only move.
You analyzed e6 more carefully beforehand. What was the conclusion there actually? I don't remember because I was
Um,
more fixed to the other line.
I think our initial suggestion was to play Rook 7 F6, aiming to play Rook
Yes.
D6, but E6. Um, well, let's figure out what. Well, if Rook B2, then E7 is winning on the spot. So D3 has to be played. In case of E7, there is Rook D4 check. I think King G3.
Why not king f3?
Good question. I think then D2. Nevertheless,
I
it's
see.
D2.
Okay, and it's the same, yes. So it doesn't make a difference. Okay, let's say rook king g3, and after d2.
If there is any direct threat. Hmm. So I have a plenty of ideas how to make back rank mate. So I can try Rook F5, Rook F1, or Rook C6, Rook B6, Rook A6.
Yes,
That's funny
but after
enough.
rook f5, king h7, after rook f1, rook e1. No,
Or
queen.
or queen, you can queen, yeah.
Hmm. So can it be that it's actually better for black?
Yeah. I don't think you can be better from that because it's either winning or not. I mean, like
Yes, I
this
mean,
this position, like it cannot be slightly better for black.
yes, but I mean, like, I meant, is it not? I mean, like, I don't see currently a defense against D1. So I think, like, in this line, actually, Robert won't be happy
Yeah,
and
in
he will not go
comparison
for
to
that.
the previous position, for sure. So after D2, I'm failing to find a proper move.
But actually, like, I think rook e8 was played. Can it be?
Yeah, Rook E8 instead of D3, but uh, I need an explanation why D3, E7, Rook D4, King G3, D2 doesn't work.
But after D3, do we have to play E7? That's the main question. Maybe we have something more
Oh,
clever
we have
here.
Rook
And then,
D7, probably.
yeah,
Then you have to
that
check.
made,
I play King G3.
yes,
This is how it goes.
it looks at least a bit. D2,
That's such a peculiar position. I mean, like, this
rook
looks like a
G1,
free roll with the
rook,
VP pawn.
rook G7.
Rook GG7.
Yes, but then you can go rook G8 in the worst case.
Yeah, and that's an easy draw.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can try Rook H6 first, and then after King G8, Rook H7 if you want to do the same. But then you have, what do you have? King G8, King Rook H7. How do you protect from the mate in one?
The rook has to move.
Yeah, rook has to move
And
somewhere.
to e8?
To e8.
Yeah, to e8.
Yeah, no ideas.
Doesn't look winning to me already.
Absolutely not. At least on the first side.
I mean, rook e8 is also the just much safer move over d3.
Can he trick him somehow playing rook f5? Or there is simple king h7?
That would have been my guess, king h7, yeah, as simple as that.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
here probably the line is over. Rook
So
e8. Even simpler decision.
maybe at least you don't have to worry that you missed something because he has at least not such a tactical, dynamic way of missing things.
Hmm. Can we try to hold out somehow playing rook f6? So there one of you will push the pawn.
Okay, but d3?
Yeah, d3, and now we start calculating very, very similar lines. So, like, I'll be very, very stubborn playing king rook h6. So you go there, and there is no difference.
Now you have these tricks again.
Yes, but how?
Well,
With
I
rook
mean,
d7. This with rook d7. So I'll make a check.
check.
King
At least
e7.
it's not made. Rook.
And here we can underline the difference between rook e1 and rook e2, because after rook g7, once again, your rook is protected. I cannot play rook f7.
Yeah. Sorry.
Bless you.
Thank you.
I can try this one, but it's probably senseless still. You can take with king.
Can't I just take the rook on h8 and be happy,
Oh,
or
sorry,
did
yeah.
you miss something?
Yeah, I've gone crazy. Obviously, in this kind of position, I've been calculating king e6 instead of rook h8.
Yeah,
Because
my intuition just says that. Well, how you say it in Russian? Poisk ushol.
where's the show, yeah, like the train is
uh,
gone.
yeah, the train has gone.
Rook e2, e6, rook e8.
Hmm.
Yeah, even simpler decision. I think rook ff6 was played by Rapport, so he's
Yes, but
trying
now.
to keep the strongest pawn on the board.
Mm,
Once again, if d3, check, there another one, king f6,
okay. Rook h8.
rook h8, king e7.
He can try a check on h7 now.
Yeah, that was more or less, it's very
And
similar to
up
your idea. So king
after king
d6.
d6, then after the check on d7.
Well, it's still a draw because we take on e6.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
now,
it's a draw. That's what I meant. I don't think that we will see a change here.
like, it's very hard to judge where Rapport spoiled his winning chances. Feels like Alireza defended in a very, very precise way.
Mm.
So obviously it's been better, like, all the time. It was better all the time.
Yes, it's hard to say actually, like where he missed the win because it was nothing obvious here at all. The only alternative was to take on g6, but with a king on f8, which I preferred for the reason of having an extra check on h8.
Mhm.
And the other option was to play rook d7 and to change rooks and to go for that ending, which I'm also not sure is winning. Like to give a check on g7? Oh,
Yeah, rook hg7, king h8, because if king f8 we play e6 and winning.
no.
Rook e3.
Yeah, yeah, I don't think we are winning at all. But let's say we go rook d7 with a king on g8 or on h8. I don't see that a huge difference
Yeah,
now.
but but there we try king f4 first.
Yeah, that could be. We found something, but I already forgot because it's all like so similar.
Yeah, you can easily
Mm, mm,
miss something. So king h8 instead of king f8 probably uh,
mm.
is one of the fewest way how not to lose by force. But then we play rook g d7. Maybe it's not
Mm-hmm.
lost at all. But like human wise it looks just disastrous.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be that black has to keep all four rooks on the board because these rooks are too strong. So they need to trade one. And maybe no, rook b3 is not working because of e6, I thought. But
E6 and E7
maybe you play this.
and E7.
But e7 I have check and then king g8. Maybe I'm on time. I'm in
No,
time.
yes, you're on time. True. Yeah.
So it's still very complicated.
So it can easily be that it was
Once
never
again,
winning, even though I
e6
doubt.
can I be?
King E5. But you don't have the umbrella. It would be so nice if the
Yeah,
pawn
so I
was on
cannot
G5.
hang behind
The
the
pawn, yeah.
pouring drops of the black rook. So king e5, rook e2 check, king f6. So you
Six.
will follow checking me or playing something else. I don't know.
No, E7 is a threat.
So you
And
have to make
then
a check.
you have to make a check and wait for King E7 to come.
Yeah, so I have no other option. Or can I try king g6 instead of no? But you have d3 then.
Then I will play maybe D3 and I will just make it.
Yeah, so you're just in time because if
Mm-hmm.
I had king on c7, I'll play king g8. It will be over.
Mm.
But there, after king c7, black is winning after rook e7.
Yes, we even find ways to plunder the position
Yeah,
totally.
I don't think me. I'll easily find a way how to blunder. So that was the reason why Richard Rapport refused to play rook
Declined
b7.
this.
Yeah, declined
Yeah,
this line.
because he didn't see much of a chance.
Okay, so it's been plenty of checks. King f8, yes. What is the current position? Oh, it's all the time. It's king h8, rook g6, rook e2, e6, rook e8, rook ff6. And
Yes, but here we decided that it doesn't threat anything, no?
actually, no. So rook h6, we've concluded that it's not a threat anymore because the rook is no more on d8. So the king just easily
Makes me
easily
wonder if you can.
walks towards the queen side. So
Makes me wonder if you can even take on b2 here, or if it is a bit too, how to say,
too greedy.
optimistic.
Can
Let's say
can
check.
I try something like rook g1?
King h7, and then you give a check.
So I'm not threatening anything. King e5. Well, I just suggest some. I propose some random moves. There's no idea,
Mm,
but maybe the position suits my style of play.
yeah. Well, I
Yeah, you
mean,
can make it.
practically speaking, you have good chances. Let's
Yeah, yeah,
say
yeah.
this. And like 10 minutes left for Firuza. And how many moves he has to do?
Let's take a look. I think they've done. They've made 49. Like it's move 49. It's
So they have 11 more moves to do, and his time is getting short. That could be a small glimpse of a hope, in a way.
I think he needs to take his time and calculate everything precisely and just follow up with the certain.
I can, however, tell you that Nakamura Rajabov changed quite a bit.
Well,
We
let's
can actually switch
mhm.
at some
Yeah, let's
point
have a look.
because a lot of things happened in terms of exchanges of pawns.
But unfortunately, this is the current position I do have.
That's not the case. I will give you the rest moves if you want.
Hmm.
1 second. Let me just go a little bit back. So you have the position after king f7.
Yes, move 48.
So king f7, rook d8, rook e7,
Hmm.
rook d2. A lot of maneuvering.
Very positional.
Rook e4, rook d5, king g6, a3, Zugzwang. I'm kidding, I don't know.
But there is only a part of joke in any joke.
I know.
Because if
But I
like
mean,
king f7 is not working, a bishop move is probably not working either. But I don't know with bishop c6. Okay,
okay,
let me
the
guess what
king.
was after a3. He played king g7.
No, he moved the rook to e7,
Oh,
which is not. But this allows knight e4, that's the point, and that's what was played.
knight d4.
Yes, and that's how they exchanged b5 with h4 pawn. Rook e4 back,
Hmm.
yes, and they took on b5, and rook takes h5.
But that's definitely an improvement for white.
And knight e4.
Knight d4.
Yes, and actually, like, yes, it's an improvement. Rook h2 check, king g3, rook d2, and c4. Pushing. And I'm not sure what you will push.
It's not easy. Maybe I have to make a couple of checks if I can.
Yes, rook d3 check is reasonable. Let's say king f4. Even king h4 is interesting.
Because king f4 probably allows h4, but
Okay, you have to be afraid of these patterns of bishop d7 and mate on h3.
yeah, but
But
it seemingly doesn't work. Like if,
mm,
let's say, bishop f7, I think I can try knight e2.
yes, that's a nice trick.
No, but you play rook b3, so I'm just blundering a pawn.
Okay. That's
That's
also.
that's a nice but very bad trick. Yeah.
It was a good try.
So after bishop f7, I can,
And rook d3 check was played, actually.
yeah, king h4, bishop f7. It's very principled. Rook d6.
Mm.
I'm curious if black can create even a single threat, because otherwise white will play a4, a5, and so on.
Actually, you will be surprised, but now Rapport seems to be winning again.
Wow, but yeah, he made rook e7 move, which
This looks very suspicious, this move. But okay, I mean, like, it's hard to understand why.
yeah, we have to enter the player's brain. I mean, somehow, because
But I
probably
understand.
he was afraid of something after d3. D3 might be his first intention, but then he probably overcalculated himself and refused to play a simple move.
But you know what is the problem with rook e7? You don't have the square for the king.
And now there's a rook h6, probably checkmate pattern.
Not, I don't think it's made yet, but because we have rook g7, but still, like, it might be at some point decisive. I don't know. It's very hard to
Okay,
guess, to be
let's
honest.
quickly analyze the this position between Nakamura and Rajabov.
Mm.
Just okay, I'll try to. Obviously, it's so easy to play with white pieces while we manage to exchange h4 for b5. But I'm very curious if black has even a single idea how to.
King h4 wasn't yet played, but it's more logical because after king f4, maybe you can play h4,
Yeah, at
right?
least it
And
allows some
there's
counterplay.
some. But even the move h4 can be okay, not immediately actually. If king f4, h4, I always have knight f3, but then you take on b3, and actually this is not what I want. I don't want to split these pawns.
Hmm.
So I prefer king h4 because I believe that you don't get to d7 with your bishop and be a little bit teasing.
Yeah, that's correct. I think I can allow you to get to d7 square only in case if I'll manage to push the a5 a pawn as far as possible. In this case, I can give up the knight, play knight f5, take the rook on d3, and just push three pawns.
But you know, the funny part is like you can't even blunder this position because I was thinking like if you play bishop f7,
Hmm.
right? I play rook d7 and I blunder bishop e6.
But it's not working,
It's
unfortunately
not
for
that's
black.
not a blunder. That's what I meant. Like like even you cannot even blunder
Yeah.
it. You know.
So it's when we say impossible is nothing, here it is. I mean, this is the position where it's absolutely impossible to blunder.
Hmm.
So bishop f7, rook d7 we do play.
Mm-hmm. And it seems very
But you
easy
know,
for.
the rook d7 is probably one of the fewest moves. Maybe rook d8 works either, but if rook d6, but then bishop e6 is a threat. And now black has done what they've tried to.
You think like this is a good? Yes, he will get the pawn back, and this can be a draw. Yes, rook d6 is actually a blunder.
So it's not that easy. Now we finally we found a way how to blunder. That's I don't know if it's an achievement, but let's yeah, let's say that's an achievement. Rook d7 is a way more precise move. So now we're not allowing bishop e6.
Or rook d8 is also like fine. Maybe rook d8 is even a bit better because why to put the rook on a white square when we
Hmm.
just know that we have to stay on the d file?
You know what I'll try to do after rook d8? I'll try to bother your king after playing king rook e3. So maybe that's the only chance.
So c5.
c5, but then you're giving up the pawn on b3, or it was a plan.
Oh well, you think that you can take that pawn?
No, I don't think so. But if bishop b3, I'll
c6.
I'll be super tricky. I'll play bishop d1, but then you have check on c7. Okay, it doesn't work.
I even can queen and I protect. Ah
Yeah,
no.
bishop g4, but
Yeah.
then you have rook g8 all the time in the end.
Mm.
That's the problem for black. So it doesn't work. After c5, well, there is not a lot of moves to make, but you know I can like still I can try to trick you somehow. c6, I play rook c3. I know you take on b3 in a very simple way. Because if c7 first, I take rook c7. But then you take on b3 and it's over.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Or not yet.
Well, I think it's technically should be
Yeah,
winning,
it should
no?
be winning, like rook d4. rook c3, rook b4, something like that.
But if I just no, but then in the end I don't have to play rook d4. I can just play rook b1, no? Rook b8.
Your rook b8, I was curious because I have rook c4
Ah
and rook
yeah,
a4. That's the point.
yeah.
So I wanted just to get rid of the fourth ring. It's
But
just
okay, I
pawn
have
rook.
rook d3 in the worst case.
Yeah,
Rook
or rook
d3 I have.
d3 as well. Yeah, that's true.
Should be winning. It's a little technically a little bit difficult, but objectively speaking.
This one has to be much easier. I mean, like we already have the king on the king side, so the pawns are not pushing, are not being pushed, to say. No.
Yeah.
So c5. I mean, yeah, it's very, very concrete decision and
King
quite
h4 had
reasonable.
been played.
King
Mm.
h4, right?
Yes, this was expected, let's say.
Bishop f7. Well, nothing else. Okay, Teimour can try rook e3 there.
And if c5?
And if c5, I make a check.
King h3?
King
I don't give you the
h3.
check. Yeah. Why to give you a gratis check?
So it simply means that I don't have a square for a bishop. And I'm a little bit curious if rook e5 can
This
get
is the
here.
only thing, but well, I take and I place my knight on c3.
Like knight e2.
Yeah?
I play king g5. What else I can try?
Wait, actually, there's something interesting I want to know. It doesn't work. Okay, leave it. It doesn't work. I was thinking like, no, rook e5 is fine. I take. Play knight e2.
Well, I don't know what is the difference. Maybe king f5 is a little bit more precise.
Are you in the magic square? You are. Um, a4?
I'll play in a very direct manner.
a5?
I play king g3.
Huh. That's getting
Well, yeah, it's
a6.
very seems to be
Wait,
noise.
a6, king e2, a7, bishop c6, b4, king moves, b5, bishop moves,
So this is very
c6,
concrete.
e4, c7. It could be winning
But I'll
by
start with
one
bishop
tempo.
c6. I'll start with bishop c6 first.
And if I play a7, no,
a7.
I play b4. You go with the king.
Yeah,
No, I play a7.
and then I have to. Wow, it's a very funny position because it could be a Zugzwang, you know?
You have e4, and even if you allow knight f4, it's not like helping me. So probably like you don't play like this with white. It's not what you want. But e4 probably knight f4 and king c3.
King, knight e6, e3, and probably
Y-
black's winning.
Yeah, maybe even. I mean, like you wouldn't do this. Let's put it this way. Rook d1 was played in the game. Actually, it was rook d8 as predicted and rook d1. But now I think you can move, no? With some pawns. Not sure which pawn to take, but some pawn.
What was the position? Rook d2, rook e4. Okay, I can try to refresh it, but I don't know.
No.
Not this one.
We
Rook
have to
d8.
get.
I remember it was like rook d8, rook e somewhere,
Yes.
like rook d somewhere,
Yeah.
and rook
Rook
e somewhere
e7.
back.
Rook e4, a3, rook e7,
Uh-huh.
and rook d5, rook e4, take knight e4. You took there.
Uh-huh, yeah,
I took on b5, something like king g6.
like that.
Yes, knight e4 back. Uh, no, rook h2 check, sorry. Rook h2 check, king g3, rook d2, c4, king h4. And here the game was rook d1, rook d8, and bishop f7, and it's white to move. And a4 was played,
Mm-hmm.
which looks logical.
So it has to be
Not to
winning.
even.
It has to be
It's
winning.
totally winning. I think it's without doubt winning because the bishop on f7 is not playing at all. And I'm not even sure how you want the guy to be playing.
Like the only chance is to start making some checks, like
Mm-hmm.
provoking White's king to move out of the right angle of the board. So let's say rook h1, you play king g3, I play rook g1. But you have king h2 at least.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so there
Yes,
is no
but I
chance,
mean,
no chance.
I don't think there's a chance. Yeah, it's too easy.
Yeah, so this bishop on
Even,
f7 is so ugly.
I mean, you can play rook a1, but I can even move with a c pawn.
Yeah,
And at some point, if you play rook c1,
it should be enough.
I will move with a b pawn. C6, I can no, I can play even
You can play
c6.
c6 as well.
Yes, no,
Any
that's too
kind of
easy.
move. Yeah, that's very easy. It's very, I would say, not technical. It's like mechanical.
Meanwhile, I think in the Rapport game we reached a draw position. Theoretically speaking, draw.
Again. So
Yes, things changed.
okay, let's take a look. Like rook, that was the position, and he instead of taking on b2,
He played
where
rook e7.
we've been a little bit puzzled with how White will proceed in terms of playing for the victory. He played rook e7, and
Mm-hmm.
uh,
He made a mistake, apparently. I mean,
and
before he played.
and b4 was a mistake.
Yes.
Okay, let's try to guess what was the right decision.
Well, to be honest,
It
it
won't be an
seems
easy
very
task.
hard. Nah.
Maybe, you know what? Maybe rook g3. I mean, no, sorry, rook g3, rook e6. I'm blundering in one.
Well, you have to prepare that maybe. I mean, rook g3 is maybe effective if you play d3, right? Because then I might have a double threat.
Mm-hmm.
King f5 to try, just to play.
But
If you give a check, I go king e5.
okay. And if we simply push the pawn, is there a threat?
Rook g3.
Oh my gosh. So I will once again manually I'll insert all the moves. King h8, rook g6. I think rook
Rook e2,
e2, e6,
e6,
rook
rook
e8,
e8, rook f6,
and
rook
rook
e7.
e7, question mark,
b4 was played, yeah.
and b4 question mark.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but this is almost impossible to understand for human beings, to be honest.
Rook e7. Let's take our time and calculate a little. So I liked your idea of playing king f5, and after d3 there is rook g3. So basically the
Mm-hmm.
same idea.
Now the question is like, for example, like if I play d2,
Like if you play d2, I think I give you a check.
rook h7,
You play rook h7, I take, play rook g3.
this is actually winning easily, yeah.
Well,
Easily is a big word, but it should be winning.
like if king g7, still I have to make a move. I don't know which one.
Um, I mean, imagine you do nothing but walking with b pawn.
But then you put your king on e7. at least, and then threaten.
Well, yes.
So I have to make a check playing rook d7 because otherwise you take my pawn. So
Uh-huh.
you have to retreat, and
B6 and B7.
and if b6, like if I keep checking you, like if there is
Uh,
any place to hide. I mean, like you cannot cross the border basically, so you cannot cross the d
King
file.
G4.
But then you're winning.
Yes, have B7 and Rook H7 always.
Do you? Yes, you do, because
Well, you have to, if you give me the pawn, of course, but
I thought this one can be a draw, but you have rook d6, rook c6, and but
mm,
like it can be a theoretical draw as well.
really?
Mm, well,
Once I'm on C5 with the king, and this I will make, and you give some checks, I go on A6 and B7. My king gets to.
can I try to cut you off the d file, let's say?
Well,
No, but
king
then no, but
E3.
then you approach to e5, and then I'll be obliged to make a check, and you go king d5 and
Yes.
king c5 and so on.
No, I think this is too simple.
So it means that white is just in time to push the pawn towards b6 square, which is very important. Like
Mm.
rook, like it's all forced. Rook king f5, d3. At least it looks very principled. Rook g3, d2 is the move. Otherwise, yeah, like some checks are seem to be quite useless. Like king rook f2, we play king e5, d2. Well, rook g3. Oh, sorry. I can make a check and then play take and play rook d3. So d2 is quite logical as well. Rook h6.
And this is all forced, yeah. This is
I
what we
know,
have
but
seen
pardon
just
me.
now.
Rook, if I make rook h3, you have king g8. Yeah, that's an only move. Otherwise, it's mate. So I play rook h6, you play rook h7. I take, you take, play rook
And
d3,
rook
king
D3.
g7.
Yes, and then rook D7 and B4 was
What?
planned.
Yeah, but I thought about rook d8 move, but the only thing was bothering me is d1 over just there. This is the only way how to make a draw, I think. I know you have a check.
D1.
You have a check. You have a check on f2. Yeah, like d1, you're just in time to put your king. So probably this is the simplest way. Or you can make checks, rook f2 and so on. So it means I still have to keep my rook on d3, just trying to avoid rook f2, rook a2 checks. So I play
Mm-hmm.
b4, you play king f8. Um, can I try king f6 or it's all waste?
Why not B5?
Yeah, b5, king e7, rook d7. Actually, there is no. It's not necessary to play king e7, but king e8 doesn't create any threat. So
Mm.
that means that king e7 is it's
Rook
quite
D7
smart.
check.
We make a check, king e8,
B6.
b6. Otherwise, there is no way how to improve. Rook f2 check. No, but this one is winning for white.
Yeah, we had this, yeah.
Already the way.
But the thing is, like, it probably like King F5 is just winning the game, or like it has good chances. Whereas B4 actually allows D3, and then we will get into a kind of drawing position.
Hmm.
And I think now Firuza knows what to do. And you have, I mean, like he's now left with only the pawn on the B pawn, and even the passive defense is enough to make a draw.
Hmm. So
Yes,
What
possibly the
what was in the game after b4? Because I have some trouble with updating
d3.
it.
d3 was played,
Hmm.
and after d3, he played rook g3, d2, rook h6 check, rook h7. He captured. He played rook d3, king g6,
Uh-huh.
king f3, rook takes e6, rook takes d2, and king f6. And I claim after rook e1, that's what he did. No, king f4, rook e1. If I get my king to b8, no matter if I'm passive or not, it's draw.
Yeah, that's a dead draw.
So you can try rook b2, but then actually my king moves where it should
Yeah, you play
move.
king e6, b5, and you're in time to
Yeah,
protect
king
the eighth
the
rank.
back. Yes, and that's enough. And otherwise, I play. I mean, you have to try to.
So,
Play king f4, rook e1. You mean you have to play rook d4 if you want something, right?
but then like, what is the idea if let's say I play rook b1, you play king e4, I play king e6.
There's no idea. It's a dead draw, but I mean, it's a try at least
Yeah,
because I mean, like you can't play b5 and you don't get the king in front of the pawn to have a chance.
but like after rook d4, rook b1, maybe also as a human beings, we can try rook e4 with the plan of playing rook king e3.
Okay, if I play rook b3 because you just told me your plan.
Yeah, that's the refutation. But still, you need to find it. But I just figure out that even after king e3, I think king f5 is a dead draw as well. So there is not even a single idea in this position. So we can move on to Nakamura against Radjabov,
Yes.
and you are quite close to the achieve the. I mean, to predict correctly everything. So
Really, it's a draw again?
it's only one game left. I don't know if it even it can be winning, but you are very very close.
Yeah.
It's the last remaining game, but probably this is the position. But it's quite unlikely to be a draw.
Yes, that would be surprising. Even though I'm not sure where to go with the king rook move, it's very difficult to choose here from these moves. Not even seeing. Okay, I mean, from the logic, rook a1 or rook c1, that doesn't make sense because anyway, I can always move the other one.
Well, choosing between those two, I would rather choose rook a1
Yes,
because probably if I force you to push the c pawn, at least it will be much closer to our king. So
but here we have additional moves like knight f3, which may just win another pawn.
yeah, but then some tactical issues can occur. Let's say we play rook
Okay,
a3,
I take on h4.
I play king h5.
And I can't give the check. I want to give a check on
But
h5.
you can be super tricky. You can play rook h8, king g4. I know we don't have knight e3 because of rook a2 and we're losing. Because
Yes, I saw like this I saw, but the thing is,
my initial idea was to play rook h4, but still, I mean, even
mm,
this one is not that clear.
yes,
But
rook
but
a2 is a
but rook
problem.
a2 is just winning. So white has to be cautious.
Mm-hmm.
So knight f3, it's not that. Uh,
At least I have the option.
yep.
Not that. I have another option. I have rook h8 option here.
So you still try to be greedy.
Hmm, that's my nature.
According to our previous speech, yeah, despite being greedy and or so on, we have to pay
I'm actually
attention.
not a pawn. I'm not a pawn grabber in general, to be honest. I'm rather a pawn sacrificer, but not a grabber.
Yeah, yeah, I know your style of play, of course. So it's the rook h8 and knight f3 ideas seem to be very unnatural for you. So, but rook h8. I'm trying to find a good spot for sacrificing a bishop on c4, but most likely it will never happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, even rook h8 is winning the game.
No, I'm not sure what is the difference between those rook moves, to be honest.
Position is lost.
Likely, yes. From the practical point of view, I would be surprised.
Can I try something weird like rook b1? Let's say you play a5.
Yes.
I play king g5.
Mm-hmm. I play
Yeah,
a6.
so my idea was to make a check.
King h3.
King h3, bishop h5 shouldn't work.
Rook d5 check.
Rook d5 check. Then I'm
Game over.
obliged to play rook a2. So I'm
Um,
trying to disrupt the coordination somehow, but it obviously it would never be possible.
but still not so easy because if I play rook d6,
Yeah, then
I'm not like achieving much.
but then you start pushing one of your other pawns. But I don't know how.
Besides, I'm not sure like why you should give a check actually on a2. I wouldn't even give a check because a check, I mean, I might need the square from the king on c4.
Hmm. But he played rook c1 instead. So you mean if rook b1 or rook a1?
Well, let's say rook b1 because at least then if c5, maybe I can take on b3. I don't know.
Hmm.
Like a5 and king g5, a6, rook a1. No, not easy. If rook d6, maybe king g4 is annoying.
Well, it has to be winning by force, but it's not that obvious.
Nope.
For example, I can take on f. No, if I take on f6, that's a draw immediately because you check, and then you just keep checking me.
Yes, that's what I meant. This would be annoying.
It's actually a brilliant idea. So the point that we do not put our rook behind A or C pawns or A or C
But the
pawns.
question, my question is only like if rook b1, c5, if you can take on b3. That's the thing to wonder about. Otherwise, the rook b1 move, in my opinion, is not logical.
Then C6. Hmm. Yeah, it's hard to protect from C7, C8.
Mm-hmm.
So the promotion is threatening. Wow, I've got the point. I can play bishop c4 first.
And if c7, then you play
Bishop
bishop a6.
a6. Yeah, like I'm threatening bishop rook c1, and
Mm.
it would be a bit difficult to promote at all. And if c8, I just trade. I take on
And you have
c8 and
rook
then rook
b4.
b4. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, but this is genius, defense.
Well, I think the former World Cup winner can be capable of.
Well, would you really say that after 6 hours of game?
It
It's a bit.
depends on the physical condition. Once again, it depends if he ate a lot of hydrocarbons.
No, this is about decision making, actually, like what I meant. It was not about physical strength. For physical strength, I recommend something else to eat. But for the decision making process, it's like apparently a huge difference between carbohydrates and proteins in the morning if you have a morning game.
Well, that's going to be a crucial point of the game.
Because if you play a5, we get the same position.
You mean after?
I mean, like if you play a5 after rook c1, then we can just transpose
Yeah.
to the same line. So if he wants to change something,
So actually, if he sees this bishop b3, bishop c4, bishop a6 idea, he can try to trick Hikaru. It's like provoking him, like to give Hikaru a visible choice, whereas
yes.
like a5 is probably the only correct continuation.
Yeah.
It's like it seems to be obvious that only a5 and c5 moves can be considered. Otherwise, it has absolutely no sense of king h3. We just play rook h1 back. So once again, c5, bishop b3, c6. Um,
But this is super hard, of course, to figure out. I mean, even like for white, it will be super hard. It will be as super hard
you
for
know what?
Radjabov.
Maybe knight b3 for all of a sudden. Rook b3 and a5.
Could also be. I can play rook b7.
Yeah, you can defend passively and it should be enough. And let's say if a6, you have rook a7. I play c6. That's a very peculiar endgame.
So it's not so simple as it looks.
Yeah, definitely not. So we can try king f5 because king f7 loses because of rook d7. And if king f5, I'll try. Yeah, if rook d5, then king e6, I have nothing. Or do I? Maybe I still.
But even if you,
No, I
sorry,
have
go
I have
ahead.
a victory. No, if king e6, I play rook
And rook
c5.
c7 and king d6.
King d6. c7. Rook takes c7, and it's a draw. So I'm not losing
Yeah.
yet, but it's a draw. So knight b3. I'm not sure if it is winning. If c6, bishop c4. Again, we can try something like knight b5, but then there is a square on e6. And if c7, bishop a6, we can, like we still can play rook a8 because after bishop b7, black is not really threatening anything.
Yes, but it doesn't change the fact that we have this double attack with rook before. No, we should do something which wouldn't allow that.
Huh?
And for this reason, actually, maybe like we shouldn't play a5, but play something else. Like after rook c1, like, okay, we can prepare a5 and a6 in a better way. Like, what's black's next move? Let's do that, what I'm always teaching people. The next move can either be like king h5 or king g5. King g5 runs into knight f6. King h5 leaves the f6 pawn unprotected. That would mean in the conclusion that rook d6 can be smart.
Let's try it. Fair. That's fair.
And I prepare a5, a6. So it's like a win-win-win situation, like in terms of pluses.
Yeah, I will be nasty playing rook c3. So you push the a pawn,
Now I
otherwise it
push the
has no
a-pawn.
sense. Mm. I have to play h3 probably.
King h2.
No, but that looks lost. That looks lost.
Yes.
So rook d6 is very. So you came up to this decision in a very. So
Well, ask yourself, what is your opponent doing?
can we try king g5, despite the
Knight
fact that there
h4.
is knight f3,
Yeah.
and then king f4.
Mm,
So I'm trying to activate my king somehow. Oh no, sorry, rook
okay.
f6. Rook f6. I blundered.
Yeah.
That's not working. And if king g4, there is rook d4, and you take everything with checks.
Yes. Easy peasy.
Lemon squeezy. Rook c1, rook d6. That's a brilliant idea. So I
Maybe it's
think you
well.
can give a couple of lessons to Richard Rapport and Hikaru Nakamura either, in terms of like what is your opponent's next move. So your
Well, the thing
prophylactical
is, like,
thinking is on the highest level.
well, I think like that when you don't have anything concrete and you have a lot of possible choices, then actually to ask yourself what is your opponent doing is the best thing. But unfortunately, this kind of question in that moment doesn't pop up in your brain.
Hmm.
But it's very logical because usually you don't need prophylax if you have something concrete. Then you don't need it because you concretely calculate and you know that your opponent usually has maybe one or two responses.
Yeah, but you know,
But
like
here
how
it's not.
difficult it is to readjust yourself from the concrete thinking to prophylactical one.
Yes. And here, of course, like the thing is, like you can easily play a5 here if you don't see the move bishop c4, and it's not so simple after hour 6.
That's correct. So once again, why yeah, it's a transposition. Rook b1, a5, rook, I think, yeah, king g5. I think you can try more or less the same.
Rook d6 now could be the same actually, so it doesn't matter.
No, but you know what? What is the difference between rook c1 and rook b1? Because after rook b1, I'm kinda avoiding knight f3 checks because the pawn on b3 will be hanging. So in this case, if you play rook d6, I thought for a moment that I can play king
Now king
g5.
g5 is a game changer, yeah, because maybe this is the reason why rook b1 was more. I mean, like whatever you do as a rook move, it's it's the same. Like if a rook on b1, there's a5. With a rook on c1, there is a5.
Hmm.
The rook on a1 would be probably stupid because c5, c6 is coming and it's protected. So you had to choose between rook b1 and rook a1. And then you see like that, okay, in both cases, like a5 is maybe not, then you calculate the a5 line and you see this bishop c4 move.
But even there, probably you still have knight f3 check.
Mm-hmm.
But my guess was that I can play king f5, which looks a bit shocking, but
Mm-hmm.
maybe it can work. Yeah,
Yeah.
the point being that if you take on h4, I play king e4 or king e5, I don't know, maybe king e5.
a5 was on the board.
So a5. But he played
Mm-hmm.
rook c1 instead of rook b1. And a5,
Yes.
and we're just transposing to the position. Yeah, but it's just the same after rook b1, a5, rook a1, rook c1, a5, rook a1. So the prophylactical thinking is not on the highest level for Hikaru.
But here, I think maybe here in this position it doesn't matter since the rook is on c1. Unless you play rook a1 again, right?
Yeah, I play rook a1. I think I don't have any other choice. But he played king h5 instead of rook a1.
No, but no, there is a difference now. We can play now. He could play king g5. Okay, you have the. I mean, I don't have to check anymore. You have the game now, right? Refreshed.
Yeah, I just see the board in the right angle, and I have king h5 last played.
Mm-hmm.
But once again, after a5, rook a1, what we've concluded.
No, but here, can I play c5 here and I'm in time?
Like I take on a5,
See, maybe I make a tempo move like b4,
but then I have some checks.
where I have a check always. No, I play c6. That's principle.
Yeah, c6 is principal because c7 is a direct threat.
But rook c5.
Rook c5, then you play b4 and b5.
Yeah, but this is the same as probably like, yeah. I know you don't have a
I don't
check
have a
now.
check
Haha.
now.
Yeah, yeah, it's true. True, huge difference.
Then I still
Agreed.
play rook c3, you play b5, and I'm trying to trick you. Probably the last time in
Mm-hmm.
the game.
Yeah.
No, but human-wise it looks lost because these pawns are too strong.
Mm-hmm.
Knight on d4 controls almost every square. It has to be lost.
Yeah.
Okay, but like you know, it's Nakamura's approach just to calculate everything till the very end. But you know, like I would really expect rook d6 move from a player like Karpov
No,
or Carlsen.
no, but look, if you are like calculating a5 and you're convinced that
It's
this
winning.
is working, winning, then you don't need
Yeah, you
prophylaxis
play
because
a5.
it's a
Yeah, that's
and he's a very concrete player. He is not. I mean, Nakamura is like a kind of young fisher, and Carlsen is like rather like the young version of Karpov, just stronger even. So it's a different type of a player. So the one who's very concrete, and this is definitely rather Nakamura, would always look for concrete solutions. So it really depends. Like for Carlsen, a move like Rook D6 is much easier to do because he's not so super concrete.
well, but we cannot say that he is a worse calculator than Nakamura, but
It's
he
not about calculation. It's sometimes if you think that both moves, for example, like in the moment you think like both moves are winning
you
or
yeah.
anything is winning.
So it depends on your temper.
Yeah, it depends on the on the confidence. If
Like the feeling of the move.
yeah,
Well, once again, a5, rook a1, c5, forcing black to take on a5, c6. Like a direct way to solve things out. If we start with the check, it has absolutely no sense even because of king h3.
mm-hmm. Yes. No, the check doesn't make sense.
But after
Was a
c6,
move played actually?
sorry, but after c6, I do have bishop d5.
And after c7, check
Yeah,
is it?
that's a check. That's I
And king
think.
h3
And king h3, I don't know if I can play rook c5, but then b4. No, I have rook c5, I think.
and
And
b4.
b4 I have rook c3 and bishop. No, I do not have. But it still remains very very tricky. So it's all about calculation. I have bishop
I'm sorry.
bless you. King
Yes.
h4, bishop c6, and after rook c8 I have rook c4.
Yes,
So
and you make a draw.
I mean
It still, of course, requires preciseness.
rook bishop d5 for sure.
Yeah.
So like it's our king is not placed well on g2 because it's all the time
It's
has some
like exposed
checkers.
to
Yeah,
checks,
yeah.
yeah.
So in this case, I do like your rook g6
King h5 was played after
much more.
a5.
Yeah, but king h5 I don't like at all. It's like you're distancing from the queen side, from the center, while we don't have any direct threats. Like king g4 is not a threat. It's like a desperate attempt to play bishop g6, bishop e4, probably, I don't know.
Yeah.
But it has some sense as well. So in case of a6, we do follow up with bishop g6 immediately.
Not sure. Why not to play rook a1 first?
Good question.
It's my allergy. I have some high
Uh,
fever.
that's that's not a problem. I've been sneezing and all the time in Slovenia recently playing European individual. I have an allergy. I have a pollen. It's an allergy on blossom.
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
and I've been almost dying. So all I remember playing last round, and it's been a decisive round for me because if I would win, I would qualify to the World Cup. And after making every move, I went to the toilet just to wash my face and somehow make me up.
Hmm. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
but you
very
should
unpleasant for
like,
me.
well, you don't have a spray, no tablets,
Yeah, but
nothing.
sometimes it just doesn't work. I mean,
Well, you
it
need
can yeah
cortisone.
it can yeah cortisol yeah you can reduce the symptoms, but the allergy
The
still
allergy
remains.
remains,
Yeah.
but if you take cortisone drops, actually, like you're fine.
Yeah, maybe
The normal
I'll have to
sprays
try
don't
it.
help.
I've tried a lot of pills against the allergy, but it's for example in Spain I do feel myself much better than in other countries where the blossom is much stronger.
Yeah, sometimes it's different plants, and to some you feel it, to some you don't.
For example, in Spain it's only almond that can cause any kind of allergy for me, the blossom of almond. But in Slovenia I thought that were some kind of plums or maybe cherry.
Which month was it?
I think it was plums or cherry.
Which months did you
I
play?
think it was April. Yeah, it was April.
April, it's Berioza. Berioza is very aggressive.
Yeah, the birch is
I don't
yeah.
know it's what is in English.
I
It's
think
I know in
yeah,
Russian it's
it's
Berioza,
birch. Yeah, berosa. That's
and
true.
this is super aggressive. And if you have allergy against that, and I have, I know what you feel
Yeah,
like.
yeah, yeah. I have the same. I
And this is the reason.
yeah, yeah. I had a severe allergy against berosa, so I can feel the pain. After rook
Mm.
a1, yeah, we should be back. Of course, it's not that
And again, King
entertaining when we
f2.
have only one game remaining.
Actually, King f2 was played in the game instead of a6, which is quite smart, getting out of any checks.
But what is the difference if we still mm, chase the pawn playing rook a1?
I would like to know, but I have no idea.
Maybe some checks, but not
After rook d7, where you go with the bishop?
like g6.
And then I give a check on d5.
Uh-huh. Then king g4, and probably in blitz game I would pick black.
Yes, I don't know. No idea what was the idea.
King f2, rook
And if
a1,
maybe rook d6, you take, I take.
but it's clearly an achievement for black.
You think
Yeah.
the bishop is still bad?
Well, at least I have some ideas connected with sacrificing it in a very
I think rook
good
f5 check is
moment.
already a threat.
Here, yeah. But I need to play bishop g6, otherwise I'm lost.
B4.
And then I play rook a2 and I start pushing the h pawn. I don't believe it's lost. I think it's likely to be a draw.
King e3.
No, but it can easily become very dangerous for you play h3. Well, you have
Uh,
knight f3, that's true, but
Rook f2.
h2? Or you're tricking me? Not
Ah,
not
h2
really,
and I
yeah.
missed. Yeah, okay. Fine. Fine, fine.
I mean, it looks obvious. I mean, it's obvious that white is winning, but all the time we're managing to find an approach how not to lose by force. It's very it's very funny. Okay, one. I know he didn't play rook e1, he played king h5 instead. King h1 and then king f2 was the move. So black can choose between h3 and rook a1, but h3 probably is not a good idea because we're giving up this g3 square.
Mm-hmm.
So like rook a1 looks is a move with the better harmony, I don't know, like musical wise.
No, yes, Rook a1 makes sense, but he didn't play a move yet. Radjabov, and he has enough time. They get like after move 60 another time, no? Or not?
Mm, I think so. Maybe they
Do they get
finally have an increment. So I see that
do they
there
have
is
an
three and a
increment
half
or
minutes left for
yes.
Rajabov.
Just I was wondering if they get 15 minutes or
Yeah,
not.
that's a good question. I think yesterday Fiona was responsible for announcing the time control.
Mm, yeah.
So I'm a patzer at all. I don't know everything. I can only make checks.
Mm, mm,
You know, like I had a very, like just before we go to the break, I can like
mm.
tell a very funny story for spectators, but it wasn't funny at all for me. I played Gibraltar in 2018 or 2019, and that was the first tournament where I faced the additional increment after move 60. But unfortunately, I discovered it after the game because I've lost on time on move 54 because I was convinced that it will be an increment after move 50. The time didn't add, and I thought, okay, maybe I have to drop the flag, and I was just taking my time in an absolutely winning position against some like Indian prodigy Sadvani, and in absolutely winning position, and I lost on time on move 54, being convinced that the time should I have received an increment.
Well, that's indeed sad. Just sad.
Yeah, right now it's funny, but I remember my emotions on that date, and I've gone mad.
Well, I'm sure you were not the happiest person on the planet.
Yeah, but then I realized, so I made my own like consequence that every time when you go for the tournament, you have to read the rules of chess and the time control.
I actually always do that. I won a game against Nihal because he was sure in the Spanish league. It
Yeah,
was
yeah,
the
yeah.
first
But you
round.
know, it's partially been my fault as well because I've also been convinced that the time should end after move 40. You know, like maybe 1 year ago we've played the same tournament because I remember because we played against your team in Spanish league and we've been discussing the topic if whether the time adds or not. And I think we've convinced Nihal that the time adds, and it's been a disaster for our team because we've played 3-3. The match score was 3-3.
Yes, but okay, like it didn't save us eventually. Because in the last game I was winning and I blew it up in one move, but I had no time. And it was rook ending. And that's how we went
Yeah,
down.
those tricky Rukan games. Okay,
It was not easy.
we can wait for Rajabov to come up. Actually, we have a little update, but still the position is not clear, and we can just leave for a short break and be back shortly in 10 minutes. Stay tuned. We've got such an update because when we headed to the short break, we've got a lot of things to change. So we like to show you what happened in the game. So Rajabov's plan to rescue was to push the king towards the his the king on f2. So he activated his king, but somehow, but by force, he didn't manage to survive. So h2, rook g7 is a very important inclusion. Otherwise, h1 will be promoted. Then king f4 is the only move. Otherwise, rook h7 comes with the check, and we take on h2. Knight e2. The knight is heading to g3 square, taking the control of h1 square, rook c2, king f3, rook c3, king g2. Obviously, rook g3 is not working because of rook g3, so black has to take on b3, then a6. It's all very principled. Rook a3, a7, king d4, a knight f5, knight c4, and Nakamura played rook b7.
Which is the easiest one to cut off the king and to maneuver the knight to c8, and that would finish the story, followed by rook b8, I guess, right?
So now his plan is just to put the knight on c8, play
c8.
rook b8, and then
And
promote the pawn. Let's say if f5, we play knight c8, king c6, rook b8, king c7, threatening rook a7, but then a8, and black is losing. So it means that regarding the result that we have on the in the cross table, probably it was better attempt to hold with rook a1, if I'm not mistaken.
yes, rook a1 would have been the better try, but probably from the practical point of view, it's very hard to defend. I mean, if you had been worse already for hours, your psychology is not in the I have to fight like crazy mood. Plus, you're very tired, so I guess this is a combination of it
Yeah, you
all.
can easily lose the feeling of the moment where you can use the chance to survive and just go pass through it and uh, lose the game. So we've got the results. We've got the only decisive game between Nakamura and Rajabov, and 3 draws. So Elizabeth, you were very close to being.
Sorry.
No worries. You were very close to guess all of the results, and this game was very tense. So there are the results. Nakamura bounced back, and I think we have still only 2 players leading, Caruana and Nepomniachtchi, playing, having a draw today in a very tense battle uh, on if Radjabov and Dink being -1, if I'm not mistaken,
Yes.
and
And Nakamura equals the
Nakamura,
score with 1 out of 2.
yeah, and 4 players having 1 out of 2. And tomorrow we wait for you at 3 p.m. European time. Stay tuned
And
and
see you tomorrow,
see you
everybody.
tomorrow. Have a good night.